All right, enough of that. Let's get going. Hey, good morning, everybody. I was gonna get going at 7. Fell back asleep, and boy, it went really hard. Went really hard. Anyway, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? It is what's that? 7:49 here. My front yard is full of sleet. It is icy. It is a mess out there as this initial stuff comes through. I know a lot of folks thinking, well, this thing's about done. I have not looked at anything just yet. Y'all are joining me live here while I'm doing this right now. Still got some of this precipitation moving through right now. Everybody's in the 20s right now. The roads are a mess. They're icy all across North Georgia, especially in the wedge zones, the primary zones that we were saying. But the main thing here is that what the models were indicating last night, and this was a few hours ago. We'll take a look at the new ones here in a second. That the wedge was going to hold on strong all day today, and then we were going to see another surge of heavier precipitation. I mean, what we've gotten so far was kind of on the light side, to be honest with you, and that was going to come in a little bit later, and then it was going to go heavier. But haven't had a chance to really look at anything just yet, and it's still showing there. We're going to go into that. Let's go look at the model data here for you guys. Good morning. How y'all doing? Hope y'all doing okay. I'm going to post my photos, what I got on my page here, so you guys can go in there and add some photos. So give me a few seconds and we'll get that going. Like I said, I'm still not quite woke up yet, but we're going to get there because we were on for that was a long time, till about 11 hours yesterday, up to about 2 in the morning. Decided to go and turn it back in. And now we're going to go back into this afternoon. So here's the latest run. This is what it's showing here, like 7 o'clock. So just very little here up until 2. But look what happens here between 1 o'clock and as we go into 2. Look at a couple things I want to watch. Watch over here. Oh, sorry. Watch over here and then watch over here. Watch what happens here as we go as this thing gets going to this afternoon. You'll see a big jump in that icing. See that? 0.62 up across that whole area. Really kind of comes up high. Now, the good news is, it's still 3/4 of an inch. That's still plenty. Yes, last night it was showing like an inch of ice coating. Now it's showing 3/4 of an inch. So in precipitation modes, that's really not a lot, but that's a little bit better. But still, that's going to do a lot of damage to the power there. And I still see some brighter colors in here. It comes with these mountains up in here. So here's another down to Athens, almost 3/4 inch. So we're not done yet. I still don't think it'll be too bad in Atlanta, which is really good news down there. Atlanta never got much of anything down there. The wedge did not get down there. I didn't look at the dew points last night. Did not look like that was going to be a big thing. Going back over here to radar here. And I want to come back to this. Actually, no. Let's do this first. Let's look at the temperature first. And look at the profile here. We're gonna look at the temperatures. So bear with me here for a second. Let's get over to the temperatures here. And again, these are pretty good. What we're looking on right now. It even drops the temperature a little bit. It drops it down to 25 at 11, and it holds there. Look, it's at 2 o'clock. It's still 26. 28, 28, 29, 29. As the heavier precipitation is coming on through, that whole northeast section stays below 30 degrees. So that's going to stay icy. We are going to warm up briefly right before that front pushes on through here. You see where Lake Lanier kind of goes above freezing there for just for a split second there at midnight, right before the real cold stuff moves back in here. Now let me back this up to the 6Z here, which goes out a little bit longer, and it's showing 35, so 36. But you see how it briefly warms up above freezing for a couple hours, and then goes back below freezing, and then we go until tomorrow morning. Everybody here is in the 20s, and pretty much stays there, and then it stays cold all day. And then going into Tuesday morning, it gets really cold. This is at midnight. Whoops, come back to what I was doing here. This is at midnight. It's already down to 12. 19, 18. I think it'll be really cold. The skies are all clear with all that ice up in there. I think Tuesday morning is going to be a really cold start here. So we got to watch what's going to happen for this afternoon. So we're not done yet. with the icing situation across, especially the Northeast territory. Okay, so if you're anywhere up in here in Georgia, we're talking where the primary zone, Canton, Gainesville, Dahlonega, Helen, Tallulah Falls, Clayton, Toccoa, up the 85 corridor, Winder, Lawrenceville a little bit. Anywhere in this Northeast zones, y'all are not done yet. Don't think you're done yet. We got a little bit of a break. It was showing yet the models were pretty good at showing there was a little bit of a break for tomorrow. Let's go ahead and pull this back out of here as we look at this heavier precipitation back to the west that's rolling into Alabama. That's what we got to track here for this morning as that heavier precipitation comes in out of the west. It's going to take it a little bit to get out here. But we're going to track it this morning. I got my caffeine right here. I'm ready to get going. And let's go ahead. I see someone asking about roads and stuff. Let's go into that. We were doing this last night, and we were tracking the road conditions here and the road temps. It was a great tool. This was added after Snowmageddon back in 2014. Great tool. So let's go take a look at some of these roads here, the sensors up across Northeast Georgia where the icing's the worst, and we'll take a look and see how bad the temperatures are up here. So we'll start up here at Forsyth. We'll kind of work our way around here a little bit. So yeah, pretty much as the Georgia 400. Here's you remember this is your freezing line up here, and you're at 30. The road temperature is at 30 degrees. It's at 28. You see that there. So yep, that road temperature is below 30. That's iced up. I'm pretty sure. Here's Gainesville. It's sitting at it's at 31. It's on the interstate. And it's below freezing, so that's 31 degrees there. Let's go over here toward Athens and see how it's looking over this way. That's also at 31 degrees. That's at 30 degrees at State Road 10 on the westbound Athens. So going up 85. Looking at 29 degrees there. US 411. It's at its road conditions also at 31 degrees. So a lot of these are lighting up below freezing. That's sitting right near 30 degrees up near the interstate. So all these interstates are iced up that are below freezing. That's at 30 degrees as well. So we got a lot of icing problems up here across North Georgia. Let's see up here toward Toccoa. Let's check out this one up here. That was also below 31, and I'm sure these are way low. That's at 31. That's not even showing the road sensor. That one's gone. And that's on the other side. That's on US 30. That's on the other side of the mountains. So the Blue Ridge area, I'm not expecting that to be too big of a problem. You go on the other side of the mountain, you're okay. Hey, y'all, appreciate y'all checking us out here. Let's see who we got going on here, how we got going here. This one's not, I did not start on let's see, the Facebook's not scrolling just yet. Not sure why. We're scrolling on YouTube, but I gotta get Facebook going again. So y'all bear with me for a second and make sure this thing gets going. I gotta get Facebook going. I got YouTube going, but not Facebook. So you guys over there on YouTube, make sure you guys give me a big subscribe over there, and we got the whole lot of y'all over there. Let me copy. Let me see. I don't think here. Let me modify this thing, and I want to put this back in here. Control V, and hit OK. And let's hit. Yeah, it won't let me go live here for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, I know why. My brain's not working. I'm so sorry, guys. You got to put in the title and everything on it first. Hello. Let me go back to the radar here, guys. I'm sorry. While I'm fixing this, like I said, the brain is not fully woke up yet. 5 hours, 4.5 hours sleep, not a lot there. Go back over here. All right, so let me get this, close this out, and let me get this going so we can get Facebook going here. Let's call this Ice Storm. Just kind of go this Ice Storm live update. And today is Sunday. Yep, Sunday, January 25th, 2026. And here is the latest on the continuing ice storm hitting Northeast Georgia. And then we'll hashtag ice storm 2026. And then I'll put that in North Georgia. Come on. Man, this is really slow this morning. Usually it pops right up my stuff. Why is it doing that with North Georgia? I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's not woke up either. My computer's either I'm not woke up or whatever. It's crazy. Ta-da! Hey, welcome aboard, Jay Fanning. We love you. You guys over on the YouTube did an outstanding job, really getting everything kind of rolling with the growth yesterday. I love to see us be able to make a run at 5,000 over there. So if you guys are not part of the channel, please go ahead and make sure you hit that subscribe button. I want to get to your questions here in just 1 second after I get Facebook going here. And I think we're good here. It should start. There we go. It should start going here in a second. Let's see what that does here. Probably going to have to hit return on this again. So give me 1 second. Come on. There we go. Let's go live. All right. All right, Facebook. Get you going here. And drum roll, please. Waiting on it. It's like anticipating your birthday wish, you know? And there we go. We're live. Hey, good to see y'all, Facebook. We got Facebook back in the house. We got YouTube going over here. I've got some pictures I need to post. I took some pictures here. I'm going to post this. If you're over on YouTube here, I'm going to put this on the Facebook page here. These are some of the pictures outside of my house. I'm going to put icy mess of sleet and ice from freezing rain. Oops, boy, I'm just. I hope I just take the glasses off. I can't type with those on. Freezing rain in Brazelton. Post your icy photos here below. All right. I'm just doing this real quick, man. And get that going. Press to Georgia. Plus and next. Now, here's some good news with this thing. All right. The good news here is that we're going to get a little bit of a break here. Bad news is we're going to stay below freezing here for the most part. Solar radiation can still get through even when it's cloudy and that kind of thing going on. So what that'll do is that'll mean that some of the roads can free up a little bit. I'm sure the trucks are out and they're all going to be doing their stuff and getting that going. But when that heavy precipitation moves in, especially going into early this afternoon, that's when the icing can become substantial. All right, so we got to watch and see that just to see how that's going to go. So what I'm going to do here real quick here, I was doing this all last night. So for you guys over on YouTube, I'm putting the Facebook link over to the main page over there. So you guys can go over there and make sure that you're a follower on the channel. That's where all my normal postings and stuff go over there. So you can see that. We're up on Twitter too, on X, although I haven't posted on there yesterday. I got so wrapped up doing this stuff. That's probably the bad thing trying to do social media. It's for remembering to do all the different platforms. Really, really tough out there. And then as far as you guys over there on Facebook, and it depends on what your preference is. You know, if you do prefer to watch our coverage and doing this kind of stuff over on the YouTube channel, I'm going to put this in the chat. I'm putting this over here in the chat for Facebook. There it goes. You go over there on Facebook there. I just put in the chat. There's the YouTube channel. You can watch the streaming from there. That way, if you got one of your smart TVs here, you can sit there and watch it from your house. So anyway, let's go look at some of the conditions out there. What we were doing all last night, and it'll be kind of the same today, really, as we're tracking to see. We're going to watch closely temperatures, and we're going to watch the precipitation coming in. That's going to be the big thing here as we get this thing going this morning, because We still got some heavier precipitation move in. The wedge is pretty locked in at this point, and as a result, the temperatures are probably not going to change much. We're going to watch and see if they come up much at all. I still think, what I do believe is, I don't believe the icing is going to be a major problem down here in the Atlanta metro area. I think we're going to be looking okay there. Where I think it's going to be a problem is obviously a little bit away from the city, up toward Lawrenceville, Gainesville, and all these temperatures you see here in the 20s. Eastern zone. These are the areas where the icing is going to be the problem, where that cold air wedge is going to hold on firm until that cold front comes in from the west. So it's going to be kind of a battleground going in here. Now, it's been historically, when I see on these kind of situations, the wedge is going to be stubborn. It's going to hold. It's going to stay firm. It's not going to go anywhere until the front clears on through. And that's what the current model is doing. Now, we do have the 12Z run. That's going to be starting up here very shortly. That's the full model run with all the latest data and everything in there to see if that actually changes anywhere. Now, we'll say this. If you're watching up across northwest Georgia, you're fine. Again, areas that are away from the wedge area, you're okay. So we're talking about a third of the upper Georgia here, that are going to be riding this thing all the way down. So, you can pretty much follow the line, right through there. Let me get my regular pin here. So just, kind of follow that line, kind of going around here, and then kind of staying north of the perimeter and probably just north of Interstate 20 or real close to there. So that's the zone. That's the area that's going to be hitting pretty good here for today. I'll get the X going here in a second. I do want to check and see see if let me check the power. That was good. Somebody was just mentioning the power issue here. And yes, we do. Let me go over here. So right now, as far as the power outages are concerned, and let me switch over to that real quick. So right now we're showing 10,000. Last night we went to bed, it was like 900 and something. So it's come up to 10,830. That's relatively low. That's not bad so far. Let me see if it'll identify what counties are. Let me get this switched over real quick. And I probably just need to keep this in county mode for the rest of the afternoon so we can watch and see. And thank you there, Travis Walters, just joining us. So let's see if the power outages here. We'll go to county mode and see if we can identify what the power outages are the worst. All right, yeah. So there we go. We can kind of see. So right now it looks like Bartow County has got 1,000 people out. Pickens County's got 951, and Raven County's got a little over 1,000. So those are the three counties with the hottest problems right now. So we're going to continue to watch and monitor the power situation, especially as the heavier rain and stuff comes on in here. We can go back to the model data here. There's a couple things we can check out over here as far as the wind forecast is going to be here. Let me go back to the latest here, the latest 11Z run here. We're going to look at the winds here, see what they're doing. They don't look all that bad. When the front comes on, before the front comes through, it stays with that easterly wind in here. So you can kind of see this. Let me show you that. Go back the right way. There we go. So when you look at this, let's go through this morning. It's not bad. So when that heavier rain moves on in here, so we got the front back here when it comes in at 1 o'clock. So see the gusty winds up in here. This is the easterly winds in here, still blowing, 20 miles per hour. So if the heavy icing comes in, we're still getting 20-mile-per-hour winds. That can, of course, shake the trees, shake power lines, start bringing down stuff. So we have to watch closely to see how the things behave between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Now, once that boundary goes by, the winds drop off. Look at that. It drops up to very low, 10 miles. But these are wind gusts. And then once that other front catches up, we'll see the winds come back up again. See all the 20-mile-per-hour winds there? So we get a little brief period there this evening where the winds aren't going to be that bad until that secondary front kind of catches up and clears everything out. So is that the 12Z chewing right there? That is a 12Z. All right, let's see what this one's just showing. Let's go to the icing. This one's just coming in here. Let's look at this. Let me go back here. The 12Z's just chewing. It's not quite finished yet. So bear with me for a second while I get this up. Like I said, still getting my feet up underneath me here. See that we got 8 hours. Thank you there, Jackhammer. Jackhammer just joined us over there. All right, so let's get going here. So this is 10 o'clock. Looks like just pretty light stuff here for the most part. This is additional what's already fallen. So again, looks like 2 o'clock. That's when things start to pick up again, like 2 o'clock. That's the timing on the latest model here, with that heavier precipitation starts to shoot up once again. And and goes on through. So again, we've already had about a quarter inch out there. A good little memory here. We've already had about quarter inch or so in these areas already to, quarter inch to a half inch and some close to a third inch in some cases. So we've already had that. This is not taking into account what's already happened. This is what's forecast to happen from now and going forward. So so I don't want you to think that this is lesser amounts, because this is just taking in, we've already had stuff that's fallen before 8 o'clock, and we got stuff that's going to follow after it. So we had that. We had probably had about a quarter inch in a lot of places. That's why we have a lot of going. You got a quarter inch, then you can just basically add, like, I'd say 0.25 to 0.30 to a lot of these totals. So that means a lot of northeast Georgia here is going to see some very bad icing, where the power grid's going to become a problem in that area. Chattanooga raining. Yeah, Chattanooga, you guys are going to stay. I think you're going to be okay. I think you're going to be okay up that way. So let's go back here to the thing. My wife, I could tell you right now, she's not going to get up for a while. She's going to be probably in bed until probably noon. So we'll stay broadcasting here. We're in Brazelton, so maybe it won't get as bad. Maybe it'll stay a little to our north. Notice there's a big difference here in the icing between Lawrenceville, and up here in Gainesville. And I am right there between the two of them. So how much more do I get? It doesn't look, it's icy outside. It's coated all over the place. I'm not sure how thick it is, but it's going to be close for me. We'll see. We're going to be real close. So let's go back over here to the radar here. And yeah, up there in Chattanooga, you're at 35 degrees. You're fine right now. 36 over in Dalton. Dalton's at 36, so you're looking pretty good there. Cowan's at 36. Rome's at 37. Got a 32 there in Cartersville. Now they're right on they should come up a little bit because they're to the west. Going over to Metro Atlanta, you got 31. So we got 31 there, and in Kennesaw. Oops, let me get my pen going here. There we go. So we got 31 over in Kennesaw. We got 32 in Marietta, 31 there in West Atlanta. Hartsville-Jackson's at 31, which means all the planes have shut down, I'm pretty sure, right now because of the freezing rain down there. And they're getting little surges. You got 31 up there in Northeast Atlanta. So I suspect these temperatures here will come up just a little bit, enough to where it's not really a big deal. But the whole Northeast section, where the temperatures are in the 20s, different ball game for you guys. Lawrenceville's at 28 degrees right now, so I don't think y'all are out of the woods here yet. That's definitely not looking too good for you guys. Lawrenceville, Winder, anywhere where those temperatures are sitting in the 20s. Northeast zone here, we got 25, 26, 24 back over here in South Carolina. This icing is going to continue here for a while, but we're going to see what happens with this heavier precipitation. Let me look at I want to look at Radar Omega here and go back over to the. And if you think it's bad here, wow, I didn't even look at this. Check this out. This wasn't bad last night, but it's changed since that heavier precip moved through Mississippi. Check this out, guys. Wow, look at all this. They got power outages. All this map last night before we went to bed was not showing it this bad, but it has filled in a lot here through the early morning hours to Mississippi. All this area up here going into Tennessee, all those county outages here. Alabama's got a couple, not looking too bad. But Georgia, we're okay. We're not looking bad so far. But I think that's going to change going into this afternoon. But there's the heavier precipitation back here. This is that squall line. Now, there is a severe element with this. Let me see if they've updated this at all. Let me check that real quick here. I'm going to turn that off. Let me... Oops, sorry. Turn that off there. And I want to look at the day. Let's see if that's changed much here for today. Let's go to day one. And no, not really changed. I think they did tweak it down a little bit. So yesterday it was up toward Peachtree City. So they brought it down just a little bit. The Weather Service last night was kind of hinting at that the wedge was going to be strong enough to kind of beat this down a little bit further south. But the Gulf Coast is still looking pretty high here. If you got anybody down there like Mobile, Pensacola, Panama City, kind of heading over towards southwest Georgia, that's where the That's where the biggest threat's going to be. And there's going to be a tornado risk for those areas as well. So you got a squall line coming through down there. Columbus is in this. So the green area is kind of your 2%, 5% in the brown. And that'll also be when the wind threat will be the highest in those same areas. So that's staying to the south. Looks like South Metro from LaGrange over to Bronzeville, stays south of Metro Atlanta. So that's good to see that. We got our own problems to deal with. We don't need to worry about severe weather sneaking up in here too. But that is the outlook there. I'm just going to go take this off so it's not showing anything. There we go. All right. And thank you for you guys. You guys keep that going over on YouTube, man. Keep that thing going there. Feed the beast. Feed the YouTube breathe. And you guys over here on Facebook, you guys got to do the same thing. You got to keep hitting the likes if you can. And I'm trying to go through some of the comments. I'm not going to get everybody. I'm going to miss some people. It's how it is. And but I'll try to get as many things as you can. So Robert's asking about the timing on the next front. Looks like that next front, or at least that coming through, is going to be right around 1 o'clock or so, between 1 and 2. That's when the heavier precipitation should be moving in, at that time. So let me shut that down there real quick. So you can kind of see got this kind of looping here a little bit there. So you see we're watching it just kind of coming out across northern Alabama. So we got a few hours here this morning to watch this. And Clint Cram says we have all sleet here in Banks County. Well, as cold as it is up there, that's not a surprise, but the icing's going to get pretty bad up there as this heavier rain comes in here later this morning. Let me go back over to WeatherTap PL. Love this profile here. So we got to watch what's going on up here with the heavier precipitation. It's moving at a pretty good clip. It's 8 o'clock right now. Oh, come on, app. Y'all let me slow on me. Thank you for those stars, by the way. And those who don't know how the stars program works over there on Facebook, the Facebook actually meets a percentage of it. So, and every dime goes back into this channel. Now, YouTube, I just got that thing going over there. The YouTube channel is not monetized yet because we're still waiting to get them to check the box and say we're okay. So I can't turn off on all the membership and all that other stuff as far as like super chats and stuff like that. So can't do that just yet. So that'll be ready for the future if folks want to help support our operations here. I do appreciate that. So yeah, Blue Ridge, you guys are on the other side of the mountain there, Michael. And I did suspect that you guys were going to stay rain. The temperature was going to come up all night. If you're watching last night, that's exactly what I was saying was going to happen. So we're going to track this heavier precipitation here coming across northern Alabama. And as it moves into that wedge zone here, we still got a few hours on this, but it's moving at a pretty good clip. You see the line right here. So you can kind of get an idea where everything is here. You can see the heavier precipitation. And this is going to bump right into that wedge. That wedge is not going to give ground. It's just going to be stubborn until the front actually clears it completely. So any precipitation out ahead of that boundary. Hey, thank you, RNRAV 80R1, I guess. It'll take a little while for it to kind of come across. Brookle. Thank you, Brookle. So this is going to come on through here, and that'll make the icing. So we're going to watch these temperatures pretty good. Hope y'all are doing pretty good. I just posted out some of my pictures here. They're on my phone. I'm just going to kind of show you. I'll see if I can show it in the camera here a little bit. So this is, you can see that a little bit there. That's my street outside Brazil. You see the roads all pretty ice. There's a lot of sleet in there, freezing rain. The cars there, you see the cars kind of covered up there and sleet and stuff. That's in Brazelton. So I just posted those pictures. If we're over on Facebook, I just posted my pictures over there. You guys can go ahead and people are adding stuff right now. I see all that right now. You can see all the pictures and stuff over there from other people. They got video and stuff all in there. So if you want to go over to the Facebook where I just posted pictures from my house, you can go ahead and share your pictures there as well. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably take all those pictures and stuff, and I'll probably put a video montage together when this thing's over with to kind of put it all together, and we'll see how, just for kind of momentum. I did it for the Auroras too, so I'll probably do something with that later. I don't know if I'll play the theme song from Winter Miser from The Year Without Santa Claus. Remember that old classic from the 70s? Yeah, you guys are doing great over there. Keep that going, man. YouTube, I tell you, every time on YouTube, when the subscribers are going up and people are doing that all stuff, we get more people into the algorithm. It's a very sensitive thing. Facebook doesn't appear to be quite as sensitive as that. But Facebook, you guys are doing great over there. Keep that algorithm. We got 468, 260 thumbs up. So y'all keep the thumbs ups going. Keep the shares, all that stuff going. Keep those algorithms busy, and we're going to keep tracking this here all morning. So anyhow, let's look and see if there's been any update here to the watches warnings. I don't think there's been any changes here. Let me refresh this real quick. And there's the big picture there. Again, look at the size and scope of this storm. Just unbelievable. All the way from Maine back to New Hampshire. I cannot recall seeing that many winter storm warnings out at one time. Just absolutely impressive. Impacting so many states. Needless to say, there's going to be so many cancellations with flights and everything else. I was supposed to be in Houston right now. I was supposed to be at Houston, getting ready to attend the first day sessions there. What's going on in Houston with the American Meteorological Society? But nope, I am here with you guys. And I'll tell you, to be honest with you, I'd rather be here with you guys. You know, I'd rather be tracking this winter storm than be sitting there listening to a bunch of boring guys talk about weather. No, I like that stuff too. Just kidding. But I am glad to be here and give you guys live coverage here. It's going to be a lot different look next year. So I will say that much. As we build out this channel and we get this thing going. But we're going to have the weather app up here probably March 1st. We'll have our weather app up. We're signing a contract with Barron Services out of Huntsville to provide our weather app here. It'll allow me to do some of my stuff on there. You guys can get that going. And see, we got blizzard shocked in Kings Mountain, North Carolina. All the trees have fallen. There's no way to getting more beer because of the storm. I'm driving me crazy. You're out of beer. How could you let that happen? You saw this coming, man. How could you be without beer? You can't be without beer. But the mountain areas have warmed all up. You've seen, looking at what's going on there in the Carolinas and look at this. Look at the east side of the mountains. It's 36 degrees there, and you had this warm surge in between here. So it's 36. All these temperatures up here to here. Oh, sorry, I cannot see my thing today, so I'm having a hard time seeing it. If it used the damn pointer, it would be better. So you see 34, 36, 34. All these temperatures of the mountains have gone above freezing. So look at there. There's our Mr. Wedge right there. Mr. High, one of the high pressures there, coming down coming down here toward the Carolinas. Right there, there it is, right there. Boop, there it is. I'm having a hard time seeing my pointer today. Ugh. Maybe if I clean my glasses off. I'm a nearsighted, not farsighted, and this is kind of like right in between, man. That's why I got to get my new desk. This desk is way too small. It's too small for what I'm trying to do with it. That's for sure. Georgia Power is here. We have minor outages around Atlanta and North Georgia. Hey, thank you there, Georgia Power. So Georgia Power, Jay Roberts over there on YouTube is reporting minor power issues. I will say this much for you, Georgia Power. I'm sure you guys are watching this heavier precipitation back to the west. If the model's holding true, I think we're going to see a surge in potential outages here going into the early afternoon hours when the heavier precipitation moves in and that wedge holds in place. So I think especially in that northeast corridor. So we're going to keep checking those power outages here pretty religiously. And I got to make sure this is back on. I'm going to go back to the state view here. So stand by me for a second while I switch this back over. I'm sorry, on the wrong damn map. Let's go over here. There we go. I'm going to switch this back to the state view just because it looks it's a little bit harder. I can look at the counties later. It's just quicker to get an update here. So Georgia, right now there's about almost 12,000 mile power, 11,956. So we're going to keep checking back on that this morning, and we'll get that going, and we'll see if that changes a whole lot. So what I suspect is going to end up happening here is we're going to continue to get these rounds of light freezing rain, light drizzle. You see the moisture kind of pumping up here out of the south, out of that main line there. So we're going to keep getting these little waves before the main rain shaft gets in here. So that'll keep the icing kind of steady, kind of keep going into those 20-degree temperatures. And then once the heavier precipitation moves in, it'll accelerate the icing very rapidly. I'm hoping that the roads warm up just enough to where it's not a super problem. But the icing on the power lines and the trees, that'll be a different story. That will accelerate very quickly. Everything's very icy, very frozen, ready to go. It's still late January. We're only about a month past the solstice. The sun angle is still pretty low out there. So I don't suspect that that real any kind of sun is going to help us out here, because we're definitely very thick clouds. Some of that ultraviolet radiation will get through and help out a little bit on those roads, especially the bigger ones that don't tend to ice up very much. But those black asphalt roads, those ones that typically, as you know, if you know in your neighborhood or wherever, like I know of a couple of them right near me, where they ice up all the time. Hey, One Speed, good to see you. Thank you. They're going to stay icy. They're just going to stay icy, and you know, I don't know how good that stuff they put down really works or not. We'll find out. So I'm gonna go back over to the chat here. I'm looking at both chats this morning, guys. Colleen's reporting at icy in Jasper. East Cobb says just no precipitation there at the moment. Obviously, Rome, y'all missed out on this. Y'all not gonna get too much over there. Hey, thank you for the stars. Appreciate that. Judy, thank you. Yeah, LJ will stay as rain. I suspect it probably will stay as rain over there. And Dalton's rain too. Yeah, that northwest corridor. Y'all at 36 degrees up in Dalton right now. So you're pretty good. Yeah, let's look at it. You know what? I have not even looked at the live cameras. We got sunlight out there. We can look around. Hello, dummy. So let's see what kind of cameras we got going on out there. We're gonna look at the quad. Oh, the cameras still go up there in Helen, and they're driving on the roads. Let's go take a look at the Helen here. Helen right now Helen's come up. It's at 32 degrees. Again, that elevation may help out a little bit. They've actually come up to 32 degrees there. That's good news to see. Looks like a tree down there, though. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, look down over here. Looks like a tree fell down on the edge of the road. Yeah, I just noticed that when the camera swung around, it looked like a tree had fallen down. You can see everything's got a glaze to it. Doesn't look too terribly bad, though. But Helen's temperature, if that temperature is correct at 32 degrees, that's a good thing. I was really concerned about Helen because it was showing such significant icing up near that area. So you can see all the trees got a nice little glaze to them. They kind of look a little shimmy there, but fairly light, and doesn't look like they got a lot of sleet. We got sleet here outside my door. Mixed in with that rain that came in last night with that first round. So Salty is reporting a quarter-inch ice, not sticking to the roads though. That's good to know. Hopefully the roads will be okay. But when it zoomed in, it looked like a tree may have fallen down at the end of the road down there. But let's look at some of the other cameras here. Let's look around a little bit. Brasstown Ball's at 27. Can't really see much there because they're up in the soup, obviously. But they still got power. That's good to see. Let's go up to Blairsville. Blairsville should be okay. You're on the other side of that road there. Hiawatha's at 35 degrees, so that's not a problem for you guys there. Let's see what Sky Valley's looking at. 28 degrees there. And they don't look very icy there. Looking pretty good up there at Sky Valley, although it's cold. It's definitely cold enough for more icing up there. Haven't lost power. Let's see, Lake Lanier. Ugh. look at that soupy there. That's nasty looking there at Lake Lanier. Now Dalton's got just plain old rain going there. Not looking too bad there right now. See the UGA campus. I've been having to kick this camera all night long. I'm not sure why it's being a pain, but I have to give it a little refresh every time. Uh-oh. That camera not working? Maybe it's down. Maybe they got a little power problem there on that camera. Oh, there it goes. So, just in the soup. Look at all the sleet there. Look at all the rooftops there in Athens. So a lot of sleet there fell in the Athens area. Very, very picture right there at Sanford Stadium there. So very icy there. Let's see what Dahlonega looks like here. Dahlonega was another place I was concerned about. Let's see. Can't see that camera. The camera's all iced up. All right, can't see that one. That's terrible. But those are some of the cameras out there right now. And yeah, it's good to see that Helen and Blairsville. Helen's at 32. That temperature was 28 last night. And hopefully that and it's obviously 100% saturated. So that's some good news for Helen. I was really concerned about them. Hey, thank you there, Pisha. Yeah, I'm retired. I'm a retired Army veteran. I did 30 years. I did 30 years. I did all in the reserves, but 10 years on active duty. My television meteorology career and my reserve career were never fully compatible. I had some issues with that. So, so I'm just glad to be able to come back and do what I love. This is my passion. You know, I love serving my country. I love doing the Army thing and doing the projects. But this is definitely my first love ever since I was a little kid. So anyway, let's start touring around here. Let me go back to the radar here. You see Marietta is sitting at 32. And we'll have new updates that'll be coming in here, you know, every half hour to hour on the temperatures. And thank you for the stars. I appreciate that. Didn't see who that was. Let me zoom back down here again. Mary, thank you, Mary. Getting some precip there through northern Milton. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to reset this. It looks like it locked up on me. Yeah, it did. Well, that's the first time that's happened. It didn't do that at all last night. So let me reset this thing. I'll tell you, I'll be glad when I got my weather computer. So I got to reset this here for a second. Stay bear with me for a second. This is called WeatherTap, by the way. I've had this one for a long time. I've always liked its composite radar. It does a pretty decent job, but it's composite there. So again, you can kind of see the big scale of the storm. Kind of turn everything back on here. Still got that high is still wedging right in there. So you still got this big old high up here, and it's kind of got a partner right down here to the south. So we got the wedge very firmly in place there as that surge of moisture comes in from the west. This is a very complex weather map. I mean, my Lord. Trying to analyze and do a making on this is just a nightmare. We're very fortunate that this tongue of whatever milder air got in here, because otherwise it would have been a completely different story if this little tongue had not come up in there. We probably would have been looking at a much different situation. Definitely snow and everything else, but very complex setup here with that. So let me go in a little closer here. Oops. Look how cold the temperatures are. Got minus 26, minus 24 up in here. That's coming south too. Hayesville says they got the power on. They got ice all over the place. Like I said, I think the main ice, I was mentioning this last night. I said I didn't think we would lose power overnight. I didn't think the icing was going to be bad enough come the morning to be a problem. It was when the heavier precipitation moved back in with the icing that it was going to become a problem. And what I'm hoping is that some of these areas will come up a little bit in their temperatures before that heavier rain gets in here a little bit. Especially these western zones. I think those that are sitting right near 31, 32 degrees will come up a little bit. The ones that are in the 20s, you're probably going to stay there in the 20s here all day. Potentially there in Athens. Yeah, I do see the potential there for that wedge not pulling out of there, staying in the 20s here all day, and another surge of precipitation. Looks like a lot of sleet looking at that camera from UGA campus we were just looking at. Well, thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Shelly's watching from Brazelton in my backyard, and she says icy and sleeting. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're getting any more out there just yet. Hey, Tasha, they're gonna like and follow everybody. I comment. I'm not sure why your comment was hidden there, but I made sure you're unhidden now. Sorry about that. No, the rain that's coming in will not melt the ice and clear it out. The temperatures at the surface, all that rain's going to do when it comes in, it's going to hit that. It's going to hit that frozen ground, frozen everything, and it's just going to accumulate the ice on everything. All right, so that's what I'm most concerned with. That's what the models are showing, and we'll see what happens here with this. Now, once this goes on by, let me see. The 12Z was still chewing, and I wanted it'll take us out for once it's fully in, it'll take us out for the whole duration. Is it all the way in now? 36 hours of it's in, so it's close enough. I can look at 36 hours. So let's go over here back to the model data here, and Again, this will kind of take you out for the whole event of the icing. That's the rest of the icing on top of what we got. So you're looking at a third to another over half inch. Like over near Athens, it's kicking out another half inch of this stuff. So really bad stuff. Again, we've already got icing in these areas. This is on top of what we've already had on here. So that's going to continue to ice up in those areas. So we still got that. But let's look at the temperatures here. And there's a couple things with the temperature I do want to point out. I still think, my gut tells me that this is underdoing the temperatures going into Monday morning a little bit. It's still low 30s here, 20s. I still think that's underachieving here a little bit. But one thing's for certain, it don't look like we may briefly touch above freezing here. I mean, you see 33, 34, 32, 30, there's 26. But it's going to be a very cold day tomorrow. And then when I look at the wind chills, the apparent wind chills, it's going to be windy tomorrow. And the wind chills are just absolutely brutal. There is a cold weather advisory up for this because of those wind chills for tomorrow. A lot of teens, 12 degrees. Hey, welcome aboard, Kimmy's Cook. And it stays pretty much cold with those wind chills here all day long. And the wind lingers in tomorrow night. Look at these. Wow. 3, 10, 5, lower teens. Again, this model still got a little bit more to chew. Just kind of check and see. Oh, look at that. Wow. See that, all that gray area, see it? That's below 0 wind chills at 9 o'clock. So very cold. Very, very nippy. So it's going to be a cold week, guys. It just know it's going to be cold. The problem is we got no other winter precipitation chances. It is going to be cold and it's going to be dry. We got a cold northwest flow. There's no moisture coming up from the southwest. There's no opportunities for any kind of snow. There was one feature that had an opportunity, but that Arctic air was so big, so intrusive, and pushed so far south, it took that little feature and just dumped it right into the Gulf, and it was not going to be a problem bringing snow or anything to anybody else. So we're going to see a waste of some very cold air and no opportunity for snow. Maybe we'll get a better chance in February, but it gets a little bit harder the deeper into February we go. But right now, at least from right now through what looks like at least the 3rd or 4th of February, I don't see anything out there as far as opportunities for snow at this time. So, I did predict one snow and one ice event. We got the ice event, snow event. We did kind of have it in Georgia, just didn't quite get into North Georgia. I was doing a long range projection back in October. I said we get one of each. So I've kind of sort of checked the box on both of those. But I know technically it don't count because it didn't fall in North Georgia. It was in, East Georgia, South Georgia. Didn't quite hit our area. So that means I guess I'm just a bad forecaster. But I did predict this at the beginning of the year, my October preview that I did. Back when this channel only had about, we had about 5,000 folks or so over there on the channel. So anyway, appreciate you guys checking out. So we got to make sure you guys continue to feed that beast on YouTube and Facebook. And it requires you guys as participants, okay? Just like Crypto Plumber just did. Make sure you stay on top of this. What you guys got to do is make sure that you continue to hit the like button whenever you can. Because typically, the reason why I asked y'all to do this is because the way these algorithms work and the turnover. You typically get people that are watching for 6-7 minutes and then they go on to something else. And the way the YouTube algorithm and the Facebook algorithm identify an active page is by active participation. So if somebody leaves, it'll bring it up, it'll pop up in their feed or whatever else for them to come back in. So the more active we are, the better it'll be on there. Now eventually this channel will get big enough we won't have to do that anymore. It'll do it on its own. Like the Ryan Halls of the world that never have to worry about that stuff. But when you're a new guy and you're relatively small, you got to do that. So, all right, let's go back here to the radar here. Still showing a little bit of mix up there showing up on the radar up there across northwest Georgia, just a little bit. So here's some of that occluded front. Who's analyzing this stuff, man? I tell you, some of the weirdest maps I've been seeing with this stuff. So this stuff's moving pretty good. And we still get these little waves of precipitation that keep coming out of here to the south. Look what happens as these little waves, they turn green, they go right into that cold air, and they really kind of turn it into that sleet. So you're probably going to see these little bursts of a little bit of sleet, a little bit of freezing rain with all this stuff kind of coming up here from the south. kind of going through the metro area right now. Let me pull up the metro area cameras and see how bad the soup looks down there. I've been using the Fox cameras down there. And we'll see if it'll come up. These were going up and down. The problem with these Fox cameras is that if they get too many people on them, they tend to not pop up. That's one thing about those Worldview cameras that I never really liked. And it looks like they are all down. So yeah, it's because they got too much traffic on them. So we can't use them right now. But I tell you, I am so grateful to see Helen at 32. I am so grateful to see Helen at 32 degrees. I see the power crew right there going through. Yeah, that is a tree down at the end of the road. I thought I saw one down there. Yeah. So the main highway looks like there is a tree down on the main highway and going through Helen. It's just like it's covering part of the road down there. Probably a weak tree that just got a little bit too much ice on it and came down. So if you guys have any reports, anything of any ice, of any serious icing or any kind of issues in your area, please put them down in the chat for everybody to kind of share. And we'll continue to look through there. Somerville, you guys are just looking at plain old rain over there, Karen. You guys are on the warm side. Okay, I don't expect a whole lot there more for you guys in Somerville. Work tomorrow. Well, I tell you, the problem for tomorrow is going to be this. We got the heavy rain coming in here. It's going to be windy behind us. I suspect we're going to have a lot of black ice around. Now, the model run we just looked at right now was showing the temperatures cold, but not as cold as what they were showing yesterday early, where I really thought the temperatures really crashed right back in the 20s very fast. It's a little more gradual. The speed at which we drop back below freezing will be critical because it'll go. Now, the northeast zones, because of all the icing we're going to see and everything else that's going to be there, I don't think we're going to warm up that much, and I think the temperatures go back down very quickly. So you're going to have to watch and pay attention to black ice in those areas. I think a lot of school districts will probably be on precaution and probably close. Make sure you watch the latest on that. Donna's reporting no power up in Toccoa. And let's see what, I have to turn the counties on to look at that real quick. Let's look at the power outages again. And that's up in Raymond County here. Yeah, Toccoa's down here to the south. That one's not reporting. So let's show you these right here. There we go, back here. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong one. Sorry. There you go. All right, so right now, Raymond County's got about 1,300 without power. Helen, where we saw that down tree, has 384. These aren't bad. 467, 962. So you got outages, but these are not like through the roof bad to where the crews can get in and get back up here. Let's check out some of these temperatures of some of these cameras. We'll start first in Raymond County up here. It's 30 degrees up in Raymond. Look at the icing on the trees up there. Let me show you that. Yeah, look at the icing. See the trees kind of drooping over? All the icing up there on those trees. So we got the freezing rain up there, Raymond County. I'm sure they're real icy. Almost did it. Almost did it again. Let's look down here at some of these cameras here. Let's look at Dawsonville. That camera's not popping up. It's 29 degrees there. Chastity. Yeah, there you go. Ice baby. A lot of sleet in there. A little more sleet than I was expecting. Just a little bit. But I know it was going to have a little bit. There again, these are your... Get an idea what these cameras are showing up this way. Again, you have the sleet. You see the trees kind of bending just a little bit. It's at 26 degrees there, so that's just not good. Atlanta Motor Speedway, 32. That's up on the roof. Can't really see that very well. Welcome aboard, Jonathan. See a little bit of wind. You see a little bit of the icing up in the trees, a little bit. A little nice little glaze. 27 degrees there. So what we're going to be watching, folks, is we're going to watch the temperature when that heavier precipitation comes on in. Now, the further to the west I go, the temperature should come out. Because here's 32 degrees. So Bartow, you're looking good. You don't have to worry about that. You're above freezing there. 32.3 there at the firehouse. So the further west you go, the temperature going. Look at over Cherokee County. It's 26 degrees there. See folks out and about over here. Not as much sleet fell, but the icing exceed on the trees back here. There in Alpharetta, 28.9. Look at the icy tree there on the side. A little bit of rain still falling there. See the droopiness of some of these trees with some of the glazed ice on them. Kennesaw, I think y'all should be all right. Yeah, 32.4. If you're at 32.4 anything, you're okay. It's a little drizzly and rainy over there. So we're going to be favoring the wedge zones. Is where a lot of that's going to be. But we'll keep checking on the power here as we go through this morning. Really won't see any big changes. If anything, we might see those kind of improve a little bit until the heavier precipitation gets into those zones. Thank you, Navy vet. Hey, a Navy vet. Hey, go Army, beat Navy. That's all right. Although y'all beat us this year, so you can slam that in my head pretty good. That was a good football game, though. Good game this year. I tell you, I was so had the opportunity to do the live shot for the when Army finally beat that like 11 straight years of losing the Navy. We did the live shot. My crew did from Kuwait when I was deployed, and it was so cool to do that shot. It was so cool. I was actually sitting on the front, just clapping my hands up, yay! Anyway, all right, let's see. Yep, if your power looking good. Ackworth side of Cherokee County isn't bad. All the wet roads. Yeah, Ackworth, that's getting out to the west. Not worried about that too much. Ugh. I will have to grab me something to eat here in a second. I'm going to go grab something out of the fridge because I am a little hungry. Worked all night late. Man, I don't know if y'all's elevation could play a player. If that warm air is shelling out the cold air, because Helen's up to 32 degrees, I suspect Suches may not get too much more on that side of the mountains. It's going to stay on the your elevation may help you there. Yeah, Cartersville, not worried about Cartersville. I think y'all's temperature is going to start coming up a little bit. I'm more concerned about those areas here. Again, up across the northeast sections. So all up in here. And there's Dahlonega, kind of coming right down into this. This is the primary zone here where these temperatures sit in the 20s as that heavy precipitation races in from the west. So we're about halfway through. It's about ready. I'd say we're probably about maybe an hour from that initial stuff to start coming through the northwest zones. And judging by the model was saying between 1 and 2 o'clock. Thank you there, WUVIFI. I appreciate you guys keeping us going. Hey, give me 1 second, guys. I really need to buy. If I'm gonna keep going, I gotta get some fuel. If y'all hold on for 1 second, I'll be right back. I've got to get me a little bite to eat. Just something. I'm gonna grab something real quick. Be right back. Had 2 new subscribers when I was away. Thank you guys. I just went and grabbed a quick cheese sandwich. Something quick, something fast. Not sure about coming. I'm going to hurt anything there as far as power outages, nor does the map really show anything in your area. So, as this stuff's coming up to the south, I mean, it's 27 degrees over in Gainesville, 28 over in Ball Ground, so it's probably similar temperature there and coming right around, 27, 28 degrees. So, we'll see how that goes on here. I'll tell you one thing for you guys. Don't go out on the roads, especially if you're in those northeast zones. The western areas, like Rome and over toward Dalton, you got Calhoun, you guys are okay. It's where the cold wedge is, and we got these very cold temperatures. So let's go back here, and I got to keep recycling through here a little bit. Thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you, Solo Deals. Appreciate that. Let's go over here to the main map here again. I'm going to pull up the radar for you guys to see, or the estimate radar, because we didn't show this earlier. So let me pull that up real quick. Give me 1 second. And let's go to here. All right. All right, so here we go. Let's get into this. All right, so here's your timestamp there. Watch that as we go forward. We're going to track that heavier rain here coming out of Alabama. So that's 11 o'clock. I think this is might be a little slow, just a little bit. Now watch what happens when that heavier precipitation runs into that wedge. See that? Is that all darkened up there? That's where the heavier icing is going to take place. It stays there. It does not move out at all. Right through 4 o'clock. And 5 o'clock it starts to pull on out as that system goes by. So that entire northeast section, the wedge never breaks down. Not one bit. Not until the boundary clears it out completely. So that cold air wedge is going to stay there. And then we're just plain old cold, nothing behind it. I was thinking there might be a chance we might see some snow flurries behind this, but the model's not showing anything like that. So we're all done. Mark Brisbane. Hey, I know Mark. I know a Mark Brisbane. I don't know if it's the same Mark, but if it is, hey, Mark. So that's how we're tracking right there and right now. So right now, we're scattered icing going on right now. The main precip starts to pick up at 1 o'clock. You see it there to the western zones over toward the Canton area. And then between 1 and 2 o'clock, it goes downhill from there. So Madison County is at 25 degrees, 24.8 degrees, says Briz 65. So still very cold there. Dawsonville, you're right in the middle of that stuff. Again, you know where Dawsonville is. It is sitting, right up here. There's Hall County, where you're about right about there. So again, you're looking at some icing up in Dawsonville and going right on through here. So that's what we're expecting right now, guys. Again, storm's not over. We're not finished with it. So you guys up there in Wedge Capital City, and you guys know where you live, don't go out on the roads. Stay off them. Watch some football today. Hopefully the power don't go out on you. But I think that's going to be the opportunity where we see, starting early afternoon, the icing become more significant, where we might see the power outages start to creep up and surge up as that heavier precipitation moves on in. That'll be the window if that is to occur at that time. Thank you, Taylor Wellborn. Thank you. You guys keep feeding the YouTube beast. I appreciate you. All right. Looking over here at Facebook here. Dalton, just rain. You're looking good there. Lumpkin, snow ice mix in South Lumpkin. A lot of what you think is snow on the ground is not snow, folks. That's sleet. It may look like it's white. It's not snow. A lot of it's just sleet. Forsyth County is reporting no. The EMC is reporting no power outages there. Temperature of 31 degrees. Right there on the line with Dawson. Hartwell, man, you all going to get hit. You got more icing coming your way. Hole in the wall is open. Use caution on your own discretion. I wouldn't recommend anybody getting on the roads right now. That's the last thing. Just stay home. Especially now, you guys where it's all raining right now and it's above freezing. If your temperatures are above freezing, it's going to stay above freezing until tonight. If it's below freezing wherever you're at right now, stay home. Don't go on the roads, especially that northeast zone. Just don't do it. Let's just wait for this to pass down. You can spend one day, and hopefully you don't lose power. That's the big thing. Hopefully the power doesn't not become a problem. I'm glad this is not a more widespread issue, is what some of the models were indicating earlier in the week. But it did really favor into that typical wedge northeast zone area, a couple days ago, and it looked like that was going to be the main areas. I know why the Weather Service put the high storm warning for the entire North Georgia area. There was a reason for that. I think part of it's going to be also encompassing, since it goes until Monday morning, is to encompass the black ice part of this as part of the quote-unquote ice storm. So where we're getting any kind of ponding, any kind of runoff, any kind of this heavy rain that's going to be a problem, especially the western zones, because the temperatures are colder over there, icing is going to be a major problem come Monday morning. I'm really hoping that the wind that's going to come up dries out a lot of it, but it's not going to get all of it. So as a result of that, we're going to see icing to be a problem in spots. Jackson County reporting a temperature of 27 degrees there from also the JRA guy. Okay. Wind chill 21. Yeah, the wind chills are definitely going to stay. We're getting a persistent 15 mile per hour wind across the area here. So 15, 20 miles. So, all these temperatures here, the wind chills are sitting here in the low teens. It's pretty just, you used to go outside and you go, screw this, I'm staying inside. No, thank you. It's too rough out there. Just very, very cold. This is helping. Now, let's see how we're doing on our algorithms here. All right, we got up to 546 likes. Way to go there on Facebook. Y'all keep that going. Keep going. One thing I'll notice with Facebook, weird beast. It'll drop off, keep going on stuff. We did 8 hours yesterday. We were only getting like 100 people on there. Had to relaunch it, came back up. It shot right back up to like 400 or 500. Weird beast. YouTube's a little bit different. The way YouTube works, as the people keep subscribing and do the stuff, as the activity goes up, the numbers go up. Facebook, I haven't quite figured out yet. We'll figure it out in time. Will any flooding occurring? I'm not expecting any. Flooding should not be an issue. We've been so dry. It's been 2 weeks since our main last rain event, so we should be okay. Yeah, Blairsville is warm. You got to worry about Blairsville. You're okay there. Roma's looking good too. Ball ground. Y'all are sitting at 28 degrees right now, so I think some additional icing is in your works as this precipitation rolls in out of Alabama. Welcome aboard, Jalen White. Hey, Jalen. Oh. And Beverly Bright, thank you. Let's see, we're getting awfully close. Well, we're getting ready to do it. It's going to happen here any second. So I'm going to share this with everybody. We got a big milestone we're getting ready to pass on Facebook here any moment. We only need 16 more to officially crack 60,000 Facebook followers. That's a nice milestone to hit. So over here, I'm going to put this over here in the YouTube channel. You guys can help me out over here. I'm putting this in the chat. There's the Facebook address there. If you want to go over there and please follow the page on Facebook, you get your Facebook there. If you're on your phone, go ahead and hit the follow button over there. Help push us over. We're officially cracking 60,000. That's amazing. Amazing because I say we're amazing because we at the beginning of the week we were at 44. So it's come up quite a bit. It's been an amazing, nice little run. And then for those who don't know, our YouTube channel, which is the reason why it's not monetized and doesn't have like the super chat and all that's going, is because we hasn't been turned on yet. Is the it was only at about 369 on Monday, and you can see where it's at right now. So it's going to quickly become my number one in my top page, my Weather Nerds one, which I spent 2 years working on. I only got to about 8,500. Yeah, that audience is going to get eclipsed real quick. So we found our audience here in North Georgia, and I do appreciate you guys checking us out here for our forecast here on YouTube as well. So we go back over to Facebook here. Just kind of keep on the chats here. Thank you there for the stars. Thank you. I'm not sure why that's not scrolling up all the way. Oh, that's why. Come up here. Duh. Jill Passmore, thank you. It should be Scott. I'm expecting it to be mostly just rain as that comes on in there. I'm not expecting any kind of mix as that heavier precipitation moves in out of Alabama. It should be just plain old rain. But again, the problem is that the surface temperatures are going to be down below freezing, especially in those northeastern corridors. It's the models all indicate it's staying in the upper 20s to right near 30 degrees as that moves on through. So that's going to cause that icing to continue. So I'm not expecting a mix. I think the early stuff we're kind of getting right now, there may be a little mixing with that a little bit. Still a little bit of sleet coming in with that, but not that much. Sharon S. Crouch, your new subscriber. Well, thank you for being a subscriber. And you folks on Facebook, if you want to become part of the subscriber base, my intent here for the subscriber base is to help pay for the weather app, which we're going to launch on 1 March. The data fees on that weather app are $750 a month. So I was going to use all the combination of all those subscribers to help cover the data fees for that weather app. And then eventually we'll get a sponsor for it and it'll be covered. But at least to get it launched off the ground, that's what my intent for the subscriber service was going to be. Every dime, every cent. I'm retired military. I got a decent pension. I don't need the money from this operation to be used to buy food or buy gas or any of that stuff. No, every last dime goes back into the channel. In fact, when I do my taxes, especially for this year and next year, the tax burden is gonna be like close to zero because I'm gonna put every last cent into the professional upgrades for the equipment, the weather equipment, everything we plan on this channel operationally. So I have an earned profit of nothing. So at least for the first 2 years. So Uncle Sam lets you do that when you're starting up a business. So, and this is a business. I'm an LLC. If you go up in Facebook, you'll see up there on the pinnings, you'll see my business license there for the city of Brazelton. I got my LLC in there too. So you guys can see this. It's not a fly-by-wire thing here. Yeah, South Metro. I just was never buying it. Was going to get that. It's 30 degrees down there in Griffin, but I think that temperature is going to come up a little bit. Hey, London, thank you for coming on board. So, what's interesting to me about doing weather coverage and something like this, and I'm not picking on anybody specifically in this audience. I'm so don't think I'm talking about you there. All right, is the fact that when it comes to winter weather in the South, especially, if it doesn't go a certain way, people get offended, and I don't know why. It always blows my mind. We know weather's it's constantly changing. It's in flux. I'm looking at a deck of cards that's constantly shuffling, and I'm trying to determine where it's going to go. Now, this big weather pattern, this cold outbreak, and what this thing evolved into was pretty straightforward. We knew what was going to happen. So there was going to be a winter event, or a big one across the country. Saw all the cards. We're checking all the boxes. We're seeing all that. So we know all that was going to happen. Then you're working out the details. And this thing, the detail part of this thing was extremely detailed. For obvious, you see the little warm tongue, the wedge, the extreme Arctic cold. It was something. It's what makes weather kind of fun, is because every situation is different. This one's definitely a unique beast, to say the least, on this one. I don't think any of my weather colleagues would debate that. It is just the sheer size of it. We're not talking like a superstorm, like the Superstorm 93, like a big, strong, low-pressure system that goes on through. This is one big, giant bumper car mess between two air masses. That's what this is. I'm going to pull this out here a little bit, again, showing this. You've got one air mass bumping into another air mass. We call it a baroclinic zone. where these two air masses are bumping into each other. And one's a very, very cold, like a mountain of cold air. And that cold air is just pushing up that warm, or the other air mass out in front of it, and it's forming the precipitation. And that's why this precipitation field is just so huge. Now getting into the Northeast. I mean, to get heavy snows in New England and into Pennsylvania with temperatures in the single digits, that's just crazy. That means the snow ratios, or at least the amount of snow on the that can accumulate on the ground, are going to be very high as compared to the lower amounts. So, and then you got this cold air wedge just sitting here across northeast Georgia, funneled down the mountains, and then you got that that warm tongue in here, just really weird seeing that. And then you got the cold air behind it. So it's just been a real mess here across the area. So like Tennessee, they went through snow, back over to rain. Now they're going to end up with some mess. All the roads up in Tennessee are going to be an icy mess all over the place. It's going to be real, as bad as it's going to be. I think it's going to be here in North Georgia. They're really going to have it bad because the back end is precipitation. So look at the temperatures here across the area here, just kind of going across here, the area. So you look back over here. It's 18 back over here in Memphis. Hey, Rachel. You got 36 degrees in Florence. They're behind the front, but the temperature is going to start dropping as this cold air moves in this way. You got 43 Scottsdale, 36 over here near, it's up to 41 now in Dalton, but 28 there in Canton. So, I mean, you can get an idea of how difficult watching this thing is. It's like, okay, trying to keep a jigsaw puzzle together, you know? So it's definitely a challenging thing. So what we're going to be watching closely is just our temperatures. We're doing two things right here as we're in track mode right now. What I like to call, I refer to as nowcasting, is we're watching precipitation in Alabama. That's about halfway through the state right now. That'll be coming into Georgia here by the time we get closer to the lunch hour. And as it runs in that cold, what are the temperatures doing up and before this precipitation gets here? My guess is the temperatures, for the most part, are going to kind of hold steady. I think the areas that are in the western fringes may come up a couple degrees, which is important. The warmer it makes it, obviously, if you get to 32, 33 degrees, you're just looking at a plain old cold rain. 1 degree, just 1 degree can make a big difference, whether you're getting freezing rain or you're just getting plain old rain. Just 1 degree can make a big difference. Oh, I forgot to do this. Let me share this. So here we go. And there it is. Welcome aboard, Low Road. So there it blows. Right there. 60,013. Congratulations, North Georgia. Thank you very much. We just went over 60,000. Nice little milestone. Still got a little while to my next personal milestone. I'll keep that to myself. It's still about 15,000 away, I'd say. But we made a real nice, we closed that gap quite a bit. So we'll get there soon. We'll get there soon enough. We're well on our way. Helen Power, the Helen Georgia, the power is going on and off at the hotel right now. There might be a reason for that. I noticed we were looking at this live shot earlier from Helen. And you see all the iciness on the trees there. I'm surprised the camera's still working, which is good. But as this camera posed around toward the end of the street, it looked like there was a tree down there. But I see the lights on the trees there. So still got power there. And the temperature there, I think I didn't see it. Let me do it again. 32. That's good. That temperature come up just a little bit. Now, the icing really gets significant when you're in the upper 20s. Now, the icing really accelerates when you're in the upper 20s. Thank you. Last night, it wasn't wet. It was ice. It was 28 degrees at 2 in the morning. It was one big sheet of ice glaze. So the see folks driving on it now. It looks like, it looks like a tree down there at the end of the street. But I don't think it's over the road. It looks like it's just right off the thing there. So it looks like it's okay. It doesn't look like it's blocking anything. No updates in the washer warnings. We're leaving that alone. Kind of figured they would. So, William Sutton. Thank you, William. So Atlanta is holding right around 32. So is Kennesaw. Dallas is at 32. Cartersville's at 32. Canton near Ball Grounds 28. We got these little surges of little impulses keep coming through here. Let me look out my door, see if I'm getting that precipitation. Hold on one second. Yeah, that's sleet. That's a sleet with a little rain. So I can report this little feature here. This one coming up through Gwinnett right now through Brazelton and stuff. This is looks like a little bit of light sleet and freezing rain with that. That is what I'm seeing outside my door. You get that. You can hear that little sound that sleet makes when it hits the ground. So a little light sleet mixed in with that a little bit of freezing rain. So what's my temperature? Hold on. So my weather sensor showing 30 degrees. So, hey, Doc Holliday. Oh, hey, the one and only Doc Holliday. I'm your Huckleberry. So a little sleet with that. That's coming on in. So watching those temperatures, man. That's what we're going to be tracking today. Hey, good morning, Dawsonville. Good to see you there. Mary, is that Shamey? Mary, good to see you there on YouTube. Yeah, Gilmer, you guys are fine. You're on the warm side of the mountains. Yeah, geography. That's what makes forecasting Georgia so much fun. Is just the sheer geography of it. I mean, if you didn't have those mountains there, it'd be a different story altogether. But the Appalachian Mountains play such a critical prey. Hey, Taylor, welcome aboard. Those mountains play such a critical player as far as the weather here across Georgia. So it's moving right along. Yeah, I think we're just going to continue to see these little showers, these little sleet bursts, these little rain. I think that's just going to continue. That's just going to continue to be prevalent and coming up through here until the main stuff comes on through. So that will continue to go on through. So my dog, who's coming over to check on me, normally on a Sunday morning around this time, we would go down to the store. I get my big fountain drink, and those who watch on Facebook know our little Jack Russell, who's like 13 years old. He's all about his routine, and he likes to get his morning cheese. And today I'm going to have to give him the cheese out of the fridge. He's not going to get his cheese stick like he normally gets. And because he's an old dog, when he doesn't get his routine, he pouts all day. So he's going to be pouting a little bit today, unfortunately. Way it goes. Company's saying a little bit of quarter-eighth of sleet, but no ice on trees. All right, so it fell mostly asleep for you guys. Well, like I said, it's a mix all over the place. It's kind of interesting that the European model was showing no sleet at all. The GFS was showing sleet, but was bonkers with it. And then the GFS went away with the sleet. So I guess you kind of take an extrapolation between the two. Low sleet amounts with some freezing rain. So Gainesville, Gary's in Gainesville, still got power. Yep, we got power here. Again, I'm going to tell y'all, the power outages right now statewide, we're starting to get some more that came out. We got some new counties that just popped in here. Let me go back over to the map, to the power map here. And we've got some new counties that just popped in. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight these real quick for y'all. Thank you there, Duran. Thank you. Let's go over to, here we go. Go back over to this one here. All right, so I see the Tacoma one's coming 856 watt power there in Stevens County. And that's as of just a few minutes ago. You got 856 there. 2,500 up there in Rabun County. Got 1,300 in White County. 1,700 in Lumpkin County. 943 in Pickens and 665 in Gordon, and Dade up here has got 294. But this is starting to show indications of coming up now. So We're going to watch the power going here. They've been trickling up here. So what's the total? Last time I checked the state total, it was just under 12,000. So let's see what the total is currently here. Let's see what it shows right now. It's come up. So we've seen the power outage here is jumped from just below 12,000, now showing 19,000 without power. So these power outages are going to be creeping up. And I suspect they may surge up when that heavier precipitation comes in to those areas. Now, the counties that I think they're going to be the worst affected here are going to basically be Hall County, I think Dawson, Forsyth, Lumpkin, White, Habersham, Stevens, Franklin, Hart, Madison, Clark Oconee, maybe northern Gwinnett a little bit, Walton. The areas where those temperatures are sitting in the 20s still, those areas are going to be the ones impacted the most with the icing. It'll happen very quickly, very fast. I'm hoping the roads stay fairly clear, but the icing, the trees and overpasses, that's a different beast. We go back to county mode here, or to the counties. I guess I could leave both of them on. Yeah, let's just leave both of them on. There you go. That way I can pull up down. There you go. I'll just leave both of them on. That way I can kind of highlight the counties and the other one. So this is going to be our power map right here. So we'll keep looking at that. Come back to the weather tab. So again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. We're at 9:15 here on the 24th. I know folks might be waking up and thinking, well, is the ice storm over? Well, it depends on where you're at. Okay, so if you're up across the western zones, northwest Georgia, the western areas of the state, yeah, you're pretty much done with any kind of threat. So, if you're in these areas, right up in here, you're okay. All right. Even up here, you kind of draw up in here too. So, but for everybody else that's in this wedge zone, oops, let me clear this out. I can't draw on there. I really hate the way this pin is set up, but it is it's set up, and I'll have to figure it out a different way later. But anywhere up in this zone here, going down to the perimeter, anywhere in that zone right there, it ain't over for you yet. We got to watch the temperatures to see if they start creeping up a little bit, especially the southern tier. But I always bet on the wedge. I always do. And this wedge looks like it's going to hold steady and firm right through the afternoon. So I'm not anticipating the temperatures to budge at all until the front goes by. The high temperatures, like I had forecasted 33 for Gainesville, that wasn't going to be until after the front went by. And it may go up to like 35, 36 briefly before it comes back down. All right. Y'all be nice out there. Some parts of Helen may be losing power, some not. Who knows? But we are seeing some outages in that county. So some parts of Helen probably are being impacted. One thing about doing wall-to-wall coverage, I've always had this problem. I don't have a cold. I get a lot of drainage when I'm talking for a lot of time. It gets into my sinuses. One of those things. I really hate it. I remember doing wall-to-wall coverage for Hurricane Ivan back in 2004. Same problem. So, just so you know. Anyway, let's go over to the YouTube, over to the Facebook here. Hey, Banks. Oh, Banks. I did miss Banks. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, still. Angie, there's no snow in this. I'm not sure where you're at, but this is all, it's either sleet or freezing rain coming on here. There's no snow out there. Did I say 24th? Okay, 25th. I worked on the 24th. I worked into the 25th. So, the days blurred together. Angie over in Jackson County says 27 where she's at. Yeah, it's pretty. And Franklin County, yep, you're in there too. Anywhere in that northeast corridor where I've been drawing. Y'all all got to watch whatever. We got these little impulse waves. I'd say the model said pretty good with this, as far as seeing all that. Now, looks like the temperatures just updated a little bit. Looks like they came up just a smidgen. See, 28, 28, 27, 26. These temperatures, if I see them budged above 30, we'll worry about that. Lawrenceville's at 28, Winder's 28, Athens is at 26, Monroe's at 28. And the reason why I'm focusing on the 20s is because when the temperatures are in the upper 20s and we get rain, freezing rain especially, it really accumulates quickly. So closer to 32, it accumulates not quite as fast, like at 31 degrees when it's marginal. But it's been my experience when the temperatures are in the upper 20s with a decent rain coming in, the accumulation is very fast. So we're getting really close here. You see the line now approaching up here across northwest Georgia, just getting very close here within the next 30 minutes or so. So start crossing into the state. Still got a little ways to go before it gets into the wedge zone. The wedge zone. I should trademark that. It may take it a little while. Still a little bit. We're tracking that probably around the lunch hour for it to be moving in there between 12, 1 o'clock or so. All right. So in the meantime, we're going to continue to have these little waves of precipitation that are going to continue to roll in there. I've seen, like the one that just rode through me, was a lot of sleet in them with that. Kennesaw, you guys are sitting at 32 there. I think I think you're gonna be okay over there. Yeah, it's 31 there. It's very close. So again, I really don't think y'all gonna have major power disruptions over there in Cobb County. Could be wrong, but we'll see. But the closer into that wedge zone going into Gwinnett and Hall County and over toward Jackson and Barrow, that's those areas, and heading up toward Banks, obviously, and Habersham, and those areas I'm the most concerned about as far as the icing and how that's going to impact everybody. Appreciate you guys checking us out, by the way, and we got to do our little Feed the Beast little thing here. I try to keep an eye on my time because I got to do this again, the normal average turnover time when we're doing live coverage on this stuff is like typically 6-7 minutes. So if you don't do the steps that the Facebook or YouTube algorithms ask for, you lose your audience, because as people leave, they're not replaced. So if you're over on YouTube, y'all keep doing the subscribe, keep doing the chats, keep doing the likes over there. I have not looked at the likes over there on YouTube yet. Let's see how we're doing over there. Looks like here. Let me see here. Sorry about that. So going to my main page here. What we're doing over here, we're up to. Oops, sorry about that. Turn that thing down. 298. All right, y'all keep that going. Thank you for that new subscriber. So we got 298 likes over there on YouTube, and we got 680 over on Facebook. So Facebook's beating YouTube right now. There is no tornado coming, Ermin. No tornado, and you know that. That's why you're asking the question. Always a comedian. No. Now, if you want to see a tornado, go south. Go down toward if you do live down in South Alabama, Florida Panhandle, Southwest Georgia, there is a tornado risk down that way today. But if you're in North Georgia, nope, you're good. You got Sandra in Habersham County in the house. Matthew Blackwell, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. Baldwin Banks got snow and sleet. I really doubt there was any snow of that. I know you look outside, everything looks white. Oh, there's snow on the ground. It's sleet. Believe me, it's sleet. I was looking at the temperature profiles, which looks in the atmosphere across North Georgia. They were all sleet or freezing rain. It was not showing. The column of air was not frozen all the way down. Sorry about that. I should have muted my mic when I did that. Sorry about that. Cherokee County didn't receive much precipitation, no icing on power lines or tree limbs. The secondary roads and driveways are fine. Thank you there, David, for giving us an update there in Cherokee County. So, Cherokee County, Jason Shorter, welcome aboard. It's 28 up near Ball Ground. I'm sure Canton's pretty close to that. Over here in Kennesaw, it's 32. So Canton's probably around 30, 28. And it looks like when we were tracking that precipitation last night, it was tracking just a little bit further off to the east. So you may have missed a lot of the sleet of that initial round where it's kind of tracking to the east. Kind of where it's kind of falling now. You see that little, where it's kind of been tracking right through here? So you kind of missed in out, but that's not to say you may not get some, if your temperature stays down at 28, 30 degrees, that you won't get any icing when this surge of the heavier precipitation arrives for this afternoon. That is definitely still in the cards. I would not. So, like I said, it's a waiting game right now, and we're tracking the temperature along with the radar right now as we wait for this complex mess of junk to get over this way. Let me see if the upper low is showing up on the satellite, on the visible here a little bit. Well, what's left of it anyway. Doesn't look too bad. It's right back here in Arkansas. And then we got another upper little feature back here to the west. What was interesting, and then you got this huge, this is another dump here coming on down here right through there. Earlier models were trying to take a disturbance and rate it across the Gulf, but this bad boy is so heavy coming southward, it's going to shove it right down into the Gulf, just bury it. So we're not going to get any sort of winter precipitation across south. A couple days ago, the GFS was trying to produce another coastal low or coastal system. European wasn't showing it. That's why I wasn't going crazy with it. But the European model, the GFS model 2 days ago was saying we're going to get 2 to 3 feet of snow across North Georgia. And I was like, no way in hell. That ain't going to happen. So the European's not showing it. I'm not showing it. We got All Right Now in Marietta saying she's got some ice on her trees and bushes. Do I have a business Venmo? Not yet. We do advertise if you're interested in doing advertisements. And we've got 3 sponsors here, and I haven't mentioned them yet. I got several folks out there. One of our main ones out there, who's our Weather on the Go guy, is the Family Text Prep, and we've also got a company that car place up into Cleveland, and we got Circle Y Pipelines out of Dawsonville. So those are our initial advertising yet. We're still kind of working to get our packages together. Once the 24-hour channel gets going, the advertising package will be straightforward and very easy. So right now I'm just kind of doing sponsorship deals. They are $300 for the month, and you get the postings on the material, whether it be the forecasts, weather postings, which typically go a little crazy, severe weather stuff, all that. So basically that boils down to like $10 a day. That's pretty reasonable, pretty low. I spend like $900 a month on my own advertising for this business on Facebook. So, but I try to keep it as economical as possible for the small businesses. Let's go back over here to the weather tab. Yeah. Oh man, I feel like a kid on Christmas, or waiting for Christmas to come. I'm just, waiting to see what happens with this heavier precipitation getting into that wedge, and what the outcome's going to be on it when it moves in. Cherokee County, like I said, you guys just will watch the temperature there right now at 28 degrees, and they're in ball ground. And Cherokee, yeah, that is definitely a area of concern for the Cherokee County folks. Yeah, I know the roofing companies. Again, I'm seeing y'all this chat. I'm just kind of reaching to my intent here, and I think I've got the numbers to support this, is to get one of the bigger companies, whether it be a roofing company, car dealership, one of the big HVAC companies, to be our primary sponsor, and to give us a 2-year commitment to be the sole primary sponsor, which their logo will be on every brand that we put out, every daily forecast and stuff like that. They give me the capital, then I'm able to build out the professional way. Now I am making some money. I'm going to be buying like new cameras, a teleprompter, interactive TV over here. I'm doing that on my own with the earnings I'm making from Facebook and a couple of my advertisers. But I really need the big money to get the weather computer, cover the data fees, and get that camera network we want. So that's what we hope to do in the future. I'm going to have some great stats from this one event to kind of share, to show that, hey, there's an audience there. Great opportunity here. Traditional media, it's dying. You want to dump over here to this digital platform, because this is where the life is. This is where it is. This is where it's going. Y'all need to come here. So we will see how that works out. All right. White County just went up. 9:17. Yeah, that was like 10 minutes ago. So seeing a few these power outages are starting to go up a little bit more. Also shows the states at 9:17. So here we go. Let me go back to the power outages here. So this is the current power outages here across North Georgia. So Raven County's got the most at 4,791. All right. Habersham, 947. Not too bad there right now. Stevens, 856. Heading over to where Helen's at, 2,095 in White County. Lumpkin County, 804. And Pickens County, a little over 1,000. So, and it's in these areas. Now, these counties up here, you're on the other side of the mountains. I don't suspect you're going to have problems. South of those mountains, this is where we're going to have problems. It includes Dawson eventually, and Hall, and coming over here toward Banks and Franklin. The southern county, as that heavier precip comes in, I think we're going to see this number begin to change. Statewide, coming up on 20,000 power outages currently, and I do suspect that will continue to climb as the heavier precipitation moves on in, which is getting very close to the northwest section, at least the initial start of it. And we're going to continue with these little showery, little sleet, little freezing rain showers that'll continue here the rest of the morning until we get that stuff going on. Can't believe my phone's only at 68%. I guess I wasn't asleep long enough for it to charge all the way up. Yeah, this has been an amazing storm. This is one they'll be talking about for a while. I remember the storm back in 2026 for other parts of the country. Maybe not so much here. Not really. I wouldn't put this storm on the level of like the storm of '93 or the 2014 event. I wouldn't put it on that par just yet, but it could be. We'll see what happens with the icing this afternoon. Hey, JC Scott trainees, how you doing? Desco, I think I said that right. Welcome aboard. All righty. So you guys over here, Habersham. I'm just going. My chat caught up with me. Sorry about that. Eric and Miro Bruffs reporting 39, and you're probably going to stay warm there. Diane, I love you to death. You're one of our main supporters out there, but you don't need to give me no more stars. Let these other people do it. I do appreciate you up there, Diane. She's one of our main subscribers there, longtime supporter when we first started. Kennesaw, you're sitting at 31, 32 degrees. I don't think it'll be too bad over that way. That's just a little bit too far to the west. Dr. Amanda is reporting 1/4 inch of ice in her yard in Oakwood, and she's still got power, and hopefully it stays that way. Jonathan Canton is reporting a little bit of light ice there. And more rain there incoming right now. And obviously the temperature is sitting at 29 degrees there incoming. So it's more freezing rain. If it's raining there, it's freezing rain. If you hear that little sound to the precipitation, you know that's sleet. So it's got that little S sound to it. Not a snake. Anyway, let's go back over to the radar here. I want to look at these temperatures a little bit. We are sitting at 932. So some of these should update here. It looks like we're kind of, everybody's temperatures like they're just kind of holding their own here. That's at 9:15. That was at 9 o'clock. That was at 9 o'clock. 9:15. 26 there, and Conyers. Cornelia. Cornelia's at 28, and Jefferson's at 26. 25 up there, and up near the border. Or 28 in Toccoa. Yeah, all these temperatures in the 20s, man. That is where the concern with this is going to be when this moves in.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
All right, they just did an update warning on the ice storm warming for Northeast Georgia. Let me see if it's been. Let me see what the message says here. That's what that alert tone was about.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
All right, so they're updating some text here. Let me look and see if they've updated anything here. That little weather alert tone is a good thing to allow me. It allows me to see how anything's been updated as far as any warnings. Does that for severe weather too, which is really cool. All right. Let's see here. Let's see. That was a 240, 307, 307, no change there. 112, 112. I don't see any change to the message. 11:58. So that was yesterday. 112. No change in the text. Well, here it is. Oh, here it is. 9:32. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Damaging ice expected. Additional light sleet accumulations and ice accumulations of 1/2 inch. Wind gust as high as 45. This is for the northeast area. Again, this is when that front blows through. This will include Raven County, and then getting into South Carolina. But only Raven County is mentioned in this, not the other counties that the weather office out of Greenville, South Carolina has. So they're talking about the wind. We're gonna have to watch too. That we got to watch what the winds are doing when the heavier precipitation moves in, because if the icing accelerates and we got any kind of wind out there at all, where we're shaking the trees or shaking power lines that's got a bunch of weighted ice on it, that will definitely accelerate the power outages across the area. All right, I need to go get me a new refill. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, you guys. Don't go nowhere. I think one thing I need to add to my studio build out, I guess it would make sense, is to put a small refrigerator in here that I can stock during severe weather moments. Now, I'm not going to put a pee station, if you ask. No, I'm not doing that. I'll still go to the bathroom and do that. But as far as refilling up on drinks to keep the throat lubricated and that kind of thing, a little fridge here, small fridge in here may not be a bad idea to have. So Cleveland got a guy, Imperial Eagles reporting. He's seeing a dew point of 27. What's your temperature there? Is that your temperature too? I'm assuming it's probably saturated. So 27 in Cleveland. And I appreciate y'all going. We're almost to 4,400 there on YouTube. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and let's push that thing past another 100. I'm always up for another 100 milestone on. I usually do the milestones on Facebook on 1,000 and on YouTube by the hundreds. So I like that. Welcome behold, Driveway Works. That's the fun thing about YouTube. I love the names, man. They rock. Anyway, let me see if the new model data is coming in. We should have a new model data here, like the 13Z. Yep, it's there. Let's go over and take a look at the new model data here. And we'll see about what that heavy precipitation is going to do here when it gets in here as far as any potential icing and stuff. Let's look at the timing on this. So this is at 9 o'clock this morning. That's the current picture, and that's fairly accurate there. I think it's a little slow with the heavier rain is. I think this is a touch slow, to be honest with you. Just a little bit. Thank you there, Drew Barrel. So it's still kind of showing like 1, 2 o'clock for the heavier precipitation to kind of erupting in here. You see the dark purples. That's when the heavy freezing rain is going to be taking place in those zones. Anything that gives us like a quick burst of heavy, like half-inch of rain or something, that's going to ice up very fast. So you see at 3 o'clock, it's 4 o'clock, and then by 5 we're done. All right, so you're basically looking at that window there with the light stuff we have up till 1 o'clock. Again, I think this might be a little slow, like by an hour, I would say. Just looking at what the radar is looking like, it might be a little slow, but it looks like we got about a 2-3 hour window. There's some pretty good heavy freezing rain moving across those counties, especially these counties right there. I'll stop right there. This is heavy precip up through Rabun, coming back through White County and Habersham, and coming back over toward Lumpkin and Dawson, coming down toward Forsyth, northern Gwinnett, coming down there toward Walton County. I mean, basically right around the I-20 corridor, that whole area in there, that's when the real serious icing is going to start to take place as we go between, say, if we're just following this model, I'd say between like 1 o'clock and basically 5 o'clock. So going into this afternoon, we're expecting the icing to accelerate. And thank you for getting me to 4,400, YouTube. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. All right. And who gave the... So that's the window we're looking at right now. Now let's look at the temperature profile. Always got to look at this. And as you can see, we're in the 20s, and it just keeps us there. It don't really warm us up much there. And that's coming on through. We stay, that whole corridor up there stays right below freezing. And then at 7 o'clock, we get a little warm up there as that other front comes through just a little bit. Then we drop on off like I do. I do suspect that it's going to be a little colder in the morning. I hope. And definitely going to have some we do have a cold weather advisory. Thank you, Renee. Cold weather advisory up for the morning because the wind chills are going to be down quite low, and it goes even lower for into tomorrow night. So I think that cold weather advisory will probably continue. Thank you, NC. Will probably continue straight into Tuesday as well. And Jimmy Pear. Thank you, Jimmy. Let me go back over to Facebook real quick. Thank you, Rodney. I appreciate you for giving a little donation there. Thank you very much. And you're also on YouTube. Well, thank you. I've seen some of the YouTube asking, hey, where's the super chat? Why can't I make a donation? All that stuff. That's because that YouTube is not monetized yet. Everything's not turned on with it yet. We'll get there real soon. When that's up, we will have that available for you guys who want to support us. But if you do want to make us support, if you're on YouTube, just go over here to the Facebook page. I will put it over here for you guys in the super chat. And you can become a follower there, and you can do a star thing if you guys are familiar with the star program. What's cool about the star program is that Facebook actually meets a certain percentage, so it's nice. It's a pretty cool thing. I had some war stories I could tell about Facebook. I tell you, it was a real fight to get where we're at right now. See, I'm looking at the pictures here. Woo! Yeah, go over on the Facebook page. There's a lot of pictures that have been posted there now. Quite a bit. And I don't know if I can show that. Will it show that? I tell you what I probably need to do. Let's see if I can do this. I think if I do this, I have to pull up the Facebook page over here, but I think I can pull up some of those photos from here. So I'm just going here to the pictures here. It looks like, a little bit off here. Let's go here. There we are. So you can kind of see here a little bit. This is outside of my place where I'm at there. So that's in Brazelton. And then if we go to the comments here, let's see if it opens up there. There we are. So we can kind of see here some of the pictures here from some of you guys out there. So if you go in here, yeah. Okay, somebody's funny. That's not like our one. That's funny. I have a comedian I miss. John Clark posted that. Again, a lot of very light sleet and stuff out there. You see the light accumulate. I was a skeptic yesterday in Athens. Well, you got a little something. Here's Habersham County. Hey, Sandra. So here's the thing. I mean, some of these, that's icy as heck. I don't want to be. See, you can see the line on the road there. So very icing, light sleet accumulations. Nothing too bad so far. Nothing we can't handle so far. That's the issue. So if you go over to the Facebook page, you can see all those pictures. See the furniture set. Hey, I remember one event we thought we were going to have, and it didn't turn out to be a big deal. And it was like a chair knocked over with a snowflake on it. It said, "We will rebuild." Thought that was funny. Anyway, that's what we got over there. Go back over to and let's check out the temperatures here again on the 13Z here. Let me switch over to the closer view here. Hold on one second. All right. So, like I said, we stay below freezing. I want to see what I wanted to show the wind chills. Ay, yikes. Look at that. These are 9 o'clock wind chills were all in the teens, single digits over in South Carolina. It just stays. It's just a day to stay and watch football. I mean, the winds finally die down, but then the winds coming in behind this thing, going in toward tomorrow. Look at these single digits back here, teens, and that's at 2 o'clock in the morning. All that's going to sweep on in, and we're going to have some very, very cold temperatures here on Monday morning. I just really hope we don't get a whole lot of black ice. I'm hoping the wind. We're going to have a lot of wetness. We're going to have a lot of runoff. They're going to be ponding on the bridges and overpasses. I'm really hoping that the wind does a drying action, does a good job there, and helps us out. So Atlanta temperature hasn't budged. Even Griffin's still reporting 32 down there. Peachtree City's at 32, 31 down in Hampton. So it might be some light icing still going on down that way. Hey, Houston, you're right next door to me, man. But I'm down the street from Chateau Lawn. That's where I'm at. But you're just one exit up. Going. Anyway, it looks like the main heavy rains here. Pretty good cells are coming into the Birmingham area right now. So we still got a few more hours before that comes on in. Again, that 1 to 2 o'clock window is what we're looking at. I'm also tracking the northern part of this line to see how quickly it moves in. So Calhoun, your stick's down, so I don't know what your temperature is there. So Dalton's at 37, Blairsville's at 38, LOJ's at 41. You guys are all fine. Rome is at 37. Cartersville is at up to 34 now. I suspect that Dallas will probably come up a little bit. No problems there. But everybody else across that hot wedge zone is going to continue to be the watch as we keep getting these little waves of rain and little sleet keep coming across the area. And actually, what I suspect what's happening here with that is that little bit of precipitation is a bad thing in this sense. It's keeping that temperature down. It's keeping it from any kind of warm up or anything going on. So you keep getting this little evaporational cooling, a little bit of stuff in there. The air is still dry. You still got the wedge, which is still constantly trying to fill in dry air at the surface, even though it's completely saturated. Because if you look at the dew points here, you're not going to see any change. Very, very little change. Like Gainesville's at 24 and at 27. That could still come down a degree if it was precipitating decently. But everybody else is about 100% humidity. So the temperature is as low as it's going to get because the air is completely saturated. I'll pull this back out a little bit. Hey. So I will say this, if you guys are over on YouTube or anything else on there, if you are interested in any kind of advertising with me, it's my name, Greg Majeski. You see it there below. One word, 28@gmail.com. Just email me. We can talk. We can discuss how things are going to go. Trees are snapping left and right here in Helen. I saw a tree down in the road, or it looked like it was almost near the road when we looked at Helen earlier. But the temperature-wise, at least the stick there in the downtown area did not look that bad. There's the power. It's down now. So Helen, they said the power was flickering up there now, and that camera's now down. So yeah, it looks like the power is down in Helen. We've been checking that camera all morning. So let's go to the power outages map again. See if that's changed. They typically update that power map every 15, 30 minutes or so. So they're in Cleveland. That was at 9:36. It was 10 minutes ago. 2,100 people without power there. So we know Helen's got some power outages going on. And like I said, we got a little bit of wind out there, and we keep getting these waves of rain, just adding a little more precipitation, a little more weight to the trees. You know, that's going to cause problems. 829 still in Lumpkin. That hasn't changed. Ravens come up a little bit. Looks like 30% of the power is out Raven County. You got 16,000 customers are tracked, and 30% of the power is out there. Raymond County High School. Ooh, look at those trees there. You can still see the glazing on there. Usually you can see the mountains in the background there on that shot. But yeah, definitely that's what a lot of the North Georgia area is going to look like. And I'm sure, let's see if Brasstown Ball's still up. It's still up. The camera's there. You can look at that little thing on the side. You can see it shaking in the wind. So even though they're at 4,700 feet, they're at 28 degrees there. Go back to my Facebook. How's Duluth? Duluth is, again, Lawrenceville sitting at 28 degrees. So you see 28 there. And so Duluth's still getting these little surges of moisture, a little sleet, a little freezing rain. So when the heavier precipitation gets here, that we're going to see quick icing unless the temperature starts to come back up. Well, Brasstown Bald is at 4,700 feet, guys. I see also the JR guy. Yeah, it looks like fog. It's not. It's up in the clouds because of the elevation. The cloud deck just lowers. I got Amy over here. She said, I came to a hotel in Helen, Georgia because I moved into an RV my first winter, and this has been really scary, especially because I want my disability. I have a little dog that's 11 years old. All right. Well, at least you're in a hotel, and you're at least not away from any kind of trees, and you take a little safety there. But the power, we'll see how long it takes for these crews to get these stuff back on. I suspect they won't be doing a whole lot of action right now because the roads are still pretty slick out there. Temperatures are pretty cold, and they see the radar what's coming. So you don't want to sit there, try to restore power, have this heavy rain event come in, ice it up some more, and have the power go back down again. They may be a wait to go in and do the power until this afternoon. I'm not a power guy. If anybody out there from Georgia Power, I know we had a guy out there on YouTube, helps share that information. What does it do when you're in a situation like this? Do you wait for the last bit of the icing to go by, or do you repair the lines while it's still going on? I suspect you probably wait until after it's done. I don't know. I don't work for the power company, so I don't know. The weather app. Okay, well, the weather app this one here is called WeatherTap. I've had this one a long time. It's an annual fee I pay. It's I think like $100 for the whole year. This is what I'm using with this. My severe weather one I use is called Radar Omega. It's also a paid one, and that does all my tracking. That's the one that's doing the power showing up is out of that one. Now we're going to have our own weather app. March 1st, we'll have our own weather app based with a company called Barron Services out of Huntsville, Alabama. They're one of the premier weather companies in the country. They provide a lot of weather equipment for TV stations across the country. And basically, down at Fox 5, when I'm filling down there, they have what they call a Lynx box. That's what I'm hoping to get here is a Lynx box. So that's they're going to be developing our weather app for us. I got to work for them. Well, it'll come out on the iPhone first. Android takes a little bit longer. So it'll be on the iPhone first, and then Android. It's just the steps that Android requires to go through. They've already warned me it takes a little bit longer. And so we'll have it on both platforms there. It'll also have the link eventually when we do launch the 24-hour weather channel. It'll be linked to that, and we'll have all that available for you guys. Hopefully by 1 March. I wanted to get it out before severe weather season. I was debating on whether I was going to wait until I get the 24-hour channel up, but I know the 24-hour channel is still months away. So it's like, nah, we can support it. I'm making enough earnings now to support, to even pay the fees. That's why that's why I said the subscriber service, we're growing that pretty well. If you guys want to, you're on Facebook, if you want to become a subscriber, it's 16 cents a day. That's $1.99. It's real cheap. So again, collectively, we pool those resources. We can support that weather app operation until I get a sponsor for it. I'll get a sponsor for the weather app, and then they can cover the data fees and And we can put a little bit more back into the channel. 471 minutes is crazy. All right, here, looking at some stuff here on the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to step up with the chat as best I can. Hey, Luke, every indication from the models is that no, if you're in that primary wedge zone, if you're in that area where it's in the 20s right now, the wedge holds on straight through the rains going by. So that's why I'm really concerned about the acceleration of the icing in those corridors up there. Again, up against those mountains, you know, up in here, you know, going north Fulton through Gwinnett, kind of going down this way, but yeah, basically right up in there. So anywhere in here where that stuff comes on through is showing substantial icing as we get these heavy rains at the moment in the area. That's why we're tracking this. That's why we're expecting some issues with this as it goes. So we're not done with the ice. So what we got overnight, really kind of this, I would call that like the teaser. Maybe we call that the warm up. You know, we got about maybe a third to 40% of North Georgia that's going to get into this. Chickamauga, you guys are going to get some heavy rains. You're not going to get the icing too much in there because it's warmer. But as this thing goes by, the temperatures are going to drop pretty rapidly. So what you got to worry about up in Chickamauga is icing tomorrow morning. Lake Lanier just had a major wind gust. And let's pull up Lake Lanier. Let's take a look at that real quick. So the camera's stopping out. You can see the icing down there at Lake Lanier. You can see some of that sleet on the ground there. This is at the Lake Lanier Sailing Club. So you can see, it looks like the winds are blowing away there. But not too bad on that lake. You can at least get an idea how bad the winds are by looking at the lake. I heard a star donation, but I didn't see it post. I hate when it does that. Sometimes it'll do a donation, it'll pop up for a second, goes away, so I can't think of it. Sometimes it'll go in the chat, and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. I'm not the social media guru. What do I know? So, anyway, appreciate you guys checking us out. We're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour, and what's going to happen here real soon is we're going to get all our hourly updates here on the temperatures, because that's what we're watching right now are the temperatures. And right now, the wedge is firmly established. We got a persistent east wind. That's the wind you're hearing out there, and the gusty winds. It's set in place, all right? We keep getting these little surges of little moisture, little showers, little sleet, little freezing rain that keep coming out ahead of that main line of precipitation that's now approaching Birmingham. We got a few more hours here before it gets into our area. It looks like moves into the prime wedge zones going into 1 to 2 o'clock. That's when it should start to accelerate. At that time, that's when the icing will accelerate. So we're watching the hourlies here, which should all post here in the next 7 minutes, roughly. And so we'll keep watching these temperatures. That was last hour. So it'll be like, well, that's the 953. Actually, that is the new one. Yep. So still staying 27 there in Gainesville. That was at 935. That's 28 there. 25 there, 24 over near south of Toccoa. Toccoa is still at 930. So you get some intermediates, but even Hartsville-Jackson's pretty much stayed. That's a 952. That just reported in. So that's also 31. So the temperatures are not budging. Wedge is firmly established. It's all set. It says it's like an unwanted guest saying, I ain't going anywhere. I'm going to stay there. Also, the jury's asking me your thoughts on getting 5,000 YouTube subs today. I don't know. It's possible. It all depends on what you guys over on YouTube like, if you're okay supporting me, what we're trying to build here. Like I said, next year, if we have to do anything like this again, the coverage and the look's going to look a whole lot different. It's going to look a whole lot different. The presentation's going to be different. There'll be forecast screens. There'll be hopefully some additional live cameras that we control. And it's going to look a whole lot different. So right now, my YouTube is not monetized because it grew so fast. It hasn't caught up. It'll be about a week before that goes on. So that'll be another source of income to bring in to support what we're trying to build here. So the more subscribers we can get, and I want y'all to be good subscribers over there. I want you to make sure you hit that notification bell. There's one thing I learned from my old channel. I did not really hit on the notification stress. I had no idea how important that was. So all you people that are coming on there and doing the YouTube subscribe thing, you got to hit that notification bell, because if you don't do it, you will never see my stuff. It'll get supplanted by, Mr. The Godfather, Ryan Hall up there in Kentucky, the weather enthusiast with his, $1 million operation up there. So if you want local coverage and live in North Georgia, and you want somebody you can ask questions with, obviously I do recommend, because we are growing and we are getting a lot of people on here. If you want that individual attention, just become a subscriber on the Facebook page for right now. I will get the membership services going over on YouTube eventually. But that's where I kind of say, okay, over on YouTube, it's the membership, and over on Facebook, it's the subscribers, for me to give you folks that want individual attention, as you're basically hiring me as your personal weatherman, to be able to answer your questions where it's a little more manageable than trying to manage, 5,000 on one platform or 60,000 on the other. So it's a little bit smaller. So like Herman Bloom that just joined us there. All right, so that's what I'm recommending there. We will get I'll let everybody know on YouTube when we finally get I'll probably do like a quick live on YouTube with an information update and let y'all know when we're finally up 100%. But I suspect we're probably about a week away. I'm the only one on right now. Well, I'm surprised nobody's on. I mean, I live in Northeast Georgia. I'm in Brazelton. I'm sitting at 29 degrees here, and I'm concerned about this major icing thing coming in here for this afternoon. And I'm really concerned about my neighbors and everybody here across the wedge zones. I'm really concerned about Dahlonega and Cleveland and Dawsonville and Cold Mountain and Buford and Houston and going over to Commerce and Winder, over to Athens and Hartwell and Elberton, all those areas that I suspect are going to have the worst icing of this thing as that heavy rain moves in. With temperatures in the upper 20s, we're going to see some major, major icing take place. It's just going to happen. So we're just waiting on the arrival of that heavy rain getting into the area. So now, one thing I'll say about The Godfather is the complaint I've always heard when I was doing my other channel and I was focusing on the Southeast. For whatever reason, he would not really track any weather through Alabama and Georgia. Don't ask me why. I don't know. You got the Spandex dude over there in Alabama, James Spann. If y'all are familiar with James Spann, he decided to launch his own digital weather network, but he just took over the whole state of Alabama. And I'm sure he ticked off all his TV colleagues in Huntsville, Montgomery. I mean, he was already in Birmingham. His TV station was smart. They didn't, fire him. They said, "Oh, we'll be part of your operation too." Very smart to do that, because these digital weather platforms like the one I'm launching, we're growing. I am actually a part of the National Weather Network. There are right now 13 digital platforms, 24-hour channels that are streaming. There are 7 more, and I'm one of the 7, projected to be coming on board this year. So that'll be 20, and we're in markets all over. Tennessee's pretty much covered from one end of the state to the other. And you got Mr. Spann, who took up the whole entire state of Alabama, so he's pretty much choked off anybody doing it there. Nobody in Georgia's doing it yet. And the one thing I did identify here in Georgia was that a lot of North Georgia, especially outside of Metro Atlanta, and I still cover a little bit of Metro Atlanta, but my focus is really a lot of North Georgia here, felt neglected by the Atlanta Metro TV stations. They felt like they were, always those core 5-6 counties around Metro Atlanta, and they ignored everybody else when it came to certain weather coverage and everything else. So, and the social media presentations or the numbers there were really low for a market this size. In top 10 market, we're pretty low. And when you look, the only one's got a real sizable audience out there is Glenn Burns, because he's been doing it a very long time, and he's now retired. He's not even really active. He's almost like a pseudo employee of the National Weather Service now, because he really makes sure he gets their information out to everybody, and he gives his thoughts on that as well. And we chat every now and then. We were having fun laughing at the GFS 2 days ago when it was trying to bury us in like 3 feet of snow for next weekend, which ain't going to happen, by the way. It's just going to be real cold. The whole week's going to be cold. So anyway, temperatures as of the 10 o'clock hour came in here, did not change that much. The new model is crunching right now. So let me see where we're at with that one right now. And yeah, it's just for just a few hours in. We probably won't have that new complete model update for another 15 minutes. I'll tell you one thing. When this stuff's finally over this afternoon, I think I'm going to sleep for a week. I'm not posting anything additional today. We're just going to do this. I'm not posting any more day, no more slide, no more stuff. It's just going to be the broadcast today. No graphics, no forecasts. I'll get to. I might do a brief little forecast, maybe like my 7-day. That's be about it for tonight. But that's going to be about it. Hey, Catherine Whitaker, good to have you on board. Hold on, wait a few more minutes, and I'm gonna go over the latest and greatest model date on this. We're not quite there yet. Let me see where we are. So, because I've only got a few hours in here right now. It looks like it still looks like it's gonna be like 1-2 o'clock. I'm thinking before it starts coming into the area. So let me look at the simulated radar here real quick. Yeah, definitely by 2. Definitely by 2. So looks like by 2 o'clock. So within about 4 hours, you got about 4 hours before the real significant icing. 3 to 4 hours for the real significant icing kicks in. Yeah, 3 to 4 hours, I'd say. Ooh. I'm just checking a couple things. Bear with me for a second, guys. I'm just looking at some stuff. I tell you one thing. The one thing about the YouTube channel, I have been posting videos on the YouTube channel there pretty routinely since last March. I had to change the name. We had to change. For those who don't know my story, the first Facebook page I launched was last December, and we tracked the winter weather last year. We weren't live yet. We weren't able to do this yet. We hadn't been that old, but we were up to 35,000. That page got hacked. I didn't know a lot of this. I was very a novice when it came to Facebook as far as operations and how they do things, everything else. And basically had somebody posing as a Facebook employee coming through the business app Messenger, not realizing that the business Messenger was nothing more than Messenger. I knew about Messenger giving a bunch of fake messages, but I wasn't expecting it on the business app. So they took over the page, which, by the way, was a blessing. That actually was a blessing. And the reason why, because when I launched my second page, there was a little bit of a naming issue with one of the Atlanta TV stations. And they got a lawyer, and they sent this cease and desist thing to Facebook, and they closed me down immediately. They're very sensitive on the copyright stuff, and there was no getting those guys back. Now, all that TV station had to do, and it was Atlanta News First, great communications. All they had to do was tell me, hey, dude, we own First Alert. You need to change your name. And I would have done it happily. But no, they blew me up and I had to start all over again. So any chance, especially when I work at Fox 5, or I could do it here, and I can kick. And the thing is, I got friends and colleagues at that station I used to work with 20 years ago, or not quite 20 years ago, but 15 years ago. And I respect them. It's not personal with them, but their ownership. Anything I can do to kick their teeth in, I'm all for it, because that really set me off. And after I lost that second page, I really debated whether I really wanted to do this. And then when I got my third page launched, it was painstaking with Facebook to make sure we got everything. It took 4 months into this. Now we're about almost 8 months old, about halfway, to get everything working properly as far as subscriptions and payouts and all that stuff to get going. And now we're finally in that happy zone where everything's working properly and going. Everything's great. I got to do the same thing on YouTube. But I guess persistence is a virtue. I think a lot of other people probably would have said, I've had enough of this. I'm done. I'm not doing this. I'll give myself a little credit for sticking it out. But it was definitely a fight. So, yeah, you got that on there. So I think what's happening on the YouTube side is once I found the audience, once I started getting the stuff, we have this stuff on there. Now the YouTube algorithm knows where to send these pop-ups to you guys here across North Georgia. YouTube is the biggest platform, believe it or not, as far as viewership and everything else, compared to Facebook. It is the bigger one. But I can never figure out the difference is Facebook, you can advertise specifically for an area. That's what I'm set for North Georgia. Whereas YouTube, it doesn't work that way. So it doesn't get down to that nitty gritty level. So now that the algorithm has identified where to send my stuff, we'll continue to grow the Facebook algorithm. And here's the other thing. The audiences for Facebook and YouTube are exact opposites. I don't know if you guys know this. And I know folks who've heard me preach this, but we got a lot of turnover here. So I'm going to tell you this again. On Facebook, it's predominantly female. It is my stats are 68% female, 32% male. On my other YouTube channel, and I suspect that it'll be the same on this one, exact opposite. It is 68% men, 32% female. Now, in my opinion, being a guy, and I can say this without being too sexist, the reason why men favor YouTube is because before YouTube came along, what did guys do? They'd sit back in their laundry chair, they'd have their remote, and they'd just be surfing. Just kind of click back and just kind of going the channel. Watching nothing for 3 minutes, go to the next thing. Watch 3 minutes, go to the next thing. YouTube was built for a guy. That's all I can tell you. And I'm sure a lot of you guys out there on the YouTube crawl chat will probably agree with me. How many of y'all, show of hands, sit there in your chair watching YouTube on there one evening and you're just scan through, watch a little bit. Okay, I watch that a little bit. I'm gonna go with something else. Sometimes you get something that's interesting. Like I like the repair shows. There's this 27-year-old young lady up in where's she at? She's up in North Dakota. Her dad, she buys these houses up for junk and just renovates them. And I find that stuff amazing. There's this other couple out in there's this another family in France. They're renovating a convent. I've been watching them religiously. So we all know that. Thank you there, Holly. I appreciate that. Yeah, way to go. Let the women represent on the YouTube channel. Welcome, Thomas. Appreciate you. So I never suspect that my YouTube followers will be the same as Facebook. I don't expect both channels to be that big, the same. We just cracked 60 on Facebook, but I do suspect that we're going to have some very good numbers from this event to watch what's going on here. All right, so let me see here. I'm waiting. What I'm doing, guys, I'm waiting to see if this new model has changed anything as far as the stuff. It is just about all the way through, so I can show this to you. Let me show the icing again. This is the new high-resolution model. Again, what the high-resolution model does, it basically looks a snapshot of what's going on at a specific moment in time with what the radar is doing, and it kind of extrapolates how it's going to be going forward, all right? So let me get that up. So again here, for the next couple hours, this is 11 o'clock, kind of more the same what we got right now at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, kind of more the same, but you are seeing that rain picking up here across the northwest section at 12. There's the 1 o'clock, not bad. Oh, thank you for the stars. Here's the heavier lines. This is where that severe weather element's going to be down here to the south of Auburn, south of Columbus for the most part. And then by the time we get to 2 o'clock, the icing really starts to kick in. We're talking over here, over to the west. We're talking Dawson, parts of Cherokee County, Forsyth County. Here's Hall County. You got some icing down here in Gwinnett, Walton. Again, we got to track those temperatures. And that icing really stays in place and really picks up going into 3 o'clock. So we're going to get a burst of some heavier rains. And then it continues till 4 o'clock. You see that wedge doesn't go anywhere. It stays there. And then by 5 o'clock and 6, we start to clear. Hey, Charlene. That's my sister's name. My sister's name's Charlene. Welcome aboard. So that's our window, guys. That's it. So you're looking at the serious icing kicking up across the area sometime between 1 and 2 o'clock and stays there right going into basically 5. And that's when I suspect we're going to see a surge and acceleration of power outages at that time. May have to go get me another bite to eat here in a little bit. Yeah, I last night we were on from 3 o'clock till 2 in the morning, tracking what was going on with it, seeing how it was going to develop.
the big thing I wanted to stay on top was to see if we were going to have any sort of surge in any kind of heavier rains coming in early that would cause power outages to come in the morning. And I got some power updates for y'all. Let's go take a look at this. We got some new power updates here. White County there is up to 5,620 without power. And I think that's because I really think with the icing that's going on and the wind's kicking up a little bit, Raven County's at 5,700. That's 35% of the county out there. 31% of White County's out. Habersham went up a couple hundred. That's still low in Stevens. And Lumpkin's is up to 10, almost 10% there. Pickens 1,100. So we're starting to see the power outages come up here. We're now up to 22,000 without power in Georgia. And it's still a fraction of the stuff. So again, once that heavier precipitation moves on in, that's when we'll see an acceleration in the outages, I think. Which we got a few hours away to do. Take that off a little bit. My eyeballs are burning the crap out of me. I should have got a little more sleep. Hey, Tommy. I'm gonna crash so bad today. I'm gonna be like, my wife's gonna think I'm dead. Hey, Morgan, welcome aboard. There is a way on the Streamlab for the folks that are just following on Facebook for me to put it into that program. I had it on my original one, but I haven't figured out how to switch it over to the new setting. So we'll get that up here soon. I just figured out how to get the YouTube stuff from my old YouTube channel over to this one. So now I gotta get the Facebook over. Chatsworth, you guys are fine there in Chatsworth. Yeah, you guys are going to be doing pretty good over there. I think you're all right. I see Glenn's posting stuff. Glenn's up. And, yeah, we might make a run at 61,000 today. Maybe 61 or 62,000 over on the Facebook page. That would be nice. I'm all for that. I don't know if we can get 5,000 here today. I know somebody was asking that earlier. I was like, I don't know. It'll be close. Yeah, we might get a surge in activity, especially if the icing starts to accelerate and start getting really pretty bad. We may get a surge in activity. I'm not sure if how long I'll be able to broadcast. I'm in Brazelton. If the icing gets bad here and I lose power. I'm out. My wife and I bought a generator. Unfortunately, we didn't realize how much mechanical engineering you have to put that generator together. I thought it'd be like something simple turnkey. Nope. It requires a lot more technical expertise when it comes to mechanics, which I do not have, to put that thing together. So I'll have it ready for the future. I told the wife, we'll keep it. I'll write it off as part of a business expense because I probably need my buddy down in Florida, Chris Smith. He's got Panhandle Weather down there, and he's got a generator. He's got multiple internet. He's got Starlink. He's got stuff. He is 100% up should a bad hurricane. He's in a hurricane zone too. So whether the hurricane comes or anything like that, he can stay operational in the event of bad weather. I'm not there yet, obviously, for that. Can we donate to the Caffeinated Weatherman Fund? Yeah, you can do this. If you want to donate to the Caffeine Fund, you can do that over on Facebook. Like I said, I can't do it on YouTube. I'm sorry. Sorry, YouTube. I'm not monetized yet. All my stuff's not turned on. Can't do it over there. Facebook, you can. You can do the star donations, or you can become a subscriber. So that's the best thing y'all can do over there. So for you guys over on YouTube, I'll put my Facebook link over here. There it is in the chat for you guys. And for you guys over here on Facebook, if you like to watch, from your own couch and not on your phone, you watch on TV, on your smart TV, here is the YouTube link. I put that in there in the chat, over to the YouTube channel. Now, the YouTube channel will be one of the 24-hour streaming platforms. My intent is to have it on there. We'll have a Roku app. We'll have an Apple app. Those are the three right now that I'm hoping to set up once we get the professional equipment in here. I think once we get the big sponsor and we get the money to get the capital investment stuff we need to do, it'll probably be about 3 months after that contract's done to bring that up and do that. Thank you, Amy, with a star donation there. That's that'll happen with that pretty quickly. So I'm definitely the caffeinated man today. Ugh. I hate when I get this tired because I look so crappy on TV, man. I get these huge bags under my eyes. I look like I've been in a fight. Reminds me of my old commanding general. This was during the Iraq War, the first one. I mean, not Desert Storm, but 2003. We had gone up to Baghdad for a change command ceremony up there. It was April, right at the ground where things were still kind of active going on. And we were coming back to Kuwait, and this was in summer. Actually, it was in summer. It was June. And if you know anything about flying in the desert, you get this desert turbulence. we're in a C-12 aircraft. We're going up and down. I got the general literally sitting in front of me, and I'm sitting there going, please don't throw up in the general's shoes. Please don't throw up in the general's shoes. I'm just don't want to get air. I'm getting air sick really bad. We come off the plane. What's the first thing the general does? Lights up that nice cigar. Great smell when you're nauseous and air sick out the butt. We get in the car, looks over me, and I got the similar face I got right now, big black circles under my eyes. Looks over me, he had a pretty strong southern drawl. He goes, damn, Majeski, look like you've been in a fight or something. And I said, that's sir, I just got a little air sick, I'm okay. And he just kind of shook his head at me and just said, damn. He's ironclad constitution. He's a general. He's flown on those planes all over the place. He don't get air sick for nothing. Back in the day, back then, I got air sick easily. Now, later in my military career, I did not because I got used to doing it. I was flying a lot more often and got a little more used to flying and stuff. But yeah, that's my little war story I'll share with you there. I got a whole lot more, but I'm not going to give them all away in one live shot. Got to use that for some other time, right? Anyhow, let's go check out some of these temperatures here. Again, if you're new here to the channel, we're at 1021. Again, we're kind of watching. This thing should be completely updated here now. I want to look at the temperatures again. No, it's actually a little slow. That's interesting. Not in there yet. But what we're going to see here tonight, guys, with the temperatures is I still think it's underperforming those temps a little bit. I could easily be wrong, but we'll see. We're going to probably look at here this evening, you guys in the ice zones, it does warm us up above freezing briefly, like 34, 35 degrees. But it doesn't do it until after the rain's pulled out, the system's pulled out, and it's there. The reason why I don't think we'll warm up too much is because with all that heavy ice coating there, it will suppress the temperature. Sleet on the ground, snow on the ground, ice in the trees, ice on a bunch of stuff, that will act as an insulator to keep the temperature. So I don't think we're going to warm up too much. And then as the cold air rushes in behind this thing, I think we're going to deal with some very cold wind chills. We do have a cold weather advisory in effect here for all of North Georgia. And they're probably going to continue into Tuesday morning as well. And then the whole week's just brutally cold. Just really bad here. And let's take a look at the analysis here. So, I mean, wow, this is a neat map. Let me show you all this. So these are current wind chills. Obviously, you can see with the wedges right in here with the cold air. Look at this big warm up right up in here. This big warm slot right in here. But you see all these? See these back here? These are all below zero. That whole gray area, and that's what's going to be kind of diving our way with these wind chills. Man, that's just a really complicated weather map. Wow. I cannot remember the last time I saw something. I know I've seen it before, but boy, it's been a long time. A complex with a wedge that cold, that strong, running into these warm air. So let me go back over the air temperatures here. The real temperature. Oops. Sorry about that. I mean, look that it's like it's 68 down in Mobile, 60 up near Montgomery. You know, you're 30 in Atlanta, 26 here. You got falling quickly into the 20s behind here. That's where all those power outages are up back in Mississippi. It took a while for that freezing rain to click in there. It really did. Out there to the west. I muted my microphone that time. There you go. Don't want to be gross to people. You like watching me geek out? Well, I did have a channel called Weather Nerds. So, yeah, I'm a weather geek. I will tell you, most meteorologists, we are geeks, and we don't care. We love it. You know, we got a passion for our weather. We love doing it. It's a lot of fun. And, I love my opportunities to fill. I did 11-day fill-ins over 3 weeks down at Fox 5. I never thought I'd be filling in that many days, but I did. And it could have been more, but there were certain days I just couldn't fill in and do. Let's go back over to the radar here. Let's get back over to the radar here. Go back. Let that thing keep going here. It's dropping out. When it drops out, I gotta zoom out, zoom back in. South Fulton. I'm not worried about South Fulton there, Martha. I think you're going to be okay. I think the major icing is going to be the South Peachtree City's at 33 degrees. So you're down there near Palmetto or anything that south there. I mean, College Park, the airport's still at 31 there. They're still getting freezing rain there. So I'm sure they're having to use de-icers at the airport right now. But really kind of watching this stuff back here to the west, man. We're watching this stuff as it's now slides through Birmingham, as it comes down the Interstate 20, and stuff coming in here. When it gets into this cold wedge, which is firmly in place now, firmly set. So you got to think of a wedge like this. The reason why, once a wedge is established, and you got precipitation, you got constant dry air coming in at the surface. The cold, dry air should try to work its way in. So as the temperature tries to warm up, it just can't. It's locked in place. And what's interesting about this one is that what typically sometimes happens is you get a front like this coming, the wedge will evacuate out as this thing pushes in. What this thing's showing, at least on the models, is that the wedge is firmly in place, and that moves in. It ain't going nowhere. It just says, I'm stuck there. I'm staying there, basically until the main front comes in and kicks everything out. It's just because of the weird configuration and nature of the setup here. So that's how that is working there for you. Athens, yeah, Athens is sitting at 26 degrees right here, my friend, there at Travis. And again, the same concern. Anybody's temperatures out here that you see on the map that are in the 20s, when that precipitation comes into play, is a major concern of mine. And so anywhere here, especially the eastern zones, Madison at 28, Athens at 26. I forget. I don't know what state. Tacoa's at 28. This one dropped to 24. God bless. 24 over in Elberton. I mean, these temperatures have dropped this morning at 10:30 in the morning. 25 there, and all these areas there are in the mid-20s. If this main precipitation shield comes in there, it's going to ice up everything, and it's going to do it very quickly. You dump a quick half-inch to 1 inch of rain on areas that are already iced up, it's going to accelerate. So there still may be a potential for total accumulation icing up to 1 inch in some spots. I still think that's in the cards, especially the areas up across the area toward Claremont and Cleveland, Dahlonega, Toccoa, Mize, Homer, the areas up in there in northern Banks County, that northern Hall County, Gainesville, which is those areas. I still think you got a chance of seeing a half inch plus on the icing. Now why is that a big deal? Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. I'm going to show this once again for you guys, if you haven't seen this. Is you're looking at these are the icing disruptions. Now, right now, generally what we've seen across most of our area is probably 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of icing across the area. We've had some minor disruptions. Obviously, we got the power outages with the two lines. Those are manageable. But what I think we're going to run into this afternoon, early this afternoon, as that heavy precipitation moves in, is we're going to see it accelerate, and we're going to getting over half inch. And once it gets over half inch, it's going to cascade. It'll be like I'm watching a set of dominoes just kind of fall. You're just going to see the power outage just accelerate all over the place. especially with the easterly wind continuing with the east wedge wind there. Not overly high, but still, 15, 20, 25 mile per hour winds, swaying those trees just a little bit as they're getting ice on them. Down it comes like a deck of cards, and that's what we're going to have to deal with there. So, and you can see we don't have any severe weather. I noticed that here, going back over to here, I see a couple of statements that just came out here. Special cold weather advisory. Hold on, it's not allowing me to. Let me stop this real quick and see if I can check the box here. It is not. It's lighting up that cold weather advisory for Alabama, not that statement. Oh wait, here it is. All right. That line showing gusty winds to 40, 50 miles per hour. Oh man. Those serious winds should stay to the south, I would suspect. But again, this is going through Birmingham. This should stay south of the area. I don't suspect we get these kind of winds in our area. But we are going to get some good heavy rains out of this. So let's see if this has changed anything. Up to 25,000. So it was 22,000 in Georgia. Now it's up to 25,000 in Georgia. Like I said, we'll keep checking this every few minutes to see how the power is doing. But I think you're going to see it. It'll be going up. It'll go up a little bit, like a few thousand at a time, I think. And then once that main rain comes in there, you're going to see it jump by tens of thousands. That's what's going to happen on this power map. It's going to go up very fast. All right, I got to go to the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Let me get the radar back up here for you. And pull this back out. And I'll be right back. And if you're on YouTube, and there's a lot of y'all over there, all 442 of you over there, if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. And you guys over on Facebook, make sure you go to my main Facebook page, which I'm going to put in the comment section right now. And I want y'all to make sure it says follow at the top of the page. It shows you're a follower. It should say follower. If it says follow, you got to hit that button. So because like 78% of people on Facebook are not followers, just like most of YouTube are not subscribers. So I'll be right back. Man, I got another drink and go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
Let me introduce my doggy here. This is Oliver. He's our little Jack Russell. He looked outside and said, "Nope, I ain't going out there." Ain't that right, doggy? You good boy? He says, he's got a little doggy door. He looked out that door and he says, He turned around, went right back to his little chair. Dog's smarter than humans. Says, "I ain't going out there. No, thank you." All right, just gotta go through the chat here a little bit. Ella J is looking good. Y'all gonna have rain up there. Y'all on the warm side of the warm up there. You're on the other side of the wedge. You're good to go. You do not have to worry about it in your area. One thing I got to do, I mentioned earlier that we had bought a nice generator, but assembly was a little above my aptitude. And the wife's, we kind of looked at that because it did identify the parts for the crap. The manual's like, what the hell is this? So probably gonna have to pay somebody to come over and assemble that damn thing so we can have it ready for the future use. I'll just roll it in the garage and have it ready to go. I told her, I said, nah, we'll keep it. We won't take it back. I could use it for the operation here for the future. Hey, thank you, Michael. I appreciate you giving me some more subscribers there. That'd be nice. Thank you. Appreciate you trying to help us out there. We'll get to 4,500. We'll pass that here real soon. That won't take long. I suspect, like I said, what's going to end up happening here, what's interesting with Facebook, the problem on Facebook I haven't been able to figure out. I notice when the traffic drops off, it stays off there, and it's hard to bring them back unless I cut off Facebook and then relaunch it. Like yesterday when it timed out and I brought it back up, the numbers went back up. So Facebook, I haven't been able to figure out how to maintain the audience over there yet because I haven't had an opportunity to do a lot of these things. Oh, someone's asking about my hat logo. All right. Actually, this is a Gaelic G. I got this in Ireland. It's a red cat. I got another one that's a little cleaner than this one. But I was thinking about getting hats made with the Gaelic G because my name being Greg and being in Georgia, I kind of liked it. So it's the hat has become kind of my, where James Spann over there in Alabama's got the suspenders. The hat's kind of become my thing with the G. And I was thinking about getting similar type hats made with this, and then have my logo over here, little North Georgia Majestic Weather on the side, and then maybe I could sell those or something, little trademark thing. That's something I'm looking to do. Do I hashtag subscribers when you go back live? Probably need to. That's a good idea. I mean, I've got a subscriber group there. I could probably put it over there, but yeah. So, hey, thank you there to Nick Smith. Thank you, Nick, for coming on board there on YouTube. Tanya's reporting trees leaning in Rayburn. Yeah, we were seeing that earlier. If y'all didn't see that earlier, let me go back to that camera. If it's still operational, make sure it's still up. Nope, that camera's now down. So the camera in Raven County, the sensor's still reporting at 38 degrees. It's now down. So I've lost the camera up in Raven. I've lost the camera there in Helen. So just indications of things going down now. Georgia's now up to 27,000. So the color coding here in Georgia has changed in the power outlook. You'll notice the color here is changed. The color has changed. This color is no longer blue. It's now kind of this color that shows that the percentages are going higher. So we're up to 27,000 now without power. Like I said, we'll see what happens when that heavier precipitation moves in later. But we've got about another 23 minutes and we'll get the new hourlies in. We'll see if those temperatures budge. My guess is that they're probably not, because Mr. Wedge says, I am firm, I am set, and I'm not going anywhere. So, but that's a pretty good hefty line of showers there. I'm not saying there's no lightning in there. Lightning would show up on there if there was true thunderstorms, but they are convective in nature as far as heavy rains and the winds, but not seeing a lot of lightning with this. And yeah, it would show up in there. Let me look at my other source here real quick. So I'm going to go over to Radar Omega real quick. And I'm going to pull back over to that radar. And yeah, I'm not seeing any lightning in it. It would show up in there if it was in there. And it's very warm down here. Here's the southern part of this line. This is probably where the tornado threat's going to be the highest down here, across southern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, southwest Georgia. But we'll stay on the Atlanta stick here. Not quite gotten into view just yet. Let's check out some of these temperatures here up. We'll try coming here. Still holding at 28.9 degrees. Look how icy those roads look like. A little glazing. This black asphalt is probably the worst. That stuff is the stuff where it really turns to glass. The one thing I will tell you, folks, if you are going out on Monday morning, if you see anything that looks like it's wet ground, it ain't. It's black ice. So there's Chick-fil-A there in Cumming. There's a Chick-fil-A right near me in, dang gummit. I'm going to learn not to do that. I swear. I'm going to learn not to close it that way. God, it's aggravating. I keep doing that. But there's a Chick-fil-A down the street from where I live here in Braselton. And I was thinking about maybe I said, hey, there's a Chick-fil-A camera over there and over there in Cumming. Why don't you guys join my network and get a camera there too? So might try to do that. Let's see what else these cameras here. Let's look at Northern Hall County. 30 degrees there at Northwest Hall. See a little glazing on the trees. Doesn't look too bad there. Almost did it again. Getting over here to Dawsonville. The Chesapeake Golf Course. Yep. Anybody up for a round of golf today? I don't know. I don't think it looks very good. Not very busy, especially in the dead of winter. I don't know. This is the South. People can go shopping here. This image looks like it's frozen because those flags are not blowing. You think there'll be some wind there, but that image may be a little frozen. So here going into Dawson County. Atlanta Motor Speedway's reporting warm, but then again, that's up on the roof. I don't know if I want to believe that, with it, especially those air vents and stuff. There in Dawsonville itself, yeah, that's 26 degrees there. You see the rain and sleet falling there. A little precipitation moving through there right now. And outside my house here, it looks like kind of a light mist kind of blowing through the area. Dawson High School, very icy there. Dawson Middle School, I can't really see that very well. That's up on the roof. You see a little 29 degrees. I'm looking at the temperatures. Silver City, their ice, it's not working there. Crystal Falls Golf Course. Again, not a good day to go to the golf course today, unfortunately. Pretty bad day. Always wonder about a YouTube counter being rolling back. That's kind of weird. All right, and then going over to extreme Cherokee County. See the icing on the trees there. So the temperature's they're not budging. I mean, we're at 10:41. We're darn sure not well, you see some of that precipitation. You see that looks like a little sleet was falling through there. That's going forward here, going through Gainesville. So we still continue with these little waves of precipitation. Ooh, getting closer and closer, man. Starting to see that early part of that line coming up here toward the northwest section, up toward Dade County. So starting to come across. This stuff here is really the main meat. That's now just passing Birmingham. And as that comes down the pike. So it's 10:42. Again, we're tracking this between 1 and 2 o'clock is when the worst comes in. I will tell you this, obviously, I don't think anybody in the northeast zones with temperatures of 20s need to go out. Please do not go out on the roads. Do not go out there. It'd be a hindrance. Do not go out there and get an accident. Do not go out there and say, well, I got a 4x4 and I can drive in this stuff. You don't drive in this stuff, please. Don't do it. Just stay home. You got football games going to the AFC and AFC championship games comes on today, later this afternoon. The only thing is, I think those games start. What are those start times on that? Hey Siri, what time does the NFL playoff game start today? So yeah, the Patriots and Broncos start at 3 o'clock, and that's around the time when the icing's going to be the absolute worst. So. Yeah, you may not get to see those games, so we'll see. I don't know how the cell towers do. I don't know if they've got their own power centers or their own generators. I honestly don't know. If somebody knows that, let me know. Put it in the chat on either one of them. But I don't exactly know if they've got backup power or not. If you lose the internet, if you lose the main power, does that mean that the cell towers go down with them? I don't know. Yeah, Rome right now is sitting at 38 degrees, and they're going to stay warm. They're on the mild side of this. They're not in the wedge. They're looking pretty good. It'll just be some pretty good rains moving through there. But in Rome, you guys got to watch out. You're looking at the heavier rain amounts will be up your way anyway. The thing you got to watch out for tomorrow morning in Rome is going to be runoff and black ice because it's going to fall into the 20s up there. Especially the western zones will be favored to be colder than the eastern zones come tomorrow morning. So watch out for that icing in there. Oh, you're in the Falls of Brazelton, you're down the street. Yeah, that's the problem. People were telling me that earlier about, hey, you could stream on your hotspot. I said, no, I can't because the cell service has been terrible in these parts in Brazelton for years. They have promised to put a cell tower in here for years. It never happens. It never happens. We got a big, huge tower over down there. I don't know what the hell, radio tower, what the hell that is, that's nearby here. They couldn't put some damn cell thing on that or something. I don't know. But yeah, cell reception where I'm at is really crappy. Sometimes I even have to go outside to call and talk to my mom because, hey, you going in and out. My mom lives down in Pensacola. So we're only about 15 minutes away from the new hourly, so we can see what the temperatures are doing here as the main precipitation lines really just starting to edge into Georgia, starting up there at extreme northwest Georgia, coming in there right now. So we'll slowly but surely kind of watch this migrate in over the wedge zone. Oh, somebody says caffeine addict misfit. I think that's what it says. I know someone whose job it is to go out there and change the batteries in them. So, okay. So, all right. So there may be cell reception for a while if those batteries are there, but they're only going to last so long. Obviously, they're designed to keep cell tower reception going for like a briefly, probably not for anything for any duration. So I suspect if that be the case, if the power's locked out for more than a day or so, those cell towers are going to go down. So I could be wrong, but if somebody knows a little more about that, put it in there. Somebody says, I just switched to T-Mobile and the use of the Starlink services when there is no cell service. Yeah, I've heard about that too. It was a buddy I deployed with. He's now a lieutenant colonel. I deployed. He was one of my soldiers who worked for me in Kuwait on my last tour before I retired. And he was a big T-Mobile guy. I think he works for the company. He was telling me all about that and everything. And it's something I really consider looking at. And they have really good military discounts too. So, I am so loyal to a fault. I've been a Verizon customer for a long time, and but maybe it's time to go ahead and put that loyalty down and go try T-Mobile out and see if that's what they get. Butterbean is reporting 26 in Toccoa. Yeah, and that makes sense, right? The official stick's showing 28 there, so it's probably pretty close to that. But man, I tell you, this is a part of this is almost like in a way kind of waiting for like a landfalling hurricane. It's like you're watching it hour by hour, waiting for this big uptick in this ice storm, just waiting on the precipitation to move into those very cold temperatures. Villarica's in the house. Good morning, Villarica. Again, I appreciate it. Hey, if you're new over there on the YouTube channel, I need you guys to feed the beast. It's that time. I try to do this every 15 minutes if I can. That means you got to give us a chat, give us an update, give us a like there, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. And the same Facebook, I try to do the same over there. We're kind of holding our own there. Make sure you give us a like if you can. We got 830 positive likes over on Facebook, quite a bit. Thank you. 52 shares, and we're holding our audience pretty good there. Hey, good. How you doing there in Buford? Caressa, good to see you there on Facebook. Zoom down here. Got caught up on me. John Whitmire, thank you for the stars. Thank you very much. 50 there. John's reporting many power outages in White County. They've doubled. And let's see what White here officially. Yeah, they definitely have gone up again. 10:37. That was 10 minutes ago. Let's go back to the power here. Let's go back to the power look. So We're up to 30,000. Boy, we keep looking at these power outages and they're going up a little every time. We're up to 30,000 now. So right now, Lumpkin County's at 1,600. That's 10% of the county. White's up to 6,400. That's 35% of the county. Raven's up to 6,800. That's 42% of the county. Haversham about 1,300. That's 6%. And Stevens is pretty low at 9. So I do suspect. Thank you, David. Thank you for coming on board. Again, these counties will start to, it'll continue to go up. And eventually we're going to see these other ones. I think Dawson. I think heading over to Hall County. I think Banks County. I think coming over here to Jackson County. And over to Madison. And then Hart, Elbert. What's this one over here? That's yeah, Oglethorpe, obviously. And coming here down toward Athens, I think these down here, Barrow, Gwinnett. I think all these counties in here where the temperatures are sitting here in the 20s. If that heavy precipitation comes in there and we're sitting in the 20s, ice, baby. I'll be playing my best Vanilla Ice at that point because it's going to be very icy very fast. But in the meantime, we're just have to deal with these little pesky little light showers and drizzle of freezing rain that keep coming up into the area over the edge of that wedge. As we got the main line here approaching the Anniston area here, getting not too far away. Coming into Fort Payne, crossing Interstate 59 there. And again, we're going to see the precipitation here across the northwest section is going to start increasing here in the next hour. So this whole area up in here, we'll be looking at some heavier rain. You will not see freezing rain up there if you're up in that zone. You just got to have some heavy rains coming on through, good steady rains, and it should stay above freezing, so you're okay. But once that stuff pushes further to the east, then we're going to be talking about a different game there. And all righty. I would say that the big plus that's came out of this whole thing when I saw this event coming, I saw this opportunity to grow the Facebook page and get everything over. I really wasn't even thinking about the YouTube side. I wasn't even sure I was going to simulcast over on it because it just wasn't had a lot of traction there. I was like, I don't know, full of that. But when the subscription release just took off as it did, I switched over. This was a what I will call added bonus, a plus on the YouTube side to get the audience going over there and closing in on 5,000. It took me a year, 1 year on my Weather Nerds channel to get to 5,000. It took a little over a year to get there, and we're knocking on the door to do it in a week. I mean, wow, that's nice. I like that. So it's good that I found an audience that I can serve. Good day, Houston. Oh, I haven't done that yet, have I? Let's see here. Yeah, everybody's starting to concentrate on the power issues here in Georgia. They're still showing 30,000 there. I'll keep checking back up on it, but South Carolina's only got about 1,800, and Alabama's still got 9,000 mile power up there, and not sure about Tennessee. North Carolina's got 9,000, and Tennessee 291,000 without power. Yeeks. Thank you there, the Johnsons. Thank you, Johnsons. I appreciate that. And who gave me the star donations there? Oh, I missed that one. Dang, I hate when it does that. I can't figure that out. I mean, sometimes the Facebook will put the star message in there, and some don't. So I don't know. Kind of weird. Oh man, let's see. Mississippi's got 142,000 without power. Louisiana's got 125,000 without power. Texas has got 130,000 without power. Darlene Mortensen. Hey, Darlene. Thank you for joining us. Florida's not bad, obviously. And Sherry Duncan. Thank you, Sherry. So I want to continue to monitor these power outages. That's for sure. Rockdale County's got 911 now. That's kind of surprising. They did drop a lot of advisories there in North Alabama and East Tennessee because it's just too warm. You can see how that impacted there. See all these counties there, all these, they dropped them because that's that warm sector. It's just all cold rain. Now my guess is you're going to see some sort of black ice advisories and stuff going out after the fact, but we'll see what happens going into tomorrow. Oh, I forgot. I didn't grab my dang gummit. Ugh. I forgot to grab me a drink. I'll be right back. Hold on, guys. I should have taken a picture of that. I just looked out the front of my house. The road is all ice, and the kids got this little sled thing, and they're basically ice sledding down the road. I don't know, man. I don't like playing on ice. I remember a kid doing it in the late 70s in Augusta, Georgia, with a couple of bad ice sleet storms. But what I don't like playing with ice is that when you fall and get hurt, it hurts. It stings. Where snow's a little bit more fun. We are the heart of this thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a little piece of cheese. No. So here you got, this is your next surge of cold air coming down behind this thing. All this green is moisture. And obviously, when that green moves up into that Arctic air, it just dumps it. A lot of heavy. I'm looking forward to seeing what the snow totals are on the end of this storm. And you see the Pacific's tap, that moisture that's driving out of here. On right up this way. And that upper low kind of gets spinning up toward us. Again, like I said, this is not like the superstorm, big, massive storm. Just a tremendous amount of moisture going over these two boundaries that are rubbing up against each other. All righty. I'm just going to leave that alone. All right. We're coming up on the, let me check some of the here. We're getting close. I think we may have got some temperatures updates. So let me take a look at these. No, it's still 9:56. So any minute here, we're going to have some new temperature updates. And I want to check and look and see if we've had any changes. I suspect, like I said, I doubt we'll see that. And welcome aboard, Ket9. Ket9, welcome aboard there. I only need 3 more, and we're at 4,500. I need 3 more subscribers on YouTube to get to that 4,500. Like I said, I'm looking forward to the day that when it comes to the YouTube algorithm game or the Facebook algorithm game, when it's the audience is big enough where it's basically self-sustaining and I don't have to say squat. That would be nice. But you got to play the little game with it. 956, 953, 953. Not quite yet. Still waiting on it. It's so weird. There's no rhyme or reason. Sometimes it'll update quickly, and sometimes it won't. But look at Blairsville up to 42. Like I said, Blairsville's at 42. Again, you got warmer air surging out ahead of that line this way, but it's going around that. The wedge is in place. It's like a force field. So the wedge is like a force field, and the air's just going right around it, going right around the periphery. And those mountains play the game. And you can see it clearly right here. Let's see, it's 29 there in ball ground, but 43 up in LOJ. So to make that drive between LOJ and ball ground, because that cold air wedge has worked its way around those mountains, across the lake, and into Cherokee County. Look at that. Well, you guys just rolled that up really quick. Hello. Hey, Duffy's mom. Look at that. We just rolled past 4,500. All right. And somebody was asking if we thought we were going to get a run at 5,000. I don't know. We're going to stay on here. I think it'll depend on how much YouTubers out there want to subscribe. It'll all depend on the audience. It'll also depend on how long we're able to stay on, if the power doesn't go out here with the stuff. So we're getting closer now. This stuff are just approaching the line up here. Thank you, Bonnie. I mean, we're just now starting to get this main range shaft approaching the line, coming on through. So we're coming in toward Gadsden right now. So distance-wise, let's kind of use this as a point of reference here. So from there to Roswell is 90 miles. All right. It's moving about 45 miles per hour, I'd say 40, 45, somewhere in there. So we're still, like I said, about a couple hours, like between 1 and 2 o'clock before it starts really kind of spreading it across the area. So, but the northern part of this line, let's look at the distance here. So here heading up to ball ground is only about 75 miles. So again, still timing it out sometime around 1 o'clock. And what I'm going to be watching closely, and this is where I'm going to need y'all's help, especially if you're in these areas and you're watching from, is if you're getting the heavy rain, I need y'all to be the eyeballs for the channel. I need y'all to kind of tell me and put in the chats and let us know what you're seeing in those areas. Hey, you got Mia from North Mississippi here. Y'all please prepare. It was worse than we thought. We have no power. It's cold and we will be without power for days to weeks. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't see it. Thank you, Mia, for sharing that. That was over on Facebook. And us being in that primary wedge zone is a big problem. So we got more ice on the way. Blue Ridge, you're on the other side of that mountain. You're warm. Blairsville's at 43. Blue Ridge, you do not have to worry about this. You are protected. You're good to go. So you do not have to worry about that. So again, appreciate you guys checking out. It's 11:01 now. We should see the new temperatures now. Let's see. Yep, that's Hartsville Jackson came up to a grade of 32. Again, I wasn't expecting Atlanta to have a big problem with this. I think they'll come up just a little bit. 32. PDK's at 31. Lawrenceville has not changed. They're at 28. Gainesville hasn't changed. They're still at 27. Winder's at 27. That hasn't updated yet, but Monroe's still at 28. That hasn't given me the hourly just yet. That one has 28 up there. 26. Again, these are all the new hourlies, and they're all not changing. So nothing is showing any erosion at all of the wedge. It's firmly entrenched. It's staying firm. The temperatures are not coming up. The only place where I see a little bit of come up is down here across South Metro Atlanta, and not a lot. Here's the thing. We got stars. We got there. Paul Jackson. Thank you, Paul Jackson, for the 99 the stars sent in. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it's time to do a cross promotion here real quick. So you guys over on the YouTube channel, here is the link to our Facebook page. This is to give you my normal, postings and stuff out there outside of the YouTube channel. And for you guys over on Facebook, if you like to watch live coverage on your smart TV, you got a YouTube app on your TV and stuff like that, you can come over to the YouTube channel. There's the link in there in the chat, and you can go on there and you can subscribe that way. So do a little cross promotion between the both platforms there for you. Tell you one thing, there's a digital weather. What got me interested in doing this channel on a local level was a digital weather conference that I attended December before last, December of 24. Yeah, December 24. And I gone with a friend. He called me. I was not having a lot of success with my YouTube channel, the Weather Nerds channel, because I was trying to do a national audience, and that audience was gone. It was all, the Godfather Ryan Hall and the kid Max Velocity. They were taking all the oxygen in the room, and I was a little disheartened, and I really didn't know where I was going with that. So when I went to that conference, it got me turned out. Did you ever thought of going local, the local channel? I said, well, I don't know. I just give it some thought. And then I researched a little bit and found out that there was an audience there in North Georgia. So again, despite all the 3 resets we had to do, we're finally hitting our own, and it's very exciting. I got a power update that just came in here for you guys. Let's do that. We just saw another power jump coming up here across the area. So right now it just went up by another 2,000. It went from 30,000 to 32,000 here in Georgia. So trying to see which ones it upped. White County is now up to 7,000 up there. That's 38% of the county. Raymond County is up to 45% of the county without power. So those northeast zones are really, as these little showers keep coming in there, and we got that easterly wind, they're really gone. The counties down here in the south are not lining up as any significant outages yet. So we're talking about, Hall and Jackson and Banks and Franklin and Madison and Hart and Elbert, Gwinnett, Forsyth, Walton, Oconee and Clark and Oglethorpe. All those areas have not seen anything yet. I do suspect that'll change, though, as the precipitation moves in going into the afternoon hours. Got a lot of Doug Gorley, thank you for your donation there. Diane, I love you. I do love your donations, but you have done more than enough than a lot of other folks out there. She's like one of my biggest supporters. She's a subscriber. She does a lot of stuff to help support the channel. But I just want to say thank you, but it's not necessary. I do love you though. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you that the other people could donate. They could do that, but you've definitely done your part for King and Country. For today, at least. You can do it another time, but I'm not turning down money. Obviously, money's a good thing; it helps the channel out. But I think you've done your part, Diana, and I love you to death. Thank you to death. Thank you. All righty. All right, let's go here to. Let's go back over to the radar here. Let's go back over to the north. Oops. Oh, turn that off. Turn that off, you dummy. All right. So here's we are with the main rain shaft. Now just coming into extreme northwest Georgia. So we're starting to get what I would call steadier rains, not the real drizzle, not the light little stuff we've kind of seen up to this point. This is more the substantial rain that's going to be, good accumulating rain that we're going to see that's going to cause our icing problems. So this is just now coming into Dade County and up toward Walker County, just entering the state. All right, so we got a few hours before this moves in. I will say this much. What I would recommend if you're over there in the hot wedge zones where the icing is expected to accelerate, you're already seeing the power outages continuing to creep here. Just make sure you got everything prepped and ready to go from, your batteries are in your machines or stuff like that. The power goes out. It will be during the late afternoon hours. It won't be dark yet, but just make sure you got stuff ready to go for the New Beginners Homestead. Thank you, New Beginners Homestead. Just joined our family there on YouTube. Thank you. And make sure you guys have got that all cocked and locked and ready to go. Make sure you got the candles to go. Those who have generators, unlike me, who don't know how to put one together, make sure that they're ready to go. Make sure they're not too close to the house. You follow all the safety rules there. Got whether it be a propane or a gas powered one. So just make sure you're ready to go. Got candles ready to go for the night. Little light flashlights ready to go if you've done all that. USA Days. That's a great name. USA Days. That's a good name. We got a. I've got a generator, Doug. I just don't know how to put it together. Wife bought it. The instructions are terrible, and I'm just not very mechanically inclined. I am the worst mechanically inclined person I know. I can read a weather map. I can interpret that. I can look at the data on that. I can look at a lot of different stuff there, but I am not a mechanic. I am far from it. We thought that generator you bought would be fairly turnkey. It was not. And it requires a lot of different stuff. And I'm like, I don't think we got all the tools to put that thing together. So I will probably have to try to find somebody in my neighborhood who is a good mechanic, and I can pay them a little money to put that thing together. But they're going to be, at this point, it's a little too late. We should have bought that generator if we are going to do it a few days earlier. We bought it, my wife bought it yesterday. So we are just going to be SOL. That's just how it works. That's how it is. That's really cool what Facebook does. I had no idea they had that activate a star party. And they do that to get the folks to donate. Yeah, Doug, yeah, I'm a good laugh. You can laugh at me. That's okay. It's okay. I can take it. Let's go back over here on the YouTube side here. Just kind of watching the chat for you guys. Imperial Eagle, you've been real busy commenting here. Let's see here. Let's do a quick social media update here. We're up to 872 likes on Facebook, so let's get those likes going over there. We're kind of putting down around 100 or so flow. So give us a like over there. Keep the comments coming. Do the shares. Become a follower. Do those things over on YouTube. Let me look at the latest over there on YouTube, guys. We are up to, I'll go give myself a like too. We're at the 344 likes over there. So Facebook is outpacing Facebook when it comes to likes. So come on, YouTube. Y'all got to jump. Y'all got to get, the hammer's been thrown down. Facebook's outdoing y'all. So go. And you got more people watching over on YouTube than Facebook. So that shouldn't be the way it is. So go get it. All right, let's go back here to, and thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. Yeah, I need to go get help more than that. But right now, I'm just gonna be out of luck with that generator right now. So there we go. Looking at these power outages real quick, see if they've changed anything. No, it hasn't updated yet. All right, so that last update was at 10:56. We'll get another update here. I think they're doing it like every 20 minutes here on the power updated. So I want to keep looking at that. Let me go see if the new model run is finished yet. I want to see what the latest and greatest is on that. And let me check this out. Let me get it here. Yeah, it's still showing 2 o'clock to really be the massive kick in. That has not changed one bit. Still very hot. So this is what the models keep. It's still saying basically 2 to 5 o'clock, man. That's when we're gonna have to deal with a lot of icing. So we're coming up. That's 11 o'clock hour. There's 12. Not looking too bad there. Then we start getting the stuff across in the area. And then as we go to 2 o'clock, bam. So again, you see these heavier icing zones all up in here. Atlanta should warm up enough to where not, and it really gets dark. See the darker purple? That is all of Hall County. This is at 3 o'clock, right when the football game's supposed to come on. The worst icing is going to be taking place. So we're talking, Hall County, Dawson County, Forsyth County, going into Lumpkin County, White County. Again, I think some elevation will save you. I don't think, even though it's lighting up the whole county there, I think you're, depending on where you're at and your temperature profile might be a little different there. Habersham, over to Stevens, Elbert, Madison, Banks, going to Clark, Oconee, Oglethorpe, northern Walton, kind of northern Gwinnett a little bit. But that's that whole area in there. That's where all the power crews will be going. That is what that's looking like for sure there. So expect conditions to start deteriorating by 1 o'clock, peaking at 3, and then this should start to go downhill or should start to improve as we go to 4 and 5 o'clock. Still lingering there till 5 a little bit still. Make sure I got the new hour here on this. Let's take a look here. And then, yeah. So by 6 o'clock, you're about done. All right. So that 1 to 5 o'clock window, that's the window we're looking at where the icing is going to really pick up. Oh, I can hear the kid. There's a little slight hill in front of my house, and I'm hearing the kids out here doing their little, whatever the hell they're using as a sled, and they're icing down the road. They're just, woo! Sometimes I wish I was a kid again. I don't know. I'm too old for that crap. I break my arm. I'm also a little bit of a klutz when it comes to stuff like that. Hopefully there's no cars parked out in the street and you slide down there and run underneath the car. All right, let's see here. What we got going over here? You know what? I don't think so. It's always been my experience when it comes to freezing rain. The heavier the rain is, the quicker it accumulates. At least from what I've seen, when I've remembered. I remember covering the freezing rain event. I think it was in December 2005 up in Hall County for the TV station. And boy, when that rain started picking up, the accumulation accelerated big time. And I remember the power outages with that. So we'll see. I don't think that's the case. I ain't gonna swear on a stack of Bibles or anything. But the heavier, the steadier the rain, the quicker that's going to accumulate. And I don't think this is going to be overly heavy. I think it's going to be like a moderate rain, which is probably the optimal rain for getting that ice accumulation. Somebody's asking about downtown Atlanta. I don't think downtown Atlanta is going to be that bad because I think the temperature is going to come up. It's hovering down there at 32 degrees down there right now. Thank you, Freedom First. I appreciate it. I'll blow my nose again. Sorry, guys. Oh. Okay. So you got, it's 31 at PDK, it's 32 back in East Atlanta, it's 32 down at the airport, you got 32 down there in Hampton. I mean, it's barely, minimal. The interstates, you get a slight urban heat island down there. And again, a degree or two can make all the difference in the world. And as far as the dew points are concerned, I think they're completely saturated. So, excuse me, watch the dew point here and see if that number changes at all. And just barely. I mean, so not enough to where it's going to cool the temperature down. If you got a heavy enough rain maybe down there toward the airport, it might drop it down to 31 because the dew point's 29. So it would have to take a pretty good, decent rain to bring that temperature down another degree or two. You're not completely off the hook, but I'm not expecting anything. I'm not expecting the major icing there because your temperatures have to be in the upper 20s. That 27, 26, 27, 28 degree, in that range. That's where the icing, it gets really nasty at that temperature threshold. 31, 32, yeah, you get some icing, but it's just not quite as bad. Okay, you get a guy. So we'll see what happens down in Atlanta. Do the emojis do anything to help the channel? I don't think so. Not yet. Like I said, my problem on YouTube is it grew so fast. All the bells and whistles on the channel are not up, like monetization and membership and all that stuff. It's not up. My old channel had it over there on the Weather Nerds YouTube channel, which is kind of my national one I was trying to do, and I still report over there. But this one's not quite set up yet. So hopefully by the next time we do a live broadcast on YouTube, and hopefully it'll be for something dealing with severe weather season and not a winter event, because I think I'm done with winter mentally, to be honest with you. I just came off working like 3 weeks straight. I was supposed to fly out this afternoon to go to a weather conference in Houston, Texas. and I was going to try to mentally treat it as a little vacation, to have geek around with some weather colleagues, look at some weather stuff, talk to some vendors for potential support of the channel, hang out in jacuzzi a little bit, kind of rest myself. And instead, I worked my butt off this week, which, believe me, I don't mind doing because it's a great opportunity to get the channel up. And then, here I am working back yesterday and today. I have 4 hours of sleep, and we're going again. So I definitely need to take time to catch my breath this week. Hey, Ashley, good to see you. That's my daughter's name, Ashley Samples. My baby girl, Ashley. She's out in California, unfortunately. She's not local. All right. As far as power outages there in Hall County, everything else, again, that wind, it will play a factor. The wedge is still there. We're going to have that easterly wind until the front goes by and the wedge breaks down. So we're going to continue that persistent 15, 20 mile per hour winds here for the rest of the afternoon. So as those rains come on in here and the icing starts to accumulate and those winds shake the trees a little bit, that's when the power is going to start to accelerate and go down. That's what I think we're seeing going on up there in North Georgia right now, is they got a little more icing up there. And as the winds blow, limbs come off trees go down, whatever, and you start knocking out power. And we got an update. Boy, every time I check it, keeps going up. Keeps going up. Here's the new power update here for you guys. So we are currently now up to 35,000. 35,000 now without power here in Georgia. White counties, 50% of the counties now out. That's hell in Cleveland. 50% of the counties out. 7,000. So White County is definitely the worst right now. Lumpkin, 10% over there. Habersham, about 6% there. That's still low. So the big winner right now in the state is going into White County, where almost 10,000 customers and roughly almost half the county is out right now. So this again, that power thing's going to keep going up. I still don't think they put they're gonna put any kind of power crews out there until the last of this rain moves on out. Yeah. Oh, the emojis. I would suspect the emojis help the YouTube algorithm quite a bit. Yeah, that's a good example there, buddy. On the freezing. I'm kind of looking at YouTube right now. Hold on. A lot of good chats out there. I like y'all being good though. Y'all keep it cordial. Greene County, Athens. Again, Kathy, that same window I've been talking about between 1 and 5 o'clock. That includes in y'all. That's when the Athens go. Athens is holding at 26 degrees. That's a very cold temperature. And when we get that heavier precipitation move in there, and again, that heavy precipitation is not going to warm up those ground temperatures because that wedge is constantly filtering in that colder, drier at the surface. It's going to keep it in place. And that icing over there, Elberton's going to be potentially bad. Athens, over toward Cornelia, Winder, Gainesville, all those temperatures that are sitting there at 27, 28 degrees threshold. Not a good thing. As we kind of watch this rain now coming across the state line and heading toward the Atlanta metro area. This has still got a while, this main part of this line. Still got a little ways to go here. Let's see, from right about there to downtown Atlanta, about 100 miles. So, yeah, about 130 roughly. I would say that. So we were saying coming into these western zones about 1 o'clock, and then by 2 o'clock we got it moving across the area. It's gonna be a long afternoon. Long afternoon. Nick Brown says she's already got a 1/4 inch ice in Dawsonville. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. We've got enough ice that's causing sporadic problems so far. And So we're in that threshold right there now. And when that heavier rain comes, I think it's going to quickly jump to a half inch in a lot of places. And when that happens, that's when the cascade and the dominoes fall, and we start seeing the power outages just shoot up exponentially. It's just kind of whoop, just kind of shoot up very quickly. And that's what I'm expecting to see here for this afternoon. So let's go back here to the tap here. Fortunately, look at Blue Ridge, that little warm air pulling up around the periphery of that edge, up to 47 now up there in Blairsville right now, 45 in LJ, but it's 29 down in Ball Ground still, 34 in Cartersville. There's a real interesting little warm surge there that went up into the eastern Tennessee. Kind of weird because eastern Tennessee, they were getting a lot of snow yesterday. They were getting a lot of sleet and stuff. Now it's gone over to very warm, cold rain. There's a slush over there, and all that stuff's going to turn into ice so bad up in Tennessee. Tennessee's going to have really the worst icing, I think, than anybody going into tomorrow. Carrie says where she's at is 34, but it feels like 25. Now those wind chills are just nasty. They've been pretty nasty here all morning here with the wind chills. Let's see what the current wind chills are showing here across the area here. Let me get down to the state level here real quick. So what is the current wind chill doing here? Make sure it's up to date. Boom. That's air temperatures. What's the wind chills? Oh, that's nasty. Here's your current wind chills if you're just wanting to know what the temperature feels like. So you feel like temperatures 15 in Gainesville. So, I mean, it's not an overbearing wind chill. I mean, so when you look at the actual air temperatures, so here's the air temperatures. You know, it's 20, 26, 25, 28, 28. And then you throw in the wind. Yeah, just like I said, I would not like to be out like those kids are out there sledding down or icing down my road out there. It's too cold, man. I can't stay out in that. I don't care what kind of jacket I got. It is a raw cold too. I'll tell you, I remember in December of 2005, I went to a weather company called Weather Central. It doesn't exist anymore, but I was going up there for some training in Wisconsin. They were in Madison. And they got hit with a pretty cold Arctic break early. And I remember it being minus 14. And the winds were calm. And I had the big, heavy Gore-Tex jacketing on. And it felt, I was like, man, I didn't realize it was that cold. It didn't feel like it was that brutally cold. And then a week later, we get a big freezing rain event there in Gainesville. I'm wearing all the same stuff I had when I was up there in Wisconsin. And we got freezing rain coming down. It's 28, 29 degrees in Gainesville doing the live shot. And I'm just sitting there going, I'm freezing my butt off. And I'm like, man, 28, 29 degrees can feel colder than minus 14. And it did to me physically. It did. Just a big difference there and how the nature of the cold. Now, if I was in minus 14, the wind was blowing like crazy because the winds were pretty light up there. I probably wouldn't be saying that, but that's how it felt when I was up there that time. Yeah, I told him, one thing I was seeing I was talking about, Michael was talking about firewood there and YouTube. I would love, I told the wife, I said, next house we get, I want a regular fireplace. I got one of those cheap, gas powered little fireplace that just flickers. It's pretty to look at. It doesn't really warm up, doesn't do anything. But I told the wife, I said, when we get our retirement home, because we're in a big 5-bedroom house, and we're gonna be in this house another 5-6 years, and then we're selling it, getting rid of it. And I told her, next house I want to have an actual honest to God fireplace. I do not want a gas powered fireplace. So give me one of those steel pot stoves or a fireplace. That's what I want to have. I know I got to clean it up. I know it's a mess. I know I got to do that stuff, but I'm willing to do that to have a good fireplace. All righty. 11:28. So we're just looking at some intermediate updates here on the temperature profiler pretty soon. Yeah, somebody was asking a question about severe weather down in South Georgia today. Yes, there is severe weather potential down in South Georgia today. Let me show that real quick for you. So hold on one second. So the day outlook here is, again, Metro Atlanta. There, notice one thing I did notice, they did put a general thunderstorm threat, and I had mentioned this yesterday. I said it would not shock me the least if you hear a rumble of thunder. Although I'm still not seeing lightning with this right now, but I did mention the fact that I wouldn't be surprised if we had a rumble of thunder with the freezing rain going on. Would not surprise me at all. Looks like the weather. They did trim away a lot of the counties here, the western counties here, as far as the ice storm is concerned. I'm just looking on here, but down here to the south, especially the southern part of this line, you see the slight risk for severe weather here, and there is a tornado risk down here too. So it's running about 5% along that line. And they got a discussion going up. The tornado intensity 100 to 130. That's pretty healthy. That's pretty good. You got some strong winds there. So there's no official watch out just yet, but going into this afternoon, severe potential tornado watch likely. Watch issue is 80%. So there's going to be a tornado watch that's going to be issued there pretty shortly, covering down toward the Gulf Coast, including where my mother's at. So that includes southern Alabama, Florida, and southwest Georgia. So there'll be a pretty good watch box going up in that area pretty soon. That's pretty healthy. That's getting up to EF2, EF3 flirting with there. Those are pretty healthy tornadoes. That's pretty impressive for January. Special weather statement wind to 55 miles per hour. That's down in southern Alabama. So, yep, that is looking very impressive down there. Thankfully, we're not having to deal with severe weather. We're dealing with an ice storm, a different type of thing. All righty. I am a caffeinated dog here, I tell you that. All right, hey, we're coming up on, we're now at 11:30. Again, if you're over there on the YouTube channel, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you can. Make sure you give us a like. Keep the comments going in there. It's good to see you guys having a good conversations going on in there. And make sure that you guys give us a subscribe. We're trying to see if we can make a run at 5,000. Now, keep in mind on social media, it is hit and run tactics when it comes to this kind of coverage. Typically, you get maybe 10, maybe 15 minutes on this coverage. So make sure you do that so you get your neighbor who's not watching to come on board and know that we're following. So do that. Same over on Facebook. You got to do the same thing. Give us a like if you can. Give us a follow. And got to stay engaged. We're up to 901 likes there on Facebook. So again, if you haven't done a like for the broadcast, give it a big thumbs up there. Do that. Again, I call it feed the beast mode. I'm getting a little tired, as you can tell, and I'm supposed to do that every 15 minutes because if I don't, I start losing my audience, and I'm starting to see it turned off a little bit. I know folks are just kind of like, well, it isn't doing anything just yet. Yeah, it's not just yet, but I do suspect we may start seeing a spike in activity here as we go into this afternoon. I know a lot of folks are probably saying, well, you told me it's coming at this time. I'll come back and check at that time. And that's fine. So just make sure you guys keep supporting us there. Hey, Tyler, you're back out there again. I said, Tyler the Truth. He's my unofficial cheerleader out there. Back on the channel. So keep that health of the stream going. So I need y'all to do that. All right. That said, thank you there. Keep going. G. Oxford, welcome aboard, guys. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. That's what happens when you're basically drinking and living off these right now, and you're over 50. So you just go to the bathroom a lot. I'll be right back. I tell you one thing I'm looking forward to next year. Hey, S. Morgan, is if we get this thing fully established as a really good, nice professional operation, everything going, it'd be nice to have a somebody, a freelancer who I can dial in. We can cross talk chat to, and I can say, okay, kid, I'm gonna take you over. I'm gonna go take a nap. You go ahead and cover it for a little while, and I'll come back. Even Mr. James Spann over there in Alabama can hand it off to somebody every now and then. He's not on 24/7, so it'd be nice to have a little help. That's one advantage about working at a TV station. At least you got a little help there, is that you can hand it off to somebody and get going. But that's okay. I don't mind doing this. I'm seeing the big prize at the end of the road. I know where this is going to end. So the more work I put into it, the better it's going to pay off here in the end. Hasn't changed yet. No update there. Still holding. Power outage is holding steady right now. So looks like we're getting some decent rains. They're starting to show up here. Let me get back over to my, there it is. Starting moving up here across northwest Georgia. So I'm kind of going a little closer here. So it looks like we're getting some good rain coming into Somerville, coming up toward Chickamauga. Chattanooga looks like they're going to have some pretty good steady rains coming in that area here real soon. Let's see if that camera's active up there. I want to take a look at the UT camera. Let's see if that's going here pretty good. Yep, it's still going. So here's Chattanooga here. Kind of see the camera up there. Some pretty steady rains kind of moving into there. And that's the type of rain I'm expecting really in our area. A good steady, nice steady, light to moderate, occasional moderate rain. And that is really good, rains for as far as accumulation on the icing there. So that's Chattanooga. So you kind of see that heavier rains get moving into that area. And they got some more steady rain getting to move in here. So we got some pretty good rains here coming up toward Coal City, down toward Trenton, and just down back to the Alabama line here. And then we got some more rain coming here toward Floyd County. Again, this is the heavier stuff. At Fort Payne, 39 degrees cold. That's just a day you just don't want to go outside, man. That's just a miserable day. Absolutely. So this stuff's starting to increase here across these counties. And we're just going to watch it. We're going to track the parade here as it comes across North Georgia and across that wedge zone. And again, that's a good, solid precipitation field. There are a lot of yellow. It's good and steady, moderate rain. I think the heavier rains are down here where this red is. This is very heavy rain down here. I think that stays south of Interstate 20. That stays to the south. So you're just looking at a good old-fashioned moderate rain, nice and steady, coming across all of North Georgia with these temperatures holding in the 20s. And that's when the icing will accelerate at that time. Again, we're still looking at that window. It's 11, sometime after about 1:30, 2 o'clock, really kind of coming into those areas. And then between 2 and 5, really be bad in that window. So anywhere in that period between 2 and 5. Hey, Yvette, thank you. Dawsonville, asking about Dawsonville. Again, you guys I'm telling everybody here, Yvette, what I'm telling everybody here is up against those mountains where you got a little bit of protection. It's like for example, Blue Ridge is sitting at 47. But if you're on those mountains in here, if you're anywhere in this zone, over toward Dawsonville, over toward Canton, coming down here toward Metro Atlanta, north side of Fulton, coming here through Gwinnett, kind of going up this way, kind of right in through here. That anybody in that zone where that wedge is really, shoved in there real good, it's going to really be nice, steady acceleration of the icing. Now, what I'm going to be watching here when the rain gets over here, and I can go to the local Peachtree City radar a little bit, I'll be watching to see where any of the heavier rains may have falling at that time when we're going into that. Like I suspect we're going to see outages start to accelerate at that time. So Pickens County, I don't think it's going to be that bad because you got the mountains on the other side there. It might work in the extreme eastern parts of the county. Look at the temperature difference there and Pickens. That Pickens is a tough one. That is a very tough one because I'm not super familiar with that terrain in there. I mean, look at the difference in the temperature here between LJ's reporting station here, 45, and 29 down at Ball Ground. Okay, 45. You got 29 down here to the south. This is Pickens County right here. So, man, I think part of the county will be impacted, but part of it won't. All right, like the western areas, I don't think will be that bad. So if you're over in Pickens County, like over here, I think you're okay. So that's a really tricky one there. Oh, God. Somebody just sent me a message, said, my daughter's boyfriend was walking and saw someone doing donuts at Walmart. Here's your sign. It's like, ooh, let's go do some donuts in the Walmart parking lot. I'm like, oh, Lord. Oh, I can't control my car. I just spun out into a pole. That's real smart. Real Dad Gaming 24. Hey, Real Dad Gaming. Hey, I got this great gaming chair. I tell you, this thing's very sweet. I like it. Gives me nice little lumbar support there. My old chair literally fell apart, and I needed to get furniture anyway for the studio, so I went and paid the money and got this real nice gaming chair. It's real supportive, especially with my bad back. This is very. It feels like the captain's chair from the Enterprise. I'm like, base of starboard. No, but it's really nice. The desk is the next thing I got to get replaced because this desk is flimsy. It's too small for this big screen and the other screens I want to put in here. So the desk is definitely it's going to be my next buy, the desk, and another light because I've only got one light here. When I had two monitors, I could put it center, but I got bad lighting on this side, so I got to get another light on the other side. So one thing at a time, one step at a time, right? All right, let's see. Let's scroll on down here. Lumpkin County. I just told y'all. Walton, same thing. Pickens, depends on where you're at. All right. Let's go back over here. Got the propane tank. I tell you couldn't find propane anywhere. My wife got some propane. She got plenty of propane. Too bad we can't use it for anything. But yeah, propane. You couldn't find propane anywhere up around where I'm at. They were pretty much all taken out. Now I know some parts of the state. There are gonna be some people who are gonna be angry. They go like, they had ice storm and we got all this and nothing happened here. There are gonna people will be like, I spent this money, did all this stuff, and nothing happened. You guys are liars. You're this. And then there are going to be other people who are going to get very hit hard, and they're going to say, thank you for doing what you did. We did good. We were ready to go, and we got other stuff. So I'm going to be dealing with both extremes for you guys. I'm going to have people who are going to be picking on me, and then there are people who are going to be thanking me. So it's going to be, one of those things. I'm just very grateful that the GFS fantasy that was 2 days ago which was trying to bring a winter storm next weekend, is not going to come true. Because I would love to be able to take next weekend to do absolutely nothing and just chill. I mean, I'll still do my little weather postings, but that's minor on the weekend. Oh, my dad just sent something here. I still remember. Yeah, my dad just sent me a little message there. Let's check out these temperatures here. It's still 10:53, 10:56. It's 11:15. Still showing 28 there, 28 there, 26. Negative. Nothing's changing here. These intermittent updates are 11:35 just happened. They're not showing any change in the temperature. So even Atlanta's been staying pretty steady with their temperatures not going up either. So the TV, the fact that we got the wedge that's staying in place and not breaking down at all, it's going to hold its own until it clears out. Imperial Eagle, here's the thing. It's always guys. It's always the men. The men are the most belligerent on these pages. I know Glenn Burns and I have talked about it and everything else, and he was the one that told me, hey, make sure you block these people early. Don't let them accumulate on your page, because if you do, it gets out of control. He's got 400,000+, so he knows what he's talking about. We only got about 60, so I try to block these guys out as best I can. Most of them will sit there. They'll call you, ignorant guesser. They'll the fake news, exaggerated, hate monitor, clickbaiter, you name it. I mean, like I said, if I was a true clickbaiter, I would have posted all that bogus GFS snow totals for North Georgia if I was looking out just to get money. I could have posted that picture 2 days ago showing Rome getting 30 inches of snow and North Georgia buried in 1 to 2 feet of snow. I could have posted that and probably made $500, $400 or $500 off it. I could have made a ton of money. If I was a clickbaiter, I would have done that. But I'm not. I don't do that. I don't play that game. Now, will show in the different levels of ice storms because ice is something I take very seriously. When it comes to winter storms, ice storms are the worst. They're the biggest headache. They cause the biggest loss of life. They could cause the severest power outages. And because of how big this system was or is currently, I know we could look at the potential for long duration power outages for lasting days. So I wanted to make sure everybody was prepared for this one. And I didn't care if a model was showing higher total. It's irrelevant because, like we said, anything above a half inch to an inch, your power is gone anyway. So it doesn't really matter if it's a 3-inch accumulation or not, or 2-inch accumulation. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change what the power situation is going to be. So your first ice storm. Everybody remembers their first ice storm. I remember my first ice storm was in Augusta, Georgia back in 1978. That's the one I remember. Now, before that, as a kid, I lived in Alaska. My dad was stationed there. He was Army. And I was just all snow there. I just remember a lot of snow, playing in the snow. I lived in the snow, built snow castles. My parents brought me very warm clothes, and I was out living in it all the time. That was my first experience with winter as a little kid. So let's see that. Okay, so I want to go to this map here because I did notice it was updated. Thank you there, thinking of others. Let me go to here. We need to show you the updated map here. I noticed it on the other model a little while ago. So as you can see on the map, the ice storm warning up here across northwest Georgia is now all gone because temperatures are too warm. As they took out all these ones up here in East Tennessee, Alabama's pretty much all done. But you still got the ice storm and the winter weather advisory on the periphery of that thing. So we're waiting to see what happens here on when the storm moves on in here. Let me go back here to so the steadier rains are just now starting to come into the Somerville area here. So let's go back over to Radar Omega here. Again, the yellow, the steadier rains here coming up here. This is all rain. Chickamauga getting rain. Coming into Rome here very shortly. Going to get some rain in here. So this is the initial stuff that we got to track it now. Entering the state, coming into the wedge zone and the icing situation that's going to pick up significantly here this afternoon. So we are definitely only a few more hours away from this being bad. Now, as far as power outages, still holding at 35. That's going to go up. Thank you, Teresa. Welcome aboard. Thank you for subscribing. And that's going to keep going up here, especially with this precipitation moving in. I'd say that's some hefty thunder. That's a hefty line there. That's quickly moving along here. It's going to go north of Montgomery, kind of sliding south of Anniston. I think the highest winds, this is going to stay just to the south of the metro area there. But all the steadier rain is just going to fall all across the area. Now, I want to say this one point. You guys know when we're tracking rain, all right, whenever you look at rain totals from any rain event, it's not uniform. It's not the same. So not everybody's icing, wherever it is going to be exactly the same. Some areas are going to be spared. Some areas are going to be harder. So just know that it's going to be an unequal opportunity offender here on who gets the worst icing and who doesn't. It's all going to be dependent upon where that rain is streaking in at that time and how much icing takes place at that time. for your area. So it's gonna change depending on where that line pulls up. That's why when we get this, when we start tracking that rain coming across into those ice zones, that's when we'll be looking at the power outages going up. Thank you, JC McEver. My beautiful bride just came down the stairs. I knew she was going to sleep till noon. Hey, Julia, how are you? I love the bedhead. Yeah, the kids have been out there sledding down the front there. Yeah, it's a big ice fest out there in front of the house. They've been. It didn't look like it did. It didn't look like it did, but I did what the video told me to do. Put it down, and no, it didn't. I think it's because it was all sleet. There's not one next week, but I'm going to pay somebody to fix that generator, though. I'll get that generator fixed, and we'll have it for a future event. We'll keep it. We shall keep it. It isn't like I can't turn around and sell it later. I'm sure I can. Sell it for a little less, but still get most of the money back. Let's go look at let me see if the latest model data is all the way through here. It is. It's just chewing on here. I'll show. It's been a little while since I showed the model. Let me get this up for you guys. Let me show you this to you real quick. Hey, Julia, I am on air. Just so you know. All right, so let's go here to 3 kilometer here. Oh, why the heck to do that? I hate when it resets. Doggone it. I did not reset that. I got to pick the state again. Blah, 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 blah. All right. So here is the latest and greatest on the icing. We're going to show you that real quick and type. All right, here we go. Let's go over to the icing here. Watch the little timestamp. That's in your right-hand corner. Here is the latest and greatest on the icing. It's still showing that same window. This is 12 o'clock. We're coming up on 12 right now. Not really that bad. But here's 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock, there's the tornado watch that just got issued for South Alabama. So we got the tornado watch down south. Now you will see the warnings will pop up for the tornado stuff on this crawl because it is a national crawl. Right now the ice storm warning and stuff, even though it's not showing them all the counties because it's so long, you'll see that crawl down below. But it does look like it's starting at 2 o'clock. And it just gets progressively worse from there. 2 to 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock is still there. And then by 6, it starts to wane. So that's your window, guys. If you're in any of those zones up there, starting around 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then it looks like that's going to hold for about a 4-hour window. And it'll be during that 4-hour window when we'll start seeing a spike in those power outages. And the icing will get more significant. Now, this is coming in the middle of the day. There is a little bit of help as far as the roads are concerned. Maybe not so much the bridges and overpasses, but the roads themselves will absorb a little bit of radiation, UV radiation coming in through those clouds. That'll help a little bit, just a little bit, with the icing, despite the temperatures being in the upper 20s. If it was nighttime, that would not be the case at all. So that's a little bit of a positive here with this heavy rain coming in during the day and not in the middle of the night. So that's what we're seeing there. Go back to the radar. So like I said, we're just now at coming noon, really getting the steadier rains now moving into the state of Georgia. Northwest Georgia getting it right now. And I'm interested to see, we're only about, anybody there in Canton area, that kind of area there. So the distance we got to watch here now, I'm going to freeze that for a second, is, from basically from here, it's only about 50 miles. And the edge of the rain here is only about, maybe 40 miles. So we're only about 40 miles within the hour of this stuff getting into the colder temperatures. So we're going to watch within the hour. Anybody here in Cherokee County especially, y'all going to be first up on this, I think, to tell us exactly what's going on with the rain. Because it's going to be all rain. There's no doubt. There's no sleet with this. This is going to be all rain here. And this is where the freezing rain is going to really kick in. Where this other stuff that's been coming at us has had a little sleet little stuff mixed in with it and stuff. This is going to be predominantly all rain with this as it comes out of Alabama. It's going to be all rain, and that's going to be just the freezing rain. So that's what's going to be in there. Yeah, it looks like about I'd say Cherokee County, it is noon now. I think by 1 o'clock, the initial fringes of this should be moving in. During the 1 o'clock hour, we will start seeing Cherokee County start to get in on the icing. So if anybody's in that county, if you come back, go ahead and just let us know how the rain is doing, the moderate rain, and if the icing looks like it's accelerating. I'm guessing it's going to be, if you're looking at a 3 to 4 hour window of steady, moderate rain in upper 20-degree temperatures, that icing is just going to be nice and steady, just accumulate, and then snap, crackle, pop. Here come the trees coming down, power lines coming down all over the place, especially once we crack that half-inch threshold. Because a lot of what we got going on out there right now is, it's sitting about a tenth to a quarter inch for some instances. We know we got at least a quarter inch because we've had some disruptions of power up north. But once we start getting over that half-inch threshold and getting to a 1 inch, which I still think is a possibility for some folks, it's going to be a problem. So, hey, Jay Field, you're in East Cherokee. You're in a great location. Let us know when that rain gets in your area here in the next hour or so, what the icing's doing in your area. Let us know. And you too, Jeffrey Brown. Yeah, Metro Atlanta, I'm not expecting it to be that bad. Y'all are so close to not to say you won't see some glazing and stuff around, but you're holding right at 31, 32 degrees. So you're not, I don't think the roads would be that bad. If it was 28, 29 degrees down in Atlanta, I'd be a little more concerned about more widespread problems down there. So yeah, again, let's look at I want to look at how the road temperatures are done. I have not done that in a hot minute. So for those who don't remember, we had a little event back in 2014. You remember that little thing called Snowmageddon, where 2 inches of snow turned into ice on all the roads. Nobody really knew what the road temperatures were doing. So I want to show this point why I think the roads, because it's coming in the middle of the day, are going to be okay, except for maybe the bridges and overpasses. So let me get this up real quick. Stand by for a second. So again, kind of focusing on the prime zones here. All right. The road temperatures are above. This is below freezing. The road temperatures are sitting a little bit above. So, and they're kind of just holding steady. Okay. That's up near Gainesville. That road temperature is below freezing, sitting at 30 degrees. That's sitting below freezing as well. So these are sitting below freezing here. That one's gone. Still below freezing there too. Lawrenceville. Let's take over to Lawrenceville. Below freezing. All these roads here are showing below freezing temperatures. So I'm sitting there trying to be an optimist, saying, man, we need a little bit of UV radiation, bring the temperatures up a little bit. Ain't doing it. I think I'm just talking out of my butt. I mean, I've seen it in the past. You've seen it before. In the middle of the day, even though temperatures are cold, you're still getting a little bit coming through. I think the wedge is just preventing it. Not going to happen. So thank you for the star. Yeah, all these every single one of these road temperatures, all of them. Every single one of these, except for that one, all of these in here are all reporting road sensors are saying they're below 32 degrees, below freezing. So, and they'll come down even further when it starts raining, because they'll start raining and they'll cool it even more because the air temperature's down in the 20s. It'll cool it down even more. So we'll have to watch those ice areas very closely. Hey, Julie, can you bring me a little chili left over? Thank you. Oh, the hamburger. Oh, yeah, that'll work too. Give me a little bit of that. I appreciate it. I'm hungry. Oh, you believe I'll eat it? All right, so let's go back to the radar. So we looked at the road conditions there. Let's look at some of the cameras, see if Helen's still down. Helen's back up. There you go. I got the power back up there. That camera. Look at the trees. Wow, they're coated pretty good. Yeah, they're at 32 degrees. That camera was down earlier. but you can see the icing all there. I really hope the icing doesn't get too bad there in Helen because, you know, they still got all their holiday decorations up. So Helen's back up. Let's look up here in Blairsville. Blairsville, you guys are on the warm side of this. So roads are damp, but warmer up there. Lake Chatuck, Hiawassee, you're at 38 degrees. You're fine. Here on the other side of the mountain, you're good. Sky Valley up there, extreme northeast Georgia, 28 degrees there. Now that place will still ice at that temperature. Oops, excuse me. There's Lake Lanier. Oh, talk about just a lousy day there at the lake. Now, Dalton, you guys are getting the rain up there. It should be raining, some light rain falling there. It's raining there. You can see the rain falling there in Dalton. Just a steady light rain, and that'll be picking up here a little bit. Here's the UGA campus. Hey, Nevs 86. And I've got to refresh this camera. For some dumb reason, it will not come up on its own. And there's that. So you can see the sleet they had there on the UGA campus. Everything's white up on the roof, so they got a lot of sleet there. It's 26 degrees in Athens. Last update there, so it's pretty cold there. Athens will see significant icing. Dahlonega, I can't even see that lens anymore. That's been out since yesterday. So yeah, we keep looking at all those. So that's Brasstown Balls at 29. Can't see that. The other Blairsville stick went down again. There you go. But that's what we're looking at. Yeah, but Brasstown Balls up there up in the cloud deck. Can't see squat. And to get ready for a cold week, folks. This was updated yesterday. No changes up through February the 3rd. It's going to be cold and it's going to be dry. So our persistent drought, unfortunately, is going to continue. Get ball there. Get back in play mode. Yep, we are in for it. Yeah, Athens still holding at 26. That's still 25, 25, 26. Those are loud. Covington's at 30. You got to watch that down there. Covington, you guys got to watch that too at 30 degrees. And all of Metro Atlanta, you know, from PDK down to the airport, Hartsville-Jackson is sitting at 32. West Atlanta's at 32. So still holding on there a little bit. Watching the chat here. What's Dawsonville doing to get the next few hours? Dawsonville, I would say as we get toward 2 o'clock, that's when the icing should pick up significantly there. Your temperature right in that area is sitting right around 28 degrees, and the icing will accelerate. I expect Dawson County's power outages to accelerate at that time as well. Now, I got a new update on the power update. It continues. The power outages continue to climb. So I'll take you over to that right now. So the power outage right now is showing 42,000 now without power here in Georgia. And that's up from 35 on the last update. Got 2,193 in Lumpkin County. White County's at 8,939. That's come down just a little bit because I did see the power come up there in Helen, obviously. Habersham's at 2,105. And Clayton's at 8,233. So we got 42,000 total here out of Georgia. Nothing like they're out here to the west. I mean, if you want to compare yourself, like Mississippi has got 145,000 mile power there. Let's see if the Tennessee's got 295,000 mile power there. Trying to get, come on, give me a state of Louisiana's got 120,000 mile power there. So you can see the numbers back to the west. I think we're going to see similar type numbers. I think we're going to clearly get over 100,000. I think that we're on target for that. The question is how big is that number going to get, especially when it gets into these more populated counties just outside of Metro Atlanta, like Forsyth County and Hall County and Gwinnett County, and heading over toward Athens and areas like that. Yeah, they said northern Mississippi got smoked. Yeah, I came in late because I tell you, when I was looking at the outages last night before 2 o'clock, it didn't look that bad. But boy, did it spike over toward morning. It really, really shot up big time in those areas. Yeah. My wife's got family or friends over there in Mississippi. She grew up there, so she's reading some of the stuff. Come on, shut up, you stupid. Oh, I'm ready for that food. Bring it. I had a little bit to eat, but not enough. I'll tell you, I'm glad when this stuff's over. I'm just praying. I'm crossing my fingers that me don't lose my power. I'm in Brazelton. I'm in considered. No, Julie, I did not get on that road. I did not get in cheese. Thank you. Ooh, boy, you think you made that hot enough? Ow. Yeah, that's too hot. Ooh, I'll eat that in a second. Anyway, I appreciate you guys checking us out here on the channel. If you are new and you're over on Facebook, please give us a follow. If you're on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button if you can. Help us out. Help us maintain our audience and help us maintain as things will be kind of deteriorating here shortly. So for you guys over here on YouTube, I'm going to paste over here my link to my Facebook page. You can go over there and give us a follow over there. And for you folks here on the Facebook channel who are watching this, I'm going to give you guys the link to the YouTube channel because you got your smart TV. Maybe you want to watch it on a big screen. Set off your phone. You can do that. Go on over there and give it a little like and follow. Now, we started broadcasting 4 hours ago. And thank you, Corey Payne, for joining us. Facebook will allow us to stream for 8 hours. So we're at 12 o'clock right now. And we're 4 hours and 20 minutes in. So it looks like when this stuff's getting really hot and heavy, we'll have to restart the Facebook page up at some point. It just shuts down, and I'll have to bring it back. So if you're watching on Facebook on extended cover, now I know what's going to happen because this happened yesterday. We're going to take it down, we'll bring it back up, and then we'll see a spike. It'll go right back up. In fact, I'm actually tempted. What I might do here on Facebook here, before the heavy precipitation moves into the hot zone, I might bring it down temporarily and bring it back up. That way there's no chance of it timing out in the middle of the event and maybe help bring the audience back a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave it alone until about 1 o'clock. So you guys here on Facebook at 1 o'clock, I'm going to deactivate the stream and then I'm going to bring it back up. That way I can make sure it stays up for the duration. Now YouTube is a 12-hour window. It is a 12-hour window here. So as that goes on through, we'll be okay because it'll stay till 7 o'clock tonight and we'll be done broadcasting by then. Assuming so, but that's what we're looking at for right now. Now, I see Susan, you're asking about Gilmer County, not worried about you. Pickens, it kind of really depends on where you're at. Like LOJ's at 45 degrees. So I think if you're in eastern part of Pickens County, you got some problems. Western part, you're okay. So let's see if this thing is too hot to eat or if I can let it cool up. A little hot. Got to get the fuel in you. I'm not a machine. I'm a man. I gotta have some food needs, man. Anyway, let's go back here to the radar here. And we're just after 12. Again, these temperatures, the new 12 o'clock's in, and none of these temperatures are budged. They're not moving. Not one bit. Have not changed, not updated. I think that basically illustrates the strength of the wedge. We're seeing warming up here, like LOJ's come up to 45, Blairsville's come up to 47. We're at 40s, 38s over here toward Chatsworth, 41 over here north of Rome. So that looks like the furthest east extent of the wedge is right here at 34. But yeah, that's where it's kind of coming in this way. So that's as far east as it was able to go. So now that precipitation is moving on in, one thing I want you to notice where that rain is falling When I turn on the dew point, watch that northwest zone. It's no change. That means you're 100% saturated. Rome might drop a degree or two because their dew point's 36. They're at 41. So, but they're completely saturated there. Now, what I find interesting is that like Gainesville's at 24, and their dew point's 24, and their temperature's 27. So what that tells me there for them, like if it starts to precipitate there, they may actually drop a degree potentially if they're not 100% saturated. So anyway, I'm gonna leave it on temperature. Enough of that. So looks like our first reporting station. We got folks here in Cherokee County watching. So we'll be Cherokee County. That'll be kind of our first real kind of look to see what goes on there, like Ball Ground and Canton areas with the temperatures sitting 28, 29 degrees, to see what this rain does when it moves in those areas. And we'll probably see that within about an hour. Sorry, Jessica. Yeah, Gwinnett, Lawrenceville, all of y'all are, anybody's temperatures are down in the 20s outside, just know. Jimmy Robbins says, I got family in Tacoma without power. Yeah, that county up there's got a lot. Well, got an update here. It went the other way. So looks like the power crews are working. I think I got that question answered because it got up to 42,000 on the power outage. It just came back down to 36. So the power crews are working. They're not going to wait for the rain to come through. They're trying to keep on top of it to keep the system up and people keep warm. So, yep, they're out there working. So let's give 3 cheers for our power crews out there. Trying to stay ahead of these outages a little bit. They know what's coming. They know they're going to get a lot more. It's coming. Oops. I'm trying to get back to my regular thing. Oh, there we go. Let's go up here and take a look at some of these heavier rains here moving in here. So Ringgold, Dalton's getting into the rain now. Let's see how the rain's looking out of Dalton. And yeah, just a nice little steady rain. And it's that kind of rain right there that has me most concerned. That's a nice light to moderate steady rain there. That's the stuff that easily coats and easily ices. So, yeah, thank you for that new subscriber. Thank you. So, that's what we're going to watch for that kind of steady, nice, steady, light to moderate rain that gets on that's already coating. You already got good ice out there from the warm-up stuff. And that's what's coming at us here. Yeah, that's I've been talking about the OBS, that warm-up sector on the other side of the mountains. It really, this is such a great illustration of how terrain, the wedge, and all that works together in a complex weather situation like this one. And I think it makes y'all appreciate the forecasting challenges that the poor guys down at the National Weather Service has got to deal with when forecasting this kind of event. It is so hard, especially when we're talking tens of miles here. You see how the terrain plays a factor here. I mean, it's 37. You go to the Helen. Let's see if the Helen sticks up or down. It's still up. It's 32 degrees there in Helen. All right, 32 degrees in Helen. But you go over the mountains, right, over to Blairsville, and it's 47. So Helen, just over here, not that far away, sitting at 32. But they're sitting at 47. You got 45 there in LJ, but it's 28 down in Ball Ground. So it really illustrates the cold air wedge, the shallow nature of it, how the Georgia mountains play a part in how the air is funneled, how it comes in, and how it interacts with what's going on. Now, with a strong wedge in place and a cold wedge at that, I would definitely characterize, anytime I see a wedge where I see temperatures holding at 27, 26, 25 degrees, 28 degrees, that's a pretty good cold wedge there. staying 100% saturated, that's going to really allow some very good icing to take place. Unlike yesterday where I took 3 hours to eat this, I'm not doing that today. So my apologies for eating in front of y'all, but homie got to eat. There's no break in weather. Weather doesn't take a break for nobody. How you doing, Oliver? How are you? You didn't get your cheese today. I'm sorry. I want to show my puppy off. Come here. Yeah. Show my puppy off. Here goes my puppy dog. There he is. This is Oliver. He is a 13, 14-year-old Jack Russell. You good boy? No? He's like, can you put me down now? That's my little Jack Russell. He just smells the food. He's just coming over there to try to sneak some food out of me. All right. So we're getting closer to game time, folks. I'm just telling you right now, we're getting closer here as this rain's starting to cross now out of Alabama into Georgia. We're getting closer to game time here. The main rain shaft has gone through Anniston now. So we're closing in here. We're closing in with the next, it's 12 o'clock now. So we're within 2 hours of this really starting to go downhill. So like I've been telling folks here, especially you guys in the Wedge area, just be prepared for the power to go out. Most likely going to happen. We're going to track it as long. I will stay broadcasting here as long as I can. Now, again, we're going to say it again on Facebook. At 1 o'clock, I'm going to take you down, and I'm going to bring you back up because of that 8-hour window, and I don't want it to cut off in the middle when the war stuff's going on. And if I lose power, if it abruptly cuts out, you know what happened to me. Oh, his power is gone. He's out. So we'll stay on as long as the power crew stays on in the Brazelton area. Now, I will say this. Our power grid here where I'm at, this neighborhood, doesn't lose power that easily. It doesn't happen that often. So, but I know its likelihood to go down. Wow. So Audie Garris says, I'm at 3,000 feet, and Young Harris and the heavy wind just hit us. You got a lot of heavy wind blowing in there. You got a lot of wind energy with this. Now, keep in mind that we do have a severe component with this, but not coming up our way. Take that back down. Turn that off. There we go. So you can see down here to the south, and we'll take this off real quick, is you got this new tornado. This is tornado area, tornado watch box down here that goes, what does it watch go out? It powers 7 hours. It goes until 6 o'clock Central Time, 7 o'clock Eastern. So needless to say, my buddy Chris Smith down here in Panama City, he's doing some wall-to-wall coverage, watching this line coming through, going through Mobile right now. There's no active warnings out there right now, but just in case they do have that watch box up there, none of these are severe thunderstorm warnings. They look like they're just special weather advisories. So, but there's one severe thunderstorm warning I'm showing. Oh, there it is. It's down there in the bay, right down here. So you'll see my little counter there in the corner in the bottom of the screen. So anyway, that's what's going on down there. But we're more interested in watching this heavy rain, the heavier, steadier rain moving across our area. So let's go back over to... All right. Oh, we're getting so close. Getting so close. Now, we had a couple ladies here on earlier out of Mississippi, and they were saying it came on quick and it came on fast, and it was worse than they thought. I'm hoping that's not the case for us. But hope, It's like, you know what? I'm not even going to get that old saying. My gut instinct tells me that we're going to see a similar situation in the wedge zones and those counties with the temperatures in the 20s. It's going to accelerate quickly, and the power is going to go whoop. It's just going to go very fast over a couple hours. It won't be instant. It'll just be gradual. You'll start bam, 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 bam. You'll start from west to east. You'll start to cascade as the power lines start coming down. Things start to happen. So as that steadier rain moves through the area. So heavy squall line looks like this heavy rain stuff's going to stay south of Interstate 20. That's good news there. So this is just all light to moderate rain coming across North Georgia. So rain's starting to pick up there in the Blue Ridge area, which I got to add that camera back in here. I can't believe I don't have that camera. Oh, you guys are funny. Let's go down here a little bit. Yeah, Robert's reporting the rain starting there in Chatsworth. Lafayette's getting rain there too. Hey Robert, just when you're looking outside, if you're seeing it raining and stuff like that, just let me know. Just say yeah, it's icing and it's getting thicker on the plant. If you want to take a picture, you can do that too. Yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. And Diane says it just started pouring here in Murray County. Of course, they're okay where they're at. Almost done. Y'all make sure y'all watch this. Now, we'll do similar coverage like this during severe weather season. We'll do the same thing. And we'll stay on top of it. I'll also, during severe weather season, before anything severe weather moves in, I'll start advertising a little service we call Weather Call. Not going to do it today. But the Weather Call thing is a great service for you guys that don't like fumbling around with amps. It's a call service where I call you. You get a message from me saying, hey, you got a severe thunderstorm warning, or hey, you got a tornado warning. It's the service is pretty cheap. It's like $15 for the whole year. And every subscription we sell, we get a little bit back from the channel, but you get something out of it. It's like less than a fountain drink a month. And it's a great thing to have it because when they call you back, you get the alert from me. You get the text message, shows you where you're at in position to where the storm is. It's a great little service. It really takes the have to think about it or fumbling around with some app somewhere. All right, it's a great service to have. Yeah, Sunny's reporting 34 there in Woodstock. Oh. It's interesting. Kennesaw's at 32, 34 over there in Cartersville. And Woodstock's in the southern part of the county, and Ball Ground's further north at 28. So, yep. Game is on, man. Getting close. I swear it's like watching a football game. All right. Done eating. Finished. Sorry, guys. Had to get a little food to me. Thank you for that new subscriber. Not sure who that was. That little alert symbol doesn't alert me on everybody who subscribes. It does for some of them, but not everybody. So I'd like to thank everybody for subscribing to the channel and follow us on Facebook. See, I haven't looked at that in a hot minute. Let's take a look here. We're currently at almost 60,500. So we might knock on 61,000 there. I left the big ad a buy up on that. So it's still going because we're still doing wall to wall. So I just left it up, even though it said 3 o'clock on Saturday. I said we were up until it's finished. The Weather Prediction Center just put snow out for next weekend. I didn't see anything coming for next weekend. I'm not sure when you saw that. If you got that, I'd like to see that. Unless something new came in with the models that I wasn't tracking. I've not been paying attention, obviously, doing the severe weather stuff here. So let me take a look at the GFS real quick. That's the only model that kind of came in here. Stand by for a second. I'll negate that myth there in a second. Hold on one second. The European's just chewing. GFS is about done. All right, hold on one second. I'll tell you. I don't think there's anything but cold weather for next weekend. You may have seen a cold weather alert for next weekend. Maybe that. I can see that. So let's see here. All right. Oops. Let's go here. All right, there we go. So I'm just looking at the GFS here. Let's see here. Next weekend. It is showing absolutely nothing. No. So I'm going to tell you right now, there is no snow for us next weekend. So we'll put that in the chat just to let you know. That's an urban legend, maybe from a post from a couple days ago. Nothing here coming. Our next real decent rain event on the GFS model, we don't see any decent. I mean, we got one event, maybe the 7th, and maybe decent rain coming in on the 10th of February, which is the end of the run. Another cold shot coming down there. So right now, it's a myth. There ain't nothing there. No snow next weekend. So put that little myth to bed. All right. I'm waiting on the European to come in right now. So I'll kind of show you what happened here. Actually, I'll show this just to show what happened here. It's kind of an interesting thing. I'll share this with y'all. Let me get to the right model. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is the national map. And you got this little blue line you see in here. This is our freezing line. All right. This is Arctic high pressure right here. There was a disturbance right down here into Texas. And what the American GFS did was taking this disturbance. It was riding it right along the Gulf Coast here. It was developing a low, and it was tracking it up this way, and it was just dumping a huge snowstorm there a couple days ago. And what the European was doing was saying it was burying it in the Gulf. This high was so strong, it was just basically burying it south. So what the GFS now is showing now, watch that little disturbance, it gets shoved right down. It goes right down in the southern Gulf. It's gone. It's out of there. So it gets shoved completely out of the way. Not coming around the trough, not glowing high pressure, so it's not there. So there was something they were watching, never materialized. It's out of here, ancient history. That's why I wasn't going to post that stuff, because I didn't believe it. Did not believe it. Let's go back to the high resolution model. Let's see if we got a new update here. Just see if the new model is in here real quick. So hold on one second. Since I'm over here, I might as well take a look. And the 16Z is chewing, so I got the new data here. There's 1 o'clock. Again, as we go to, there's one. So it's up to going into 2. So that's when things start to really pick up, around 2 o'clock. And then 3 o'clock, it gets really bad. That's why I'm going to restart the stuff there. Look at all that heavy purple. That's heavy or very moderate, we'll say, or heavier icing taking place at that time. So 2, the 3, the 4, the 5, and then we're clearing out just the eastern sections, and we're done by 7. So that's your window, all right? Now, keep in mind, we've already had a fair degree of icing already, about a tenth to a quarter inch for a lot of places already. So, as we take a look at what this thing's kicking out additionally, it's kicking out, and that's the main concern. So you got a ½ inch, that's a problem. Quarter inch, that's a problem. Almost 3/4 inch there, that's a problem. Again, these areas have already got icing, and we're going to throw another ½ inch and so on top of it. So all these areas, especially that are showing a ½ inch plus, that we've already got problems, we're going to cascade it, make it even worse. So that looks pretty reasonable to me. So whatever icing you got outside, especially in those zones, I think on average another ½ inch, and that's going to cause a lot of problem. Hey, Heidi Tapley just joined us. Thank you, Heidi. So that's what we're currently seeing on that. So I'm thinking of a third to another ½ inch on top of the tenth to a quarter inch that's currently out there as that rain pulls on in. All right. Oops. Pull this down here just a little bit. All right. I'm got to go to the restroom. I'm got to get me another drink. So I'll be right back. Y'all don't go nowhere. I'm here with you till the end, till we're done with this. Stand by. Possibly. My wife was asking if she thought she was gonna have to work tomorrow. I said I don't think that's gonna be the case. Oh, what happened to my back screen? Oh, I gotta fix that. Hold on a second. Yes, we've been reporting it. So there you go. Put my red sign. So you see the red back behind me. Typically, when we're broadcasting, for those who don't know, if it's just regular weather, it's green back there. When we're kind of in an alert mode, like when we saw the warnings or the watch stuff that was coming up, we go to yellow, and then when we're in live going mode, we go to the red. So that's our little color spectrum there. I was actually thinking about for the set design to include maybe a traffic light in it. That was just an idea, red, yellow, green. Makes it real simple. People understand that whatever mode we're in, it's serious and that kind of thing. So that's just an idea that I was throwing around. So again, appreciate you guys checking us out. It is, what time we got now? Oops. Why is that sitting back there? Hold on a second. That is not where it's supposed to be. It's showing up on my main monitor. Okay. That's weird. Weird. All right. So we're at 12:31. We're at the bottom of the hour here. We're probably within about an hour getting some of this rain now moving into the Canton and the Ball Ground area. We're going to watch that closely because their temperature is still holding at 28 degrees. These temperatures have held steady all morning, have not changed from the time we started broadcasting here almost 5 hours ago. That's on top of the 11 we did yesterday. So it was interesting watching the temperatures cool off last night. Now the wedge is firmly entrenched. It's all set. And now we're tracking this precipitation. Let's see what level of icing we're going to get. Again, I think it's going to be anywhere from a third to a half inch additional to the tenth to a quarter inch that's across the area right now. Let's see here. Outages still holding steady at 36,000. Let's see here. Let's see if it's raining in Bartow yet. Oh, look, it doesn't appear to be. Not quite there yet. Almost there. So it's after 12. I'm having a beer now. So anyhow, let's get into this. That's the one thing you can't do in TV. If I was at a TV station, I can't sit there and do the weather and have a beer. But if I want to have a beer in my own home doing weather coverage, I can do that. One little advantage there, right? I'm not sure why that came all the way over here. All right, there we go. Sorry, lost my chat room there for a second. Cheers, yeah. Cheers, guys. Absolutely, cheers. Oops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what happened here? I lost my screen there for a second. Oh, it's trying to advertise. I'm not advertising that. Go back, man. I'm not boosting that. Go back. Oh, I think I just lost my. Damn it. All right. I think I lost my Facebook. I'll bring it back up now. It was about time to do that anyway. I think we just lost it. I'm gonna stop it. So I'm gonna bring Facebook back up here. Stand by for a second, guys. I gotta bring Facebook back up. Gotta bring Facebook back up. We gotta let those guys down here. So hold on one second. I want to bring them back up here. That'll take 1 second here. Okay. Check in. Come on. Check in. There we go. Ice Storm 2026. North Georgia. Majestic weather. And 12. Let's see what the time is. 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or Eastern Standard Time. Come on. Here we go. Real quick here. Live coverage of Georgia ice storm. Usually I put a little more in this, but at this point. No. Thank you for the subscriber. I love y'all. Keep those subscribers going. Keep me happy. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm just putting 3 hashtags on here, not my normal amount that I typically do. That'll be that. And hit that. Okay, we're good. We're good there. All right. Hit Oakfield. All right. Save. All right. And start. Oops. I'm sorry. All right. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it goes. And go live. All righty. And we're back. Sorry, Facebook. I inadvertently did something. I was going to do this anyway. I was going to flip it out. Had to bring the channel back up. This good news is by starting it now, we're good to the end of the event, to the afternoon, because this was going to time out at 3 o'clock. And that's when the icing will probably be getting at its worst. And I didn't want to do that anyway. I was going to bring it down at 1. So, 12:30. We did a little early. So we're good to go there. Appreciate you guys doing this here. Oh, subscriptions. All right. Hey, we got Michael Seymour being the cheerleader thing there on there. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, man. Hey, Tyler, someone's giving you a run for your money out there on the YouTube channel. try to get that up to another 4,600. All right, Facebook, y'all coming back up here online again. I had to reset the Facebook because we were going to time out during the most intense part of the storm. Facebook only lets you stream live for 8 hours, and then you have to shut down and come back up. YouTube, it's 12. So YouTube, we're good to the end because we should be off air by 7 o'clock. I don't see it's still on at that time. So we're good to go. Good to have you back here on Facebook. Again, make sure you give us a like if you can. We got to get that algorithm fed again because we came down. Give us a like. Make a comment. We got Michael watching from Talking Rock. And you guys might get a little icing over that way. I know it's ball ground. It's 28 degrees, and you're not too far from there. So again, we're looking at this situation where things are going to start to go downhill here this afternoon as the ice or the steady rains is now moving in. We're only miles away here from getting into ball ground. So ball ground, as far as where that 32-degree temperatures are, you got 32 in Kennesaw, 32 in Marietta, 32 in West Atlanta. You still want 32 at the airport. All 32-degree temperatures here all around Metro Atlanta. It'll be interesting to see if the temperatures, if the precipitation's heavy enough, if it does make sometimes if the rain's heavy enough, you might get the temperature drop a degree or two. I don't think that's the case here. But it'll be some lighter accumulations on, elevated spaces, trees and stuff like that. Might get a little bit. I don't expect icing to be too bad there in Cobb and down toward Atlanta. But these areas there in the 20s, like Ball Ground, Gainesville, Lawrenceville, Winder, Monroe, I'll put Covington there at 30. Athens, going over to Eatonton, up near Lake Hartwell, Toccoa, Cornelia, all those areas in there that are sitting in the 20s in that heart of that wedge zone are going to get some substantial icing. I think anywhere from a third to a half inch additional to what has already been in place. Right now, our best estimate, based off the reports people have been giving me, has been anywhere from about a tenth to a quarter inch of icing, which is okay. It's caused some problems, especially up in Habersham County or White County, but not bad enough to really disrupt the entire power grid. So we're watching the power crews are working. This give you an idea. This has gone up as high as 42,000. It was 36,000. It's back down to 34. So they're trying to stay ahead of the outages as best they can to keep them from going out. And with this heavier precipitation now starting to work in from the west, things will start to go in. So the first guys up getting hurt in this stuff is going to be going into Cherokee County. And it's coming into Bartow County right now, but the temperatures over here are warm. Look at that. They're getting rain there, and there's some wind too. Look at this. All right. That's a little concerning, man. If this stuff's bringing any kind of wind with it, the mountains might help a little bit, but if it brings any kind of wind with that and we're getting rain with it, you can see the cameras are shaking. Look at the flagpole there, moving pretty good there. So we got some pretty good rains, but that's 36-degree temperature there. So we're not worried about them. It's 35 there, a steady rain, but again, we got wind over there too. So that's a little concerning. So the closest stick I've got over here in Canton is 29 degrees over here at the Cherokee County EMA. It's not raining there yet, but it is glazy in the trees and everything else. So Cherokee County, you're going to be the first ones that we're going to be watching. And Jasper sitting at 39. That's looking at a cold rain there at that stick. I getting exact conditions in here because LJ was at 48. It's 29 down here. This stick says 31, but I never trust this stick because it's a bad one. But Jasper looks like over the extreme eastern parts of Pickens, I think, will be the areas concerned. But Cherokee, you're definitely the first one to watch here on this, and we'll track those conditions as it comes across. Check these conditions up here in Dawson. Hey, Michelle Bolding, thank you. Got 32 degrees at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 29 degrees there in Cherokee Fire Station. Forsyth, 28 degrees here in Forsyth County School District. So, again, these temperatures over here are pretty nippy. 28 degrees here at Chastity Golf Course. So these temperatures are in the 20s. So as this rain moves in now, and we're close enough now, we're really kind of only, within about an hour here of seeing the steadier rains move in. Now, what can you expect? It isn't like it's going to be magic or something. It's like the rain's going to start and you're instantly going to lose power. It's going to take a little while. But if you're in those areas where the temperatures are 28 degrees, what's going to happen is you go outside, you'll be looking, and you're going to notice it's just getting a little bit thicker and thicker on the power lines, a little bit thicker and thicker on the trees. And as that weight starts to go up, we'll start seeing bam, bam, bam. And it'll steadily start from west to east. Whoever gets hit first, they'll be the first to start losing it. And it'll be steadily progressing from west to east as the steady rains come across. So what we're going to see here, because I've got the power map lined up in here, you're going to see these power colors. Like Cherokee, Rabun County is the worst. They've got 60% of the county here without power. All right, we're going to see these counties light up. The lower the color threshold, like Pickens got 570 without, that's pretty low. A little blue. Yellow starts picking up, and then we get the orange, and then obviously the red when it gets over 50%. So we're going to see that tracking here for this afternoon. So Cherokee, Canton, Ball Ground, you guys are the ones we're watching first to see what happens as far as the stuff. No, Larry, it will not cool down the atmosphere anymore. If the rainfall was heavier, potentially what we call, where we can vertically cool the calm air a little further, the air is pretty saturated. So the dew point as well as the wet bulb, the dew point and the temperature are pretty much 100%. So once that's 100%, you're not going to cool it off any longer more than what it is. So why they extended national weather service warning for the western metro counties? Most of those counties are going to be above freezing. They actually trimmed away some counties. Let's go to here. They didn't add. They actually trimmed away. again, you got some counties there. The ice storm warning now. Oh, where'd my pen go? Where'd my pen go? Oh no, where'd my pen go? Oh man, I hate when that happens. Oh man. Lost my pen. That stinks. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did it shut down? No, there it is. So I got to shut my pen down. I got to reset it. That's terrible. Live TV. Gotta love it. There we go. Got my pen back. Now I got to realign it. Hold on a second. Go back to 2. There we go. All right. Now I got my pen back. All right. So they cut away these counties up here because they're above freezing. They didn't expand it. They actually dropped them. So the temperatures over here, like Cartersville, that's showing 36. They're okay. I know they're still in the box zone. 35 there. They're good. But you're at 32 or 30 degrees there in Canton. So it's such a close dividing line. Going back over here. So it's very, very, very close. It's 30 degrees there, 28 degrees, 28 over here. So again, it's very, very close. It's the kind of dividing line between the two counties there. How many beer? Oh, this is my first one, dude. I only milked 2 of these last night for 11 hours of coverage. So I just, very, very light. We're not going to be playing, a round of beer golf or something like that. No, I'm just having a little bit there. Somebody says when the weather hits, I'm popping a Yingling. There you go. Toccoa went down 4 degrees, 26.1 degrees. Yeah, it's pretty cold up there. Raymond County is reporting 30 degrees there. Their camera came back up. Boy, look at these trees. Wow, they're icy. I don't know if you could tell on the bottom of that screen. They are really iced up good up there. Let's see the Raymond County. That stick was down earlier. That's in Tiger, Georgia. So that's come back up. Primarily, they're holding at 30 degrees there. Like I said, it is pretty nippy. Let's walk out over here. Let me go back over to Facebook here. Kind of going back and forth, guys, so bear with me. All right. Sip of burp. No hard drinking for me. I'm not a hard drinking type of guy. So here we go. We're getting into game time here, guys. We're within probably a few minutes. It does. Ball ground has bumped up to 28 from 29 to 30 degrees, but that's still in that threshold. So our initial icing is going to take place there in Cherokee County, Canton and Ball Ground area. So I know we got some viewers there watching from Cherokee County. That's going to give us some updates. Atlanta, all of Metro Atlanta is holding right at 32 degrees from the airport. West Atlanta, Marietta, Dobbins, and over to PDK, all are showing 32 degrees. So some light icing in there. But once the icing gets into Gwinnett, where it's 28 degrees, and Winder at 27, and Gainesville at 27, and Cornelia or Jefferson sitting at 26. All those areas that are in the 20s, they're going to really start to ice up. Dawson, you guys are sitting at 28 degrees too. So we're expecting anywhere, I think, between a third to a half inch of icing from this rain that's moving on top of the 10th to a quarter inch that's happened across the area so far. So any icing, remember, gets above a half inch, you're looking at more widespread problems there. So, again, you got to go back over here. You see, I want to show the power lines again. Half inch to 1 inch, you're going to start seeing that cascade effect where the power lines start to go down. So, again, y'all just got to be ready. Just be prepared that if you're in that high wedge zone, the probability is probably better than 50%. You're probably going to lose power. I think it's definitely better than 50%. You're going to end up losing power. Raymond County, y'all have already lost power in a lot of places. Raymond's got more power outages than anybody right now. And Young Harris, you're on the other side of the mountain, so you're good there, okay? You got the mountains that are protecting you guys. So again, you kind of go in here back to weather tap. So I want to show these. Look at these temperature extremes here. Let me pull back out here. Notice it's 47 up in Blairsville. You know, going over here toward Mountain City. All the temperatures on the other side of that mountain, like Dillard. All these areas on the other side of the mountain here. Hiawassee. Y'all are warm up there. Okay, you're on the other side. The cold air is on the other side of the mountain range. All right. So it's 28 there and there. It's 30 in Ball Ground, but 45 in LJ. So 15-degree spread. I know Jasper's like sitting at 39, like halfway between them. So they're sitting at 39. So yeah, you got 30 down here. I know it's 39 here, and it's 45 up here. And you got 47 up there in Blairsville. I know Helen's sitting at 32, and then you got 28 down there in Gainesville. So we've got the whole plethora of temperature differences all over the place here across North Georgia. It'll be interesting to see as Metro Atlanta's getting off. This rain's getting awfully close to Metro Atlanta now, to see what those temperatures do, if they drop a degree or not, and what kind of icing. I doubt they will, because the dew point is the same as the temperatures. They're 31, 32. They're not really changing much there, so they're completely saturated. So the air is pretty saturated in those areas. Oops. I see somebody messaged me here. Hold on. Got Cynthia watching from Dahlonega. Hey, Cynthia. Ooh. All righty. Again, appreciate you guys checking us out. We're coming up on the 1 o'clock hour. So we've been tracking 2 o'clock as the time when this stuff was really going to start moving in across the main wedge areas. It looks like that is targeting right on track here. Based off the radar signature and everything we're seeing here now. Hasn't quite got in the cold zones yet, but we're getting really close. It's getting really close. Very close. And it's going to be Ball Ground and Canton. That's going to be up the first. Hey, thank you, Angela. Thank you for the stars. Thank you very much. Again, let everybody know that all the contributions over there on Facebook go back into the operation of this channel. Every penny after last time. Now, you folks over on YouTube, this channel has not been monetized yet. I don't have all the bells and services as far as membership and all that kind of stuff. So that'll come soon. We just reached that criteria this week, because at the beginning of the week, we only had about 375 subscribers. And now we're coming up, we're over 4,500, coming up on 4,600. So that's happened very quickly. So I'm very grateful, and thank you to everybody here on the YouTube side that are watching this. And please, if you want to be part of our family, please hit that subscribe button if you can, and let us know what's going on in your areas. What we're going to be watching here as the steady rains start to fall is to see what kind of impacts it has on the areas. I'll probably bounce around to some of the, especially when it gets over to Gwinnett, start looking at some of the highway cameras a little bit and start looking at those and see how that's going into that area. Thank you there, Tyler. Tell him to go hit that subscribe button so we can get those last 9 to get us to 4,600. Tyler's one of my main supporters here. He's been following us ever since on the Weather Nerds channel and over here. He wants to make sure that we get to, whenever we get within 100 or something, he gets very active on YouTube to tell folks to go subscribe. So just so you know, he's a unofficial member of my team. All right. Hey, appreciate the state of fives. What should Alpharetta expect? Okay. I see that question over on Facebook. So let's go look over here at Alpharetta. You're at 32 there. You guys are a little bit north of town. You're at 30 up in Ball Ground. Let me see that. Let me go look at the cameras over there. I think there's a camera down in Alpharetta. Let me take a look here. Yeah, I got one right up here. It's 28.9 degrees. So it's 29. You see the icing up there. So at 28 degrees in Alpharetta, you're probably going to see some steady building. You see the icing on the trees. See the trees are drooping a little bit here. We got icing on there. It looks like, 1/10 of an inch maybe. Not too bad. All the trees are all glazed. So we will see what happens when that rain moves in there. But 28, 29 degrees, that's good glazing. So expect the icing to increase and the potential for power outages there in North Fulton. Thank you, Robert Strickland. Thank you. Thank you very much. Calhoun, you guys are on the warm sector. You are good to go. You're just getting plain old rain, but watch out for black ice tomorrow morning. If we quickly drop off, the western zones are going to drop off very quickly, and you guys are going to see potential black, especially those bridges and overpasses. The winds are going to come up. Hopefully that will dry everything out as quickly as possible. Now, Candace is saying it's 34 degrees there in Dawsonville. If it is, then you don't have to worry about it. Walton County, you guys are cold down there. It is down into the 20s in that zone, so you got to watch out for that. Now, I will say this much. Looking at the sticks here across Dawsonville, she was reporting 34. Let's see what the sticks up here is showing. Landmo Speedway says 32. The primary sensor there at the City Hall building says 27. Now, I don't know where your stick's at, but they're reporting 27 degrees there at the Dawsonville City Hall. And if it's 27 degrees there, that's going to cause some additional icing in there. And the other one is still at 29. So if I was going to split the two between the two of them, I'd say it's 28 degrees there, right there. And you got 29 down here to the south. And that's 30 over there. So it looks like everything over here, all the sticks here, 28 over there on the eastern front. So all the sticks I'm seeing there in Dawsonville, and y'all got good coverage there, are in that Dawson County, are definitely seeing temperatures that are below freezing. Thank you for that new subscriber. I totally missed that. I apologize. Let's look at some of the wind here. Bartow, that's a little steady rain there falling. Yeah, let's go to Cartersville here. Yeah, this shows a little. They got a little wind with that. That's some steady rain there, folks. See that? That's a nice, steady, moderate rain falling. Yep, that's what's heading in. That is what is heading into Canton here real soon. Yeah, good steady rain. That's a real good, nice steady rain. So we're gonna see some really good icing here taking place here very soon across there. So we're gonna be watching Canton. I got one stick there. It's 30 degrees, the Cherokee County EMA office, and we'll see what the icing does there. You can see all the trees, everything icing all of it. They didn't get very much sleet there compared to the areas to the east. So still 2 degrees below freezing. And we need one more. Okay, who wants to be the one more? We got 40. We're at 45.99. Who wants to be 4,600? Who over in YouTube wants to be that person? Just that one more person to get us over that. There you go, 4,600. There you go. Now we can go on to the next one. All right, Tyler, we made it to 4,600. You can take a break till we go closer to 47. Oh, little funds you got to play on social media, right? Let's see what the power outage is still holding at 34,000. So Jasper is, I think you guys are okay. Y'all are sitting at 39 degrees up there. Jasper is just plain on rain. 38 degrees, nice steady rain. Y'all are warm. Y'all okay in Jasper. No problems in Jasper. All right. Welcome, Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt. Oh, I love that name. Was that a movie? It was a movie, wasn't it? Joe Dirt? Yeah. All right. All right. Madison. That's going to be close for y'all down there. What do you know what your temperature is there in Madison? It's going to be critical on what the temperature is there. Let me go back to the weather tab here. Covington's at 30. It's 28 up in Monroe. I'm not sure what Madison's temperature is. Really kind of depends on what your temperature is. If you're sitting there in the 20s in Madison, you're gonna have problems. But if you're 31, 32, maybe not as bad. Look at the Atlanta stations. This is what I was saying earlier. I thought Atlanta would come up. They all came up to 33, and that's a big deal. So all these Kennesaw's at 33, just a cold rain. Dobbins 33, cold rain. West Cobb 30. This all 33, 33. So this is good. I kind of figured this was going to come up a degree or two. Blue Ridge, don't have to worry about it. You're warm, just cold rain. Don't have to worry about Blue Ridge there, Melinda. Yep, we got there. Now, I don't think we get to 5,000 today. As much as I would love to be able to get there 5,000 today, I think the event will be over by the time we get to that. So, but Michael, I appreciate your enthusiasm. Well, this is definitely not like Kuwait. Far from it. So all those temperatures warmed up here. All the prime ice zones are going to stay below freezing there. So even at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a wedge, cold, rainy day like this, you still may get just enough acceleration to roll those temperatures up a little bit, especially in a city like Atlanta. We're talking, urban heat island. You got all those buildings, you got stuff. You get a little bit of heat that there. Even if it's just 1 degree, it can make all the difference in the world. So we got the rain coming into Cobb County now. And there used to be a couple of sticks there. I guess they're gone now. There was a couple. Rainier Omega used to have some sticks here in Kennesaw area, but I don't see them there now. So, but thank you for the start. That's a nice steady rain. At least the winds have settled down there. The flag's gone. So you're showing 33 in Jefferson. I find that hard to believe it's 33 in Jefferson because that's not what the stick's showing there. Because your official station in Jefferson right now is showing 27. No, 27, 26. I'm sorry. Jefferson, your stick's right there. So it's just north of you there. So it's showing 26. So I don't believe y'all are above freezing in Jefferson, Diana. Maybe your weather station could be too close to your house. Maybe Gainesville Airport is showing 27. Gainesville Airport is showing 27. Got 27 there. That is as of 12:53. That was the last. That just came in. That's brand new. So 12. It's 27 in Gainesville. That one's still. This one is 12:35. So that's still good. These just updated. 12:53, 12:30, 12:35. That one just got updated. So Gainesville's at 27 degrees. Yeah, Barrow is right in the middle of the wedge, man. And Banks too. Banks is sitting at 28 degrees as of 26. So yes, Anita, y'all up in anywhere in the wedge zones. If your temperatures are on this map, look at the map. Look what's going on here. All of this area in here, where the temperatures are sitting here, below freezing, all the way over here in Georgia. That whole area is sitting below 32, 30 degrees or below. Are going to see icing as that rain comes through. It will not be, everybody will not get the same. Some places will get a little bit more than others. Just like when you see rain totals in different spots, they're going to vary from place to place. But some places will get a little higher than others. Now, most of the icing we've had so far has been about 1/10 to 1/4 inch across that area. All right. So we're talking additionally anywhere from 1/3 to 1/2 inch potentially. If we take it above totality of over 1/2 inch, we're going to see the power outages start to creep back up again. And we'll know that's happening when we watch what's going on in Cherokee County first. So they're going to be getting the rain here first as it's coming in now, just entering the county. And we'll see how the icing progresses. And as that line goes steadily further east, what I suspect is going to happen as it penetrates further into the wedge, we'll start seeing the power outages start to pop up there in Cherokee, maybe extreme eastern Pickens County, but going in toward Dawson and into Forsyth County, Hall, Lumpkin. Helen's already got, the going into White County, they already got a number of outages there. So that's what we're looking at, folks. So this will be the steadier. All the rain we kind of had up to now, everything's gone. It's been kind of fairly light. This is more steadier. This is steadier and more persistent rains that are going to be coming out of this. So expect to see some increased power outages as this moves on in. All right, and you're going to start noticing the fringes of this stuff probably start to light up into the orange or that pink area, like you see right there. See that right there? As this penetrates deeper into the wedge zone, that rain shield you see will start transitioning over to a that pinkish color. That's that freezing rain. All right. So, sorry about that. So this is it. We're here. It's starting to enter the zone. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out over on the Facebook channel. Please make sure you give us a follow if you can. We'll do a little housekeeping here, a little cross-promotion action going on here. So for you guys over on the YouTube channel, if you would like, if you can, please, I'm putting over here the link to the Facebook page. Please go to that Facebook page and give us a follow if you can on that main page. I would appreciate that. We can keep up all my updates there if you're a Facebook person. And then you guys over here on the Facebook side watching the broadcast, if you prefer to kind of like watching this like on your smart TV or something like that, while you can, go ahead and go over to the YouTube channel. I just put the link there for you, and you can hit the subscribe button over there. Now, for all you new subscribers, I'm gonna repeat this till I'm blue in the face because I didn't know about it when I was doing my other page. If you subscribe, please, by all means, hit that notification bell. If you do not do it, you will never get notified when I'm doing my updates or my regular weather forecast updates and things like that. And kind of defeats the purpose to have a subscriber if you're not getting the information out to you. I'm here to serve you as your personal weather guy. So please make sure you hit that notification bell. Very important. Something I didn't know. Ashley's asking if we will get any additional ice in Brazelton. And the fact that it's 30 degrees outside my door, I would say absolutely yes. So we are, there's been some wind with some of this initial rain coming in too. So that's another reason why I think even if you got some icing going on already, we're going to see some of that come on into this area. So let me go back over here. Looks like it's just starting to rain. Here's the rain here, guys. Just starting to come into the emergency manager office. Looks like a little bit of rain just starting to fall.
My work just said all our patients are canceled and we're not going to drive.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, so my wife just found out their office is closed tomorrow. Thank you, Keith Giles. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming on board here, my friend. So, yeah, that's nice. Just now, the rain's just now getting into Canton right now. Just the fringes of it coming on in. I'm really looking to see when this stuff gets over into these cameras up here in Dawson County, since we've got good coverage up here in Forsyth with these cameras, to see what's going on up here. And it's still trekking downward at 33,000 on the power. The most power outage I've seen so far was 42,000. 42,000 was the most we've had so far. Sean Thomas. Hey, Sean Thomas, welcome aboard. Appreciate you guys staying with us. And we're doing some live coverage here, simulcasting on YouTube and on Facebook. And again, we're just watching the initial heavier rains coming in. Now, this is interesting. We got to really watch this stuff. This looks like this is tracking northeastward. This stuff here, we got to watch this. We got to watch. Let me stop this real quick. This is part of that initial stop. Oh, hold on. Damn it. Stop it. All right. All right, go back here. Why is that recording? I'm not recording that. Hang on. All right, we go back over to I'll go to the other side. Hold on a second. When in doubt, switch sources. So, watching some of this heavier precipitation here to the southwest, this stuff down here, it appears, didn't mean to do that. I'm getting click happy. I'm so sorry. Hell, I didn't even know it even did that. So much to me paying attention. So, we get this going here again. This heavier rain here is starting to shift up to the north and east a little bit. I'm a little concerned about that. that this heavier rain is coming northward. If this gets into the Gwinnett County especially, could be a little problem there. So got to watch that. Hold on right there real quick. I need to fix the Radar Omega real quick because I messed it up. I want to shut it down. For some reason, I can't get it to play. It keeps... I'll shut it down, reboot it. Stand by for a second. I did something to it. I got to bring it back up. Bring this back over. And thank you for that new subscriber. I appreciate every last one of you subscribers. As we're building toward 5,000. Probably not going to get there today, but we're going to get awfully close. All right, so let me go back over here. I like the representation a little bit better. So my concern here, as I loop this, is this heavier rain down here coming into Carroll County. And it looks like it's trying to move northeast. So it's moving into, into Paulding County. And if this heavier precipitation works into like these areas in Gwinnett and stuff, that could be a little problematic. Again, more precipitation, more additional icing could be a problem there. That's why I said we're kind of in the nowcast mode now. Models don't really matter at this point. We're tracking the real stuff now. So like I said, some people are going to get more ice than others. It's not going to be all uniform. Not everybody's going to get the same. Quarter, half inch additional, depending on where the heaviest rains fall. And where the heaviest rains fall, that's where the greatest outages are going to occur. So you can see Bartow, good steady rain, and there's some wind with it too. Yeah, see that? That is a good steady rain. Yeah, good steady rain on both of those. Let's see if the Canton Cherokee office there's not really showing the rain there just yet. Not quite. Oops. Why do I do that? Oh God, I'm so bad. It's like you're watching it like, gee, I wonder how many times that guy's gonna close that window when he knows he shouldn't do that. I don't know. Never. Oh, brother. Yeah, we got to watch that very carefully. And that's heading up toward, that's heading up toward Alpharetta, which is sitting at 29 degrees, that sensor up there. So when that heavier rain, this batch continues to move up toward Fulton and then Forsyth, that could cause some accelerating icing in a big way. And it looks like it's moving at a pretty good clip, so that's not going to take long either. Quick, quarter to half inch of rain. What I'm hoping is that the icing is not as bad. But we shall see at this point. 33,000 right now without power. Most of it combined there up across northeast Georgia. So the rain is just now approaching the wedge zone right now. Oh Lord! I saw it. Let me see something. Who posted that? Don't tell me that stuff's still going around again. There, let's see here. Pulling up the European real quick because it's in. I want to see if it's doing anything long range. Nothing, ain't nothing there. Somebody's posting old stuff from the bogus posting for next weekend. I hate saying that. That's so bad. That really frustrates us as meteorologists when somebody takes an old posting or old stuff for just for their clicks and giggles, and they'll get a lot of shares on that. I really hate seeing that. I didn't see what channel that was because it popped off on me. So here, just kind of looking here a little bit. Hold on a second. Yeah. So if you see anything out on social media that says snowstorm next weekend, it's a lie. It ain't happening. It ain't gonna get a foot. We ain't gonna get a foot of snow. Nothing like that. That was from the GFS model from 2 days ago. It ain't happening. So if you see that on social media, just write BS, not happening, go away. Don't, for God's sakes, don't share it. That's where they make their money. Like I said, if I wanted to do clickbait, I could dang sure do it if I wanted to. I'll go back here with a tab here. Look at this going here. Come on. All right, so I'm going back to this one here because I want to really pay attention to the what the mixed precipitation of that pink starts to do. See that pink starting to go in there? That's the freezing rain. So as this rain moves into that colder air, we're going to see that pink expand. And it's going to be basically going here from, basically going from like south of Tallulah Falls. All right. So we're talking, right in here, over through here, come back over right through there. You're just kind of watching where the temperatures are. So this is where it's going to come. So as that precipitation moves into that area, you're going to start seeing it turn over to pink. And that's where that freezing rain is going to start accelerating a little bit. I really can't wait to see what that rain looks like when it gets to my back door. So it looks like it's about an hour away from my area. So right at 2 o'clock, or it's 1:15, pretty close. This is when the initial icing was going to start. So we are getting rain there in the Canton area. If anybody there on I know we had a few folks from Cherokee County over there on the YouTube side. If you guys are seeing, tell me what your icing situation looks like as it's raining. Does it look like it's getting better or not? Let me know. Welcome to Costco. Boy, that's a great name. And I appreciate you supporting our channel. Thank you very much. Yeah, Cobb County, I'm not worried about Cobb so much because, again, y'all's temperatures, South Cobb, Dobbins Air Force Base is sitting at 33 degrees. So is Kennesaw. Kennesaw's at 33. Cobb's at, Dobbins is at 33. You're above freezing. And 1 degree, that's like being almost pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. It's 1 degree is a big difference. That's all that matters. You're not going to get icing at 33 degree temperatures. Okay, it's just a little above here. Now, if the precipitation gets heavy enough, it is possible that column air can cool it down a little bit. Possible. I've seen it before. But I don't think that's going to happen in this case. Just the wrong type of setup for it. Now, watch that pink start to expand. Here it comes. Here it comes. We are in game time mode. All right, guys, let's get this going. This is probably the real thrust of the ice storm. We had the teaser last night and overnight. We've got a little bit of rounds and stuff that this morning. Now we're getting into true ice storm mode. This is it. So we're going to be tracking this, and we're going to see exactly how this goes. I'm going to post something on Facebook, on my Facebook reel now. And I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to put Maine. What is it? Maine ice storm threat from or for Northeast Georgia. Moving into prime wedge zones now through 5 p.m. Power outages possible. Oops, hold on a second. I'm just posting this on Facebook real quick. Almost there. I'm just going to say be safe and stay inside. There we go. I'm just kind of putting that out there. Just want to make sure folks are tracking that. Yeah, this you don't want to be on the roads now. Not with temperatures sitting in the 20s and this main rain coming. I'm really concerned about this heavier rain here that's working its way to the north. This heavier rain could really cause icing very fast with these temperatures. You can see that heavier rain here kind of moving in here. So that is a pretty healthy. See that kind of moving into Dallas. This is a pretty good heavy rains here. And it's moving up to the north and west. So this gets over to Alpharetta where it's like, sitting 29 degrees over there. You got 27 over there or over to Cumming. So, yeah, it's pretty nippy. So that heavier rain heading into those zones, that's going to accelerate the icing process. So I'll keep checking back with the power cup numbers. They're still coming down a little bit, showing 32,000. It's going to take a little while for that icing to really kick in there and see if our power outages start to go up with it or not. Alrighty, so we'll see how this goes. This is what's going. This is our ice storm. See, it's my fault. You guys can blame me for this. This is completely 100% my fault because I predicted one ice storm back in October. I did predict it. I said one snow event and one ice storm. We had a snow event in Georgia, but it wasn't over us. I don't know if that counts. I don't know if we get an honorable mention for that. And I did mention one ice storm. That was what I predicted back in October. And that was based off what I was seeing with the overall weather pattern and what I thought was going to have. My prediction going into winter was it was going to be a warm start, which it was, a winter of extremes, which we kind of sort of had up until this cold spell moved in. We were going from very cold, very warm, very cold, very warm. We kind of had that pattern going on. Now that La Nina is about dead and we're in the neutral phase, I think we're going to see kind of a colder pattern kind of lingering into February. But I also think we're going to see a more active severe weather potential season. Usually when it's in a neutral phase, the southeast severe weather season could be a little more active potentially. So we'll watch and see how it looks as we go into March and April, which is great news for you guys, by the way, because on March 1st, that's our target date for the North Georgia Majestic Weather app will be launched. Our main weather vendor on that is going to be Barron Services out of Huntsville, Alabama. They are one of the premier weather operations here in the country. They actually have done all the weather radars in the country. They manage, they have installed, and they do a lot of support for TV stations. Fox 5 uses them, for example. So that's our weather app. They'll also be the company we get our weather computer from when we get to that point. So just want to throw that out there for you guys. So we are definitely into the mode right now. Oh, I blow my nose again. Hold on. Oh. Sorry about that. So we're really watching this heavy rain. That's the big heavy crux of that rain coming in toward Gwinnett and getting up toward, how far north is that going to get? And that heavy rain at 33 degrees, if it's heavy enough, it could cool it off in Atlanta. We'll see what the temperatures do there in Kennesaw and across Atlanta with that heavy rain moving on through. It may drop them a degree or two, possibly. I don't think it will. I'm just throwing that as a possibility there. Oliver, did your mama leave you? My puppy came over to see me. He's probably wondering, why didn't I get to go on my car ride? What? What's wrong with you? All right. This here is Oliver. I've showed him a couple times. He's an old Jack Russell, and typically during the day he gets a car ride, and he gets to go get his cheese, and he didn't get that today. So he keeps coming over here, and he keeps begging to go ride, not understanding why we can't go on the roads. I'm sorry, puppy. No cheese today. He don't understand. He's just, it's amazing how dogs and pets get so, into their schedules. That dog is like a clock. I don't even know. I don't even have to look at the clock. I can know what time it is by what he's doing. It's amazing. All right. Let's post that on there. Do. All righty. Still only 27 up there in Atlanta. It was at 12:53. That was 30 minutes ago. They're still only at 28. 30 in Covington. 33 there. So we get the good steady rains. I'm going to go here and see if any of these cameras. See the EMH here. Still don't look like that. I wonder if that's even working. I can't tell if that's raining or not. Don't look like it. Must not be quite into their zone just yet. Now I got to watch this real heavy rain here coming up from the south as it's coming in through Marietta right there. So once it gets over to Alpharetta, and they're holding at 29.5 degrees. So we're going to watch this camera here very, very religiously. So you can see the icing here on the trees. It's 29 degrees there in Alpharetta. And as some of this heavier rain moves in here, we'll be able to see what happens pretty quickly. So got the heavy rain coming into Marietta right now. Ackworth getting some pretty good rains. Cartersville's above freezing. They're okay. They're at 37. Just a plain cold rain up there. You can see the nice steady rain falling there. Still hasn't quite gotten into Cherokee just yet. This camera's still icy, but not really raining there just yet. Just not quite in there. It should be there very shortly. This little surge of this heavier rain going north. That's going to watch that. Again, I appreciate you checking us out here. See, Don's saying that the rain and wind is picked up in Marietta. The wind is shaking the tree ice off the trees. Yeah, which is a problem for the areas that get a little more ice. That's what I'm concerned about. Pouring down in Paulding County right now. Northern Georgia, Hiawassee, Georgia, a lot of wind with no rain. Could possibly lose power, folks. We'll see. Rain picking up in Canton. It's 47 in Blue Ridge. We know they're warm. Moderate rain in Canton now moving on in here. Hey, Audrey, thank you for the wow, 1,000 stars. Really? Thank you. Wow. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's $10, folks. Appreciate that. So Don Kendall says wind gusts to 25 to 45 degrees, and it feels like 39 in Hurst, Georgia. I'm not sure where Hurst is. It sounds like it's further south here. Commerce checking in at 26. So, yeah, very chilly out there. Calhoun, just a cold rain. That's all y'all going to get there. Commerce is at 26. Yeah, that is not good there for that. Morgan's reporting it's still icing in Cherokee. So we're getting reports that the ice is starting to accumulate there in Cherokee County. Bartow, my concern from you is not freezing rain for it's ice on the roads. Everybody's going to have a possibility of black ice going into tomorrow morning. The level of black ice really will depend on two factors. One, how quickly the temperature drops off behind this system. And two, if the winds can dry up a lot of the rain. Now, the ponding on the bridges and overpasses, those areas that get ponding and stuff, the icing is going to be there. That's going to be there. But the level of how widespread the icing will be will depend on how quickly the temperature drops once the system goes by. But I do suspect we're going to see some degree of icing there. Now, here's the thing about Cherokee County. It's a big county, folks. If you're down here in the southern part of Cherokee County, it's probably not as bad as up here toward the north. It's 29 degrees here in the northeast section. You're going to get icing there. Okay, down here to the south, it's 29 degrees down there at the Cherokee County EMA. But if you're down here in the southern portion, I mean, you saw it's 37 over here in Bartow. We know it's 33 at Kennesaw. Alpharetta's sitting at 29. I'm not exactly sure what the temperature is down there, so it really kind of depends on where you're at. If you're up here across like northwest Cherokee County, you're not there. Ball Ground's reporting a temperature of 30 degrees, so it really kind of depends on where you're at in the county. Cherokee County is like our transition county as far as the precipitation is concerned. It's going over from the rain over to the freezing rain. But once it gets further east, once we get into northern Fulton, going into Forsyth, going into Dawson, we know all the temperatures over here are in the 20s. So we got the heavy rain. I will be able to see you. Any thoughts on how the airport will be tomorrow? It should be normal operations tomorrow. I would not think it'll be too bad there at the Atlanta airport. But here's the problem. I say that, but there's a number of cancellations, a ton of them today. There'll still be impacts for the country Northeast tomorrow. So the odds are, even though Atlanta may be operating fine, there still may be some cancellations through the roof still for tomorrow. Usually when you get a big storm like this, and it's a big one, it's affecting a lot of people, the flights cancellations tend to cascade. So if anybody sits there and they've got to leave anywhere for tomorrow, they need to watch out for that. So again, I want to show you the big picture here as we're dealing with the ice now increasing here across northeast Georgia. I'm going to pull this back out to show it's not as vast as it was earlier because it's now shifting to the east. But look at this all the way up in the northeast. It's all this heavy snow, this freezing rain, this rain coming on through here. Got a little snow here back through Texas. You got the severe weather down here along the Gulf Coast. Very complex. I would hate to be the weather guy having to draw that weather map there. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen one like that. Honestly don't remember seeing one like that. It's so weird. But very, very cold air coming in behind this. I mean, it's upper 20s in Louisiana in the middle of the afternoon. I mean, come on. Very cold. 8, 9, 0 in Missouri. 10. That's probably an out stick. Usually if it sticks out, they'll just say 0. So it's probably not 0 there. But 8. But it's pretty bad when it's pretty close to that. Look at all this snow falling in the teens, 10 degrees. We got a wedge up there across the rain. It's 6 degrees in New York, outside of New York City, and it's snowing. I mean, just unreal. So right now we're watching the rain move into that wedge zone. And we're waiting to see what rain on top of 27, 28 degree temperatures is going to do to our icing situation. And we got some pretty decent heavier precipitation on the tail end of this. I thought would stay south of Interstate 20, but it looks like it's going to sneak up far enough north to get into Alpharetta getting hit, Lawrenceville getting hit, maybe even getting into Gainesville with some of the heavier rain and precipitation there going into those 20-degree temperatures. So should be in my backyard here within about 30 minutes or so at the speed it's moving. The good news is it does appear to be moving at a decent clip. So again, the speed is a factor that will kind of limit the amount of icing we have, but we got plotting of precipitation behind this. The window for this coming through is basically coming now from 1:30 till 5 o'clock. That's our window for the precipitation moving across the area. So you got a 3 or 4 hour window for some, decent rains. It's going to start off a little heavier initially and then kind of tinker off a little bit, but we will be accumulating that ice there across the area. We're seeing that right now. We're seeing the rains, the icing looks like they're increasing across Lumpkin County. Let's see if the Helen sticks up here. It's showing 33 degrees there with the rain. Now, hopefully that sensor's accurate. You see the tree there at the end of the road, kind of leaning over the road there. Good to see that they still have power there. But they got a good coating of ice. Look at all those trees up there. They're coated pretty good up there in Helen right now. You can kind of see, if you look close, you kind of see the icing on that bridge there too. Now Blairsville, we'll look up here. They're just looking. You guys are on the warm side of this. You're just looking at plain old rain moving out there. So just some light rain looks like right now. Lake Chattooga, again, warm side. They've warmed up to 41 there. Again, other side of the mountains. Sky Valley, they've come up to 33. That's good. The wedge is south of them, so they have warmed up a little bit there. That's good. Lake Lanier, it's just foggy and just nasty there. Can't really see very well. Looks like the rain is tapering off there in Dalton. And there is the UGA campus. It's not refreshed. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm worried about, UGA too. I mean, UGA is still sitting at 26 degrees, so good that they're still got power there. They got sleet on a lot of stuff there. Dahlonega, thank you for the stars. Dahlonega campus. I was refreshing it. Oh, it is refreshed. There it goes. Sometimes that stick likes to get stuck. Come on, dude. Oh, I can't see anyway. The camera's completely blocked up. Oh, you can't even, it's so iced up you can't see it. Oh, well. We tried to look at that. See if the Fox cameras are still down. Oh, they're back up. All right. I think they're back up. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the cameras here. Can't see on that one. Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Can't see that one either. I can't see that one. Wow, all those stickers. That's how bad the visibility is. Wow. There's the airport. They're probably getting some delays there with that rain and the fog moving in there. Cannot see with the crap. And King, we can't. All these cameras are useless. You can't see it because of the low cloud and visibility. There's the rain falling there. I'm not sure where that one's at. I think that's up in DeLong. I think that last one is. Where's that one at? I can't tell. I think that's Rome. I think. But yeah, all those Fox cameras I can't see because they're all getting taken out by heavy rains and fog, which is not unusual. Because what's happening is you've got the cold air at the surface, you got warm air coming over the top of the rain, and you get a very strong temperature inversion there. So not out of the question there. So yeah, Blairsville's camera's still down. All right. What's Brasstown ball temperature at? Still only at 30 up there. That's still icing. I guarantee you once that camera clears, we're going to see a lot of icing. It looks like it's raining there at Brasstown Bald at 30 degrees. So needless to say, the icing up on top of those mountains is going to be it's going to be picturesque. It'll be pretty tomorrow morning. I'm telling you that. When we clear out tomorrow morning with the sun, it's going to look pretty, but it's going to do a lot of damage to some trees up there. Up there at 4,700 feet. Let's go back to the radar here. Here comes the thank you for the new follower. I appreciate the subscriber there. I appreciate you guys checking out. So we got 505 followers here, or followers on watching from YouTube right now. Again, we're kind of watching the ice storm starting to get into its crescendo. We're starting to build up to this. We got a lot of cold temperatures out there right now. If you're watching on YouTube, please join our family if you can. Just go hit that subscribe button. Be a privilege to have you as one of our weather sources. Make sure you hit the notification bell. So important, or YouTube ain't going to show you squat. I've learned that very quickly with YouTube. Boy, if you don't give them the notification bell, yeah, you might as well be a subscriber at that point. So watching you guys over here on Facebook as well, seeing the attention coming up here. So we're getting into the nitty gritty here for the real bad part of this storm. Well, you might be saying, well, what makes this, why is it so bad right now? What makes this different? Well, it's real simple. Okay. Right now, you got this rain moving into a zone where the temperatures are pretty much held steady all day. And we got temperatures here in the upper 20s. Here's 28 in Lawrenceville, 27 in Winder. Cornelia is at 26. We got 27 over in Gainesville. We're at 29 up here and up toward Cornelia. You got 25 down here south of Toccoa. Here's the other one up to Toccoa at 28. 26 over in Athens. So you got all these Scotia, 28 there, and Walton. You've got all this heavy rain moving into temperatures that are sitting in the upper 20s. So when that rain falls, and we've already got a coating of ice on stuff. You got sleet. You got ice already on there, anywhere from a tenth to a quarter inch, especially quarter inch up there toward White County, for example. We're going to be adding that water onto that icing. So over the next 3 hours, basically the 3 hour window here from 1 now until 5 o'clock, we're going to be adding that. Now the initial rain looks pretty heavy initially. We're going to get pretty good downpours moving in toward Alpharetta and into Gwinnett and stuff. So the icing is going to come up. So the probability or the chance of seeing the power outages go up here over the next 3 hours is at its highest level since this whole thing started. Now, once the rain ends, temperatures are going to briefly come up a little bit, may even go above freezing a little bit.
Special event has been updated.
So may go up just a little bit, and then it's going to come. Then the temperature is going to crash tomorrow morning. I do expect black ice to be a problem in the morning.
Special event has been updated.
It looks like they've updated the ice tomorrow morning here. Let me double check and see what the weather service has got to say there. They have said I see the alert tone there. That usually means they've updated something. So, yep, there it is right here. All right, that's Greenville, Spartan. Seeing if they've actually changed anything here. That's Greenville, Spartanburg. All right, so that's Green. I don't know why Greenville keeps doing that. But anyway. So this is when we're going to see the worst icing start to take place out there. So you guys that are in the prime wedge zone that we've been highlighting all morning, y'all are going to be our eyes and ears out there. So look out your window, pay attention to your trees out there, see how things are doing as we kind of watch this very closely and see how the icing are in that whole zone. Everything in here. Everything in that zone where the temperatures are the coldest, that's it. Hey, George Winch, thank you for joining us. That's where the icing is going to start picking up as the heaviest precipitation of this event starts to crawl in across those sub 32 degree temperatures. The road temperatures, we've been checking that all morning, they're sitting right at near freezing or below. So the icing, although, again, it's prime middle of the day, ultraviolet radiation does play a little bit of a factor. It's not a lot, but I think it's enough to keep the main highways from being okay. But the bridges and overpasses, that's a different story because the air is the bridges and overpasses. You got pretty good air going on both sides, so that'll be a bit of a problem. So again, if you're in those zones, we're going to watch the power carefully. Been watching that very religiously here today, and kind of watching this over here. Right now, still showing about 31,000 here without power here in Georgia. The highest I've seen it was 42,000 so far. And the main county that's having the problems is White County. It's got 9,000 out, and Raven County has also got 9,000 out there. So those are the two counties with the highest. I suspect these areas down in here, going over to Dawson, Forsyth, over to Gwinnett, Hall, going over to Barrow and Jackson and Banks County, and getting over to Oconee and Clark Oconee, and over to Oglethorpe, Madison. All these counties right up in this zone, just north Interstate 20. Thank you, TB. Those are the ones that you're going to have the most problems with. On top of that, they're watching what's going on to the south. You got that severe weather there. You see there that slight risk there along the Gulf Coast. They do have a tornado watch down there. Fortunately for us, we don't have to get that. I couldn't help but notice that the SPC put us entirely under a potential for a thunderstorm. I haven't seen any lightning with any of this, but wouldn't shock me if you saw that. But you see the tornado risk there along the Gulf Coast there for today. Go back here to main one there. There we go. So let's go back over to weather tower. I'm keeping on here because this one really tells you the story. Okay, this tells you the story of the heavier rain and where the freezing rain line is. You see that freezing rain going right back through here as that precipitation is moving into those temperatures that are in the 20s, upper 20s to right around 30 degrees. So that is the freezing rain coming in. We're starting it. We're getting it going. Models did a pretty decent job with it. I'm done looking at models now. We're now into watch and see mode here. And you guys keep reporting here. All right, I got to go get me another drink, go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We're going to stay this. We're going to keep watching and keep tracking this for the rest of the afternoon, okay? Real quickly, since we're getting a surge of people here on both channels right now, I'm going to do a couple housekeeping things before we go to the restroom real quick, okay? So you guys over here on the YouTube channel, if you're not a follower on our Facebook page, I just put that over in the chat. And you guys over here on Facebook, if you prefer to watch this kind of coverage on your YouTube channel, on your smart TV, stuff like that, a little bit easier than on Facebook, you can subscribe over there on that. So I just put those two in there for you guys. All right, I'm going to be right back, and don't go anywhere because I'm not going anywhere. All right, see you right. Just be back in a minute. Alrighty, I'm back, and thank you to the new subscribers I missed while I was away. I see it went up to 4,650, so thank you very much. We were trying to see if we can make a run at 4,000 today. I mean 5,000. I don't know if we're going to get there, but we'll give it a good shot. And thank you very much, Audrey Snow. Boy, I wish it was snow, Audrey. I wish we could have honored your name and be tracking a snowstorm and not some dangum ice storm, because I hate ice. I do not like losing power. I remember the Super Bowl year 2000, and we were living in Lawrenceville, Georgia at the time. We had our little baby, and we had that ice storm, and I was like, oh God. And we were out without power. It was not fun. I got bad memories of that. So we're knocking on the door to 61,000 over on the Facebook side. So you guys are doing pretty good over there. Keep that rolling. I appreciate you guys more than you guys know. I mean, anybody that's willing to start a business like this, man, it's a lot of hard work, obviously, but it's your baby. You own it. And, if something goes wrong, I can fire myself or put myself in the corner, I'm my own boss. It's kind of a neat thing, but it's something when after doing 30 years in the military at 53 years of age and trying to decide what the heck I wanted to do. And, I was taking care of an elderly parent, father-in-law. He had passed away. I was not having success on my YouTube national page. I didn't know what to do. Went through basically 6 months of hell trying to get this thing even started. And now that we kind of got it rolling, I'm excited. I'm excited about, tomorrow I'm going to crash and burn. I'm probably not going to do anything all day. I might do a couple of minor Facebook postings, but that's going to be about it. To recover out of this. But it's good to see the fruits of my labor starting to bear fruit, and knowing that every dime, every cent, every penny that we're able to earn through Facebook earnings, advertising, and everything else will upgrade the necessary things. Because, really, I'll be honest with you. What I had here originally, like with my monitor, it was definitely a duct tape and bubble gum. It was definitely put away in that manner. So we're going to up our game. I got this new microphone, which is a lot better than what I had before. My stupid little wireless ones that went dead all the time. New lights. This monitor screen is freaking awesome. I love it. It's 49-inch. I can navigate all my stuff. It's friggin' great. Although I still need to get 2 more here. I want to put some stuff on the sides here in our broadcast screen. Still got some other stuff to add here, but we're getting there. All right. So I'm going to start looking at a couple things here. I'm going to go studio mode real quick here. I'm going to go, what a studio mode means is that I got you guys watching one map while I'm looking at another. So I'm going to go over here. I want to take a look at some of these road conditions here and the DOT cams. I'm going to take a look at Gwinnett especially here. So Yeah, but ain't nobody on those roads. I gotta share some of these. Let me go over to this. Let's go over to this. So that's Northern Gwinnett. Ain't nobody on the road, man. Which is a smart thing to do. You do not want to be out there. It's Spout Springs Road. You see the icing on the roads. The roads are icy. They're very icy, but there ain't nobody out there. Flowery Brants, can't see squat there. That camera iced up. That's up in Barrow County. We got a couple cars there. So what I need to go is further south. Let me go down. I think if I back it up here. Yeah, there's Gwinnett here. I'm trying to see where it's starting to rain a little bit. There's a few cars. Not a lot of cars on that roads for sure. I'm backing up here. Thank you for those new subscribers. Thank you very much. This is at 985. And ain't nobody out the road. Smart move. But the road, I tell you, the roads on northern part of Gwinnett look a lot icier than they do down here to the south. But I think that's going to change here, especially. It looks like a lot more sleet fell in the northern portion of Gwinnett County than further south. Let me back it up here. I'm working my way down back toward Atlanta. There's the old Peachtree Mill. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to get some rain now coming in here, so I'm just kind of checking these cameras out. I wish these cameras were like the ones in Florida where they're streamed, where you can go in there and see the actual video, not just a stupid snapshot. I really hate that. I wish Georgia would get its act together. This Sugarloaf Parkway. Again, nobody's on the roads. That's good to see. Good to see it a lot. But it's interesting when you go up here toward closer to where I'm at. The icing and the stuff here on the roads. You kind of see it here on the shoulders. See the sleet? This is up near Hamilton Mill. I definitely had a little more had a sleet burst up here. I had good sleet on the ground here with me. So it's good to see that the roads are looking, that folks are staying off the interstate, staying off the roads, because all those sensors were showing 32 degrees. Let's look at those sensors real quick. I've been looking at this pretty religiously as well. So let's look at the road temps. And we're going to look at the roads here. All right, so we're going to start in Forsyth County first. And road temperature there sitting at basically 31.5 degrees, so it's below freezing. Air temperature sitting at 28. Let's go over here to Gainesville. It's also sitting right at 32 degrees, and the air temperature there is sitting at 26. Closer down toward Gwinnett, this is probably warmer down here. Let's see what this says here. Come on. That sticks down, not coming up. All right, can't look at that one. This is out toward Barrow County, US 78. That's sitting right at 32 degrees as well. This is over near the Athens area. That's sitting right near 32 degrees. And the temperature's at 27. So what I think is going to, again, once that rain moves in there, that's going to cool those temperatures down here as well. This is below freezing. This is up 85. This is at 441. So that's why the icing on the roads are looking more significant a little bit further up, because these road temperatures are below freezing, all of them. This is below freezing. This is up heading towards South Carolina. That's below freezing up near Hartwell. 985 or 411, also below freezing. So all these sticks here across northeast Georgia are all below freezing. So all the roads are going to be icing up, especially with the bridges and overpasses, especially those with this precipitation moving in across the area. Let's see Helen again. They're showing 33. I hope that's 33, and it's good temperature there. 33 degrees makes a big difference. See Sky Valley there. All right, let me go back up to the radar tap here. There we go. I've got to close that down first, Demi. So James is reporting rain, reporting in Duluth. Still people out in Peachtree Industrial near Sugarloaf. Well, people are people. What are they going to do, But we got the heavier precipitation here coming in. Not sure if it's off my door. Let me go look out my door real quick. It's getting very close to me. Hold on. So my thermometer outside is showing 31, but I suspect that may drop some when the rain's coming in. We're at optimal daytime heating right now, obviously. So I'm throwing 31 outside my door, but that's because the thermostat's next to my air conditioner. So, where I'm streaming out of Braselton, Georgia. That's where I'm streaming from. You want to know where I'm at? I am right where all the counties come together. I am right about right there. In my neighborhood, you got Jackson, Barrow, Gwinnett, and Hall all come together. Hey, DV, thank you for subscribing. But as you can see, I'm right in the middle where all those 20s are. 27, 26, 28, 27. All those sticks around me, although my home thermometer is showing 31. But again, I got that heavier precipitation coming at me. And I got temperature. I'm looking outside, and my front outside is all just ice. It ain't melting, not doing anything. It's going to get colder. It's going to get really icy. And then the temperatures are going to come up briefly, very briefly, for a couple hours tonight as this goes by, as we wait for the main Arctic front to sweep through. So it's kind of a weird configuration on how this is setting up. But we're looking right now, we've got some pretty good rains now coming into freezing rain, coming into Alpharetta, coming into Duluth right now, Gwinnett County, into Lawrenceville, coming into Flowery Branch, going up to Turner's Corner. Helen looks like it says freezing rain, although their thermometer says 33. Dahlonega seeing freezing rain. So Dawsonville is getting freezing rain, and now coming into Cornelia. So the heavier rains are starting to spread on in. The icing starting to increase as the heavier precipitation is moving into that area. Ball grounds come up to 32. That's good. Good to see that. Temperatures in Atlanta are kind of holding steady at 33. And the reason why I said the upper 20s was the key there, because that's just an optimal temperature for the stuff. The temperatures behind this stuff are not really changing. I don't see anything. None of these temperatures have gone up or gone down. They've kind of held their own. Ball ground came up a little bit, but the wedge might be retreating just a little bit just because of the push it's getting from this surge of moisture coming in from the west. Boy, I tell you one thing. You know the old saying, close but no cigar? I mean, wow. I mean, Atlanta at 33 degrees with that percent, y'all, they missed having one hell of an icing with this. Very close. Not quite, but very close. Within, if it was just a couple degrees colder, man, that would have been a really bad icing event down there. 30, 31 degrees. If it was if it was in the 20s, if that wedge was just a little bit stronger, and I mean just a little bit stronger, boy, Atlanta would have been, holy cow, that would have been a real icing mess. Sorry about the town names being too small there, but that's just how that, I cannot set that. That's preset in the weather app that this weather app sets. So now, one advantage when we were able to buy our weather computer, it'll be a little better. It should be a little bit easier for you guys to read. So when we're able to get that, here's some wind coming up there in Duluth. So the one thing we're going to keep going back to here, state of Georgia, it came up a little bit. All right, so I'm going to go over to the power here. This was showing, last time I checked, it was showing 31,000. Now it's showing 33. So the power, I think, and this is what we're going to watch. I suspect this customer outage count, as the rain's falling into those ice areas, are going to start coming up because A, we got some wind with this, and B, we've got additional icing that's going to start taking place now. So we will watch closely. It's not going to shock me if we get over 100,000 plus customers without power, if not more than that. But I think the highest we've seen so far is 42,000. So we'll see if that trend continues or not. Yeah, I can't believe Athens, their temperature is just not budged all day. 26 degrees. Gainesville too. They've been stuck at 27. It says this morning. That's about the coldest it's got. Yeah, they're probably they got up to 42. They brought it down to 31. Now it's back up to 33. Now we got the heavy rains and the icing starting to move on in to these zones. So This is the ice storm. This is what we got overnight. We'll just call that the teaser. This is the actual main ice event, the main threat, the main icing mechanism that's going to cause the most problems. Yeah, and this is I see we got someone from Mississippi writing Mississippi. Yeah, this is a North Georgia Majestic Weather. This is a local weather channel, not a national one. So we focus in here on North Georgia weather. That's what we do here. I do appreciate other viewers from other states watching. If you're interested, you're more than pleasure to come over and watch, especially if you have any family in the area. But this is a local channel. I did try to do a national one. I was unsuccessful at doing it. I couldn't compete with the Ryan Halls of the world and the hyperactive Max Velocities of the world. So I'm staying local. So that's what we do here. Come on, where's that main rain? I'm gonna go look again. Hold on a minute. It's just starting to rain a little bit, but not very heavy just yet. But that's coming, just a little bit. But it'll pick up here in a minute. Yeah, seeing these temperatures come up, so we're getting a little mixing above. It looks like, and it's warming the temperatures just a little bit there in Atlanta. Notice both these temperatures came up to 34, so that's not that unusual to see that. And the temperatures here, where it's in the 20s, could come up a degree or two, but I don't see it coming up above freezing, put it that way. That's why I'll watch that. Kennesaw's at 34, 37, 37. Ball Grounds came up to 32. These might come up a degree or two, but stay below 32 degrees. I don't think we go above freezing for a lot of these temperatures out in the 20s until we get to the transition period tonight, as we wait for this system to clear. There's a slight little warm sector in there, and then we'll see the real Arctic cold come in here. Let me go take a look at something real quick while you guys are looking at that radar. Let me look at the 18Z's chewing just right now. Yeah, it's going to spread some nice ice there. Hey, welcome back, Greg Vancy. Thank you for subscribing. I want to take this back to 12Z here. I should go all the way out to the end here. Yeah, okay. So let's do this. I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to go to the NAM 3 kilometer. I want to go to all right. I'm going to show this to you guys. So here's the model. This is what I'm talking about with the temperatures here. And let's see how much icing we get on this. So I'm going to show you the model here. So the GFS looked like it was right. It never got as warm up to Atlanta as the European was showing. Never did that. But look what happens here tonight. It does start to come up here. 9 o'clock. You see like Gainesville comes up to 35. We get a brief little warm up, but we got the main push coming in behind here. This is what I'm worried about the icing situation, because it's not a big window for everything to kind of dry out. And it comes up briefly up to like 36 in Gainesville, for example, 35 in Winder. It really starts dropping off here. These are air temperatures as we go toward tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning, you got 16, 18, 19, 21, 23, 22. Everybody here dropping into the teens and 20s. That is the air temperature. There's going to be winds behind this too. So the wind chills for tomorrow morning. Check that out. 1, 5, 9, 4, 6. I mean, around Atlanta, 7 in Gwinnett. That gray area you see there, that's below zero temperature, a wind chill there. And then our highs tomorrow, going in, or go after tomorrow, going into this, going into Monday. The days have kind of blurred together for me here. We're barely struck. We're not getting above freezing. Maybe the eastern areas get above freezing, but a lot of North Georgia does not. And then we look at the overnight lows going into Tuesday, and they are really cold. Look at that. Again, you got snowpack to the north, but you got 10, 15, 16. I think these might be a little underdone. The wind still showing a little bit of wind there. Look at these wind chills. 4 below zero temperatures. These are wind chills. Just brutally bad. It's going to be just really cold this week. So just prepare for not only the cold weather for Monday and Tuesday. There's a couple more shots coming in for the other week. There's no precipitation coming. No winter storm next weekend. No matter what you see on social media, it ain't coming. We're fine. And just get ready for a very frigid week ahead. And then hopefully after that, we get temperatures that might get a little closer to normal, not quite as bad. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out there. Let's go back to the radar here. Yep, here comes the ice all over the place. Here it comes. Gainesville's at 29, or 20. Lawrenceville's at 29. Winder's at 28. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this stuff does. Hope to see some of that heavier rain in my area. It looks like it's almost on top of me. I just want to pay attention to the heavier rains. Above freezing at Peachtree Corners. I mean, it's possible. It's 33 there at right there at PDK. So Norcross is right there. So Peachtree Corners is right there. So you notice where the freezing line is? Yeah. But 29 over at Lawrenceville, but 33 down there at PDK. So you're right on that cusp there at PDK at Peachtree Corners. There's no snow coming next weekend, Michael. If you saw that GFS model from 2 days ago, there is no big major storm. I saw that. I'll share this. I sent this to my buddy Glenn when I saw this. Let me see if I can find. I'll show you the image on my phone. Hold on a second, because I got a good laugh at it. Got a good chuckle. So this is what was going around social media, and this is what it was showing for next weekend in Atlanta. It was showing like the biggest snowstorm to ever hit the state of Georgia for next. That's what was going around on social media 2 days ago, because the American GFS kicked that out. And I said, I ain't believing that till the European shows me something. And the European never did. There was a piece of energy that was there, but it's getting buried into the Gulf because the Arctic air is so heavy, it's just kind of pushing it south. So you don't have to worry about that. Must have pissed off some people. I saw 2 people unsubscribe, man. What's up with y'all? Don't do me like that. Hey, YouTube, I need y'all's help. Somebody decided to unsubscribe me, so bring my number back up. There you go. Do it some more. We're getting close to 4,700. Let's get that thing up another 20. Come on. You guys can do that. Do an old guy. Do an Army veteran a favor. Get that thing moving. Starting to drizzle in Winder. Yep. And it's going to pick up from here, guys. Again, looking over toward Winder. You got 28 degrees there. 29 in Lawrenceville. You got 27 up there in Gainesville, 26 up there near Jefferson. So some very cold stuff. Yeah, it should be precipitating good outside my window now. Let's see. It ain't gonna snow nothing. Hey, do me a favor, guys. Hold on one second. I'm going to take a little video and post this. Hold on one sec. All right, I got done with my video. Got recorded a little video there. I'm going to upload this on Facebook here real quick. So I'm going to go ahead. It's just a little video of the rain. Little warning. So let me go back to my main page. I got to do it as real. Oh, those roads in Toccoa look terrible. Oh. No, thank you for subscribing, John Michael. Thank you. Yeah, it takes. Next. All right, here we go. Just got to pull Ice Storm 2026. With temps in the upper 20s. Eight this afternoon. Well, you can't type. I can't type with a damn. I'm so bad. Some people type on their phones a lot faster than I can, that's for sure. And thank you for all those subscribers, man. You guys are rocking. We only got to get 10 more. Let's get 10 more to 4,700. Let's go do that. Let's do it. Y'all can do it. I got faith in you. I got complete faith in you guys. Help push us over. Now, remember to hit that notification bell. Please do that. All right. All right. Just upload that little reel, little video there. All right. So again, look how massive this icing is. It's lining up pretty well with what the models were showing. The only thing I would say that I think it favored a little bit too far to the west because I think the wedge eroded a little bit as this moved in for these areas right in here. You see ball ground sitting at 32, but fairly close. I mean, it's not off by that much from what we've been tracking. So, but a good steady rain. A very, very hard misty type rain. This type of rain, I think, will really kind of really cling onto those trees pretty well, especially with the icing that's already out there. So again, I just hope it doesn't stay too long or too bad for those areas because we still got a few hours of this. So I'm gonna pull back here. I see the precipitation goes way back here. So the heaviest stuff's kind of coming through now. They got severe weather down here in the Florida Panhandle. See this down here? Severe thunderstorm warnings down here across that in Florida. So they got temperatures down here in the 70s. Look at this, 74 in Enterprise, 73 in Crestview, 72, and it drops off in the 50s behind that boundary. But, yeah, thank you. Keep rolling there. Way to go, Trip. Way to go, my friend. Thank you. But you see that the heavy thunderstorms down this way. The temperatures here are very warm. 80 degrees, almost 79 in Mariana. Wow. It's very warm down there. And we're sitting here in the 20s here in northeast Georgia. Just amazing. And this field here. Now, once this goes on by, again, once this precipitation ends, we'll see the cold air kind of coming behind it. So, and then you see the temperatures really drop off here into the 20s, the teens. Look at all these teens back here over toward Texas. That's an interesting little upper level disturbance. I wonder how far east that's going to make it before it falls apart. I'm going to watch that closely. All right, we need one more. Who's going to be? Who's going to be? One more. One more. One more. One more. Come on. There it is. Thank you, guys. We always like to try to get those hundreds. Like I said, I don't think we're. Oh, wait a minute. Someone just said psych. There it goes. I appreciate that. Hey, we gave we got another donation there. Let's see. Raining in Calhoun, hard. Yeah, Calhoun is just regular rain over there. Okay, here's the difference between freezing rain and regular rain. Windy. Rain is rain. Freezing rain is rain, and rain is rain. The difference here is at your location, the temperature is below 32 degrees. So when you look at the map here, and you see all these places here in the pink, where the temperature is 28, 27, 26, 29, 28, all that precipitating there is rain, and it's freezing on contact, especially bridges, overpasses, trees, power lines. They're freezing up there. We already had some initial glazing and freezing already, and this is adding on top of it. So this is bad because the additional weight of that water on those power lines and things like that makes it heavier, you know? So what we're looking at here, when you look at the power line issue, is once you start getting up to a ½ inch or greater, your power line failures start to go up. And we were kind of mostly in the 0.25 to 0.10 range so far. The power disruption has been relatively minor, except for the areas up there across Northeast Georgia. I think we're going to see that potentially expand. Now, the last update that I got, here we go. We knew this was coming. I'm going to show you guys this. I knew this was coming, man. Knew this was coming. Let me go back over to Rate Omega. Right now, you're looking at the highest up to now was 42,000. Just shot up to 51,000. So we got 51,000 now without power. And that's going to continue to climb. It's going to climb for multiple reasons. One, we got some wind with this rain. Two, we're getting more rain on freezing rain. We're adding some accumulations there. So we're going to get those two main factors. We're going to continue to see this kind of go down. Now, hopefully, if you're a big football person and you want to watch a football game coming on here, the AFC Championship game here starting at 3 o'clock, hopefully you won't lose power. So, little thing, I got DirecTV. I got a little TiVo. It records no matter what because it's all internet. So, I'll be able to watch it later if I lose power. But right now, that's how it's going to be. What does the green mean on that? That's just plain old rain, just different levels of rain that you're looking at there. So, again, you look at that, all that area there in pink, all of that is freezing rain. That is rain falling and freezing on contact because the surface temperatures are below 32 degrees. You notice Atlanta sitting at 33, 34, 34, just a plain old cold, miserable rain for those guys. But everybody else in the pink, very bad situation here right now. And I see Tyler's going to work here, telling everybody to subscribe. Toccoa. Again, the heavy rain is just kind of moving up your way. And I'm not sure why you're not seeing anything because at least the radar's showing stuff up that way. Let me go over to, it's just getting to your area now. But you'll see something up that way. Trust me. It's coming. It is coming. Yeah, so now where we're at. We got the rain in. We got the freezing rain in place. We got the temperature sitting in the 20s. We're watching the temperatures here. They updated at 2 o'clock. Everybody's still holding in the 20s in these areas that have been sitting in the 20s all day. Now we're going to watch and see how much icing we get between now and the time the precipitation is expected to end by around 5 o'clock, which is a few hours of steady rain and steady building of the ice. So that 51,966 we currently have will probably likely go up. The last update here was at 206, so we'll probably get some more updates here shortly. So the icing is increasing and conditions are going downhill. Very icy out. I tell you, my front outside my window is pretty bad out there. Pretty rough. Ooh, it's just past 60,700. Yeah, last time I made your money here. All righty. Again, I appreciate you guys checking us out. We're at 2:18 here on it is Sunday, right? I don't even know what the hell day it is. It's Sunday the 25th. So You guys, appreciate you doing the coverage. We did a lot of coverage last night. We did 11 hours kind of watching how things were developing, making sure we weren't going to get anything unexpected that was going to bring us some icing that was going to disrupt power overnight. It became pretty clear that what we were getting was just something that was kind of a teaser. This is the main effort right here, predominantly over Northeast Georgia. Bringing this in. Now we're hoping some of this will erode that wedge down a little bit and reduce the icing. But those areas that are sitting in the 20s, unless the temperatures come up above 32, will continue to ice up. So that's what we're looking at right here. Now, once this thing goes by, like I said, we just got to deal with the cold frigid temperatures going into tomorrow. And we're going to have to deal with the very bad wind chills. That wind's going to have a real nasty bite to it. I mean, really bad as this thing goes on by. I think the only slide I'm going to update tonight when I'm done covering is just post my 7-day forecast, and that's going to be it. I'm not doing anything else. I'm going to crash so bad. The yellow indicates heavier precipitation. That's what the yellow means. So what the algorithm's doing is it's kind of extrapolating from what it's showing there, what the rain is doing in that specific area. Crystal Payne says Gainesville is iced over. Yeah, 27 degrees. I don't doubt that for a second. And Demerfrost says big ice storm in. And 1981 Infinity says they're seeing some sleet mixed in there. What? No, that's not a big surprise. No service without Wi-Fi. That's for sure. Let's look here at some of the temperatures here. Look at the temps here. All right. Chick-fil-A sitting at 32 degrees. Let me go over here to there's Chick-fil-A. That's 32. You see the sleet there on top of the roofs there. Let's look at this one. That's come up to 33. So what I'm seeing here, which is some good news, I'll definitely see good news. It's one of those things you really don't know for sure how it's going to behave. Thank you there, Seth, until it starts, is the temperature coming up with some of this rain. So we're bringing down some of that warmer air aloft. That one's iced up. That one doesn't have a thing on it. That one's always warm. I can't ignore that one. I forgot about that one. Yeah, 28 degrees. Raining here in Dawsonville. Yeah, these are this is clear. I can see the roads icing up here. Check that out. Yeah, definitely icing up. Might be some sleet mixed in with that a little bit. I doubt there's much there. Let's go to Hall County. That's 32.7. See that? Look at all the trees all iced up there. So that's a good news to see that. That's at 31.3. Can't see that. That's all iced up. So they're still holding at 30.7. Yeah, definitely seeing a little more glazing on those trees there. That came up to 34. Can't see squat there. They're at 38. Yeah, that was the Pickens County. That was Jasper. I wish we had some more over in this zone. We don't have it, unfortunately. So all we got to watch here is the weather sticks at this point. I was updated at 153. I was at 215. 26. I mean, yeah, these temperatures at 26 really scare me with this ice moving in. I tell you, 28. Still showing 29 there. That was 30 minutes ago. That was an hour ago. So we'll get the new updates here in about 30 minutes. So appreciate you guys. It's been a really amazing journey this week. This is, you get that one opportunity to show off your abilities, to do some forecasting, to kind of do something that is unique to the South, especially when we're talking about winter weather, whether it be an ice storm, winter storm, cold weather, and have the opportunity to take a product that we're trying to grow and turn it into a professional platform. If I was Glenn Burns or David Chanley or somebody with a big name recognition in the market, been doing the weather for 20 years, if I was one of them and say, got out of the business for a year, went to a big sponsor and say, hey, I want to launch a digital weather platform and I want you to sponsor me. Those guys would go, absolutely. Now, well, yeah, how much money you need? I mean, it really would be that doggone easy if they wanted to do it, because I've seen it in other markets. So I don't have that. I have to build my brand first. I have to build my audience first. So what this event does over this last week, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the last week's data here as we're covering this whole event leading up from last, Sunday to Sunday. And I'm going to say, look at our numbers here on YouTube. Look at our numbers here on Facebook. There's a market here. There is an audience here. You need to sponsor this. Here's how much it's going to cost. And compared to what they have to spend in their big advertising dump budgets, it's peanuts. But it's big enough dollars for me to easily build everything I need to make this thing a truly professional operation. From the weather app to the 24-hour streaming channel, which, by the way, is not going to just be weather. I'm going to put some community service type stuff in there. I have talked to a couple of other Facebook folks, I'm not going to name them, to perhaps bring on board to provide content for the 24-hour channel, little features type stuff that I want to put in there. So I've talked to a couple of folks, and so if I'm going to take this on, and I'm going to put my February, now that I'm done with my workathon and this has gone by, I can actually get back into routine and probably work on putting a portfolio together and say, hey, Reliable Heating and Air, here you go. You need to go ahead and be our sponsor. Here's how much I'm asking, and I want a 2-year commitment. That's what I want. I want a 2-year commitment by anybody. And here's what you're going to get in response. And it's going to be a lot more than they could ever, especially with social media, than they could ever get in TV. By far. Hey, Woody, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. And so every time we get a new subscriber, every time we get a new follower, every time we grow the audience a little more, it just makes it a little easier for me. Everybody here counts. I don't care where you are. I don't care where you live in the North Georgia. I don't care if you're in Atlanta. I don't care anywhere here across the North Georgia area. Each one of y'all count. If you really want to make this happen, if you want to make it a reality, if you want to help me with that reality, do your part. Your part's real simple, doesn't cost you anything, and it's simple. You just subscribe on YouTube, you follow on Facebook, and then if you do want to contribute and be part of that, then YouTube, I don't have the membership stuff set up. I don't have any of the pay stuff set up on YouTube because it's brand new. I literally only had 365 subscribers at the beginning of the week. And then on Facebook, we do have the subscriber service over there, $1.99 a month. You get the weather report every Monday through Friday. You get your behind the scenes looks of us building the channel. So, I probably will do the same on YouTube once I get the membership services going on over there. So, anyway, I appreciate you guys. We're really working hard here. It was 11 hour. It was longer than 11. It was a 20-hour day yesterday, and we've been going since 8 o'clock this morning. So, yeah, I put a couple of days like these in the military. I'm used to it. It hurts the eyeballs, though. I tell you that. I'm so sore behind my eyeballs, I can't stand it. But right now, I'm a little loopy. You ever get to the point where you get overtired? You get a little loopy? That's me right now. But we're not done with this yet. So I'm going to stay with this until this main precipitation field is either done or the temperatures come up above freezing and it's no longer an issue. Either or. That's what I'm going to do. So we're still going to be here for a little while. I'm going to continue to watch this. And you guys, hopefully I don't lose power. Hopefully the icing doesn't become too big a deal. Let me stick my head outside real quick and see how my trees are doing. Hold on one sec. Well, hold on, folks. That's a major sleet storm. Hold on. that was interesting. I'm going to post this on Facebook. I got that's just a real steady sleet falling there in the Brazelton area. I'll show you where that's at, where I'm at here. I mean, it's just a steady. The road's starting to turn white again out there because it melted a little bit. I'm right here. Show you where I'm at. Oh, I'm at. Oh, there it is. Right about here. And that is just a steady, straightforward sleet falling. So that was interesting. I thought that would be more rain than anything else, but it's falling as sleet. That tells you that wedge is a little bit thicker, than what you would think. That means it's got a chance to refreeze before it's hitting the ground, so it's a little thicker. So let me put this post. I'm gonna put this on here. Can you hear the sound of sleet? Hashtag ice storm. Ash storm 2026. I'm just posting that as I didn't post that as a reel. I just posted it as a regular posting. Didn't do all that. But yeah, it's my road outside, which had cleared up a little bit. It's starting to turn white again as that sleet's landing in the road, and of course the road is cold. So we're getting that sleet again up here. Brazelton, Buford, Houston's probably getting sleet. Gainesville's probably getting sleet. So getting a lot of sleet in the area. 29 in Buford, Brevard, and dropping. Yeah, the sleet's probably dropping it down. Let me see what my thermometer did. Yeah, mine went back down too, went back down to 29. So it ticked back up to 30, but it's back down to 29, probably in response to that sleet falling outside. So the temperature there came back down. But I tell you, boy, Atlanta didn't miss this by much. I don't know how many times Atlanta's been close but no cigar. Thank you for the stars. Thank you. For those there on Facebook, those stars goes all the way back into... all goes collective. It goes to the support of this channel. And right now, what I'm doing with all my subscriber servers, the way Facebook does their payouts, if you're not familiar with it, you have your monetization, which is your main postings and stuff that gets ads and stuff on that. And then you have the stars, which just comes from individuals, and subscribers, which comes from individuals. Now that money is deposited separately. So my intent with that money is to help support the weather app, because like the data fees on the weather app are $750 a month. And we're getting enough people there to help support that. That's why I told Barron, yes, give me the contract. I'm ready to go. Let's go and get that signed. So we're going to get our weather app going here, going by March 1st. We got Mike there reporting that some heavy rain in southeast Habersham. Yeah, that's definitely part of that heavy rain coming in. And with temperatures here, hey, Mike, what's your temperature there in southeastern Habersham? It's going to be really close. Again, you see the rain on one. You can clearly see where the mountains play a factor here. Look at this. Winders dropped 27. Yeah, this is the primary icing. We'll see how long that sleet stays if it goes back over to freezing rain. I suspect the heavier precipitation might be sleet. So it looks like that yellow is not just heavier rain, it's actual sleet in there too. Hey, thank you for the Nick Rice. Thank you for the 99 cents. Thank you so much. Sleet, yes, is better. Absolutely is better. That's a very good point. That if it sleets more than freezing rain, that means we don't get as much coating on the on the power line. So yes, sleet is a good thing. Now what's interesting, as much as I was picking on the GFS, it kept hinting at a sleet thing in here. European was not. European was going completely no sleet at all. So the GFS may have got this right a little bit there. Hey, Scott McLean, thank you. Or McClanahan, I'm sorry. Thank you so
A
much.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Rabin, Mackin, Southwest, Transylvania. They just updated that ice storm warning there across into Pennsylvania, into South Carolina. South Carolina, I think they're really going to get hit bad. They're more than we are because they're closer to the wedge source. So you can see it down here. This is stretching further south here. I mean, you got down here at Monroe, you see that kind of facing 30 degrees, 28 degrees. So you got 30 degrees there. Monroe sitting at 28. Winder sitting at 28. Lawrenceville sitting at 29. 26 up here near Jefferson. Of course, here's 27 up in Gainesville. So everybody looking at the icy conditions in that zone where we've been tracking. It looks like it eroded just a little bit, not a lot. So Pickens County, you're out of it pretty good. But Dawson, you're looking at Dawson County, Lumpkin County. You're looking at White County, parts of Habersham, over towards Stevens, and Franklin, and Hart, and Elbert, Madison, kind of going into Oglethorpe, Clark, Oconee, parts of all of Walton there looks like, parts of Morgan and Greene counties. Again, where all that cold air is. And it's still 27 over Washington, too. So they're going to get freeze as this precipitation moves on in there. It's going to ice over here, too. So you got 27 over here. You got 30 over here. 26 over there in Elberton. So, yeah, all that's going to be going in. 32.18 degrees per my friend's weather station API call. Where's that at? Oh, Woodstock. Yeah, Woodstock. Yeah, I believe that. Ooh. Thank God this heavier stuff stayed south. But we're getting clipped by some of it. Lee Sester, thank you for staying on this. We're sitting at 32 degrees in North Canton. Yeah, you guys were on the edge of the wedge, so you were just on the edge of that causing problems there. What's my take on when the real drop off in the evening? Let's go ahead and asking about the temperatures. Let's go ahead and talk about that. Let's go ahead and pull that up there. That is over WSN Mom over there on YouTube. Let's go ahead and talk about that. And let me see if I got the latest and greatest model up here. Let's see what we got. We got the. I'm gonna look at the. I'm gonna show you the NAM because I think that's really got a good say here. So let's look at the 3 kilometer NAM. Because the 18Z hasn't chewed yet. No, not yet. I got a little while before that starts. All right, so let's look at that. All right. So let's pull up to the current hour. We're currently sitting at the 2 o'clock hour. All right, that's wind chills, so let's get this off real temperature here. So in the 20s, this is pretty close. You did take up land up to 33, pretty close. This is 32. This is, it's a little bit warmer up there in Blairsville, but this is pretty good as far as the temperature profile I'm seeing out there right now currently. All right, so as that rain pulls on out, the temperatures do come up briefly. So by 8, 9 o'clock, looks like by 11, that's our high temperature. So our highs for a lot of these people that are in the wedge right now, are going to come up to 36, 25, 36. Now, I will say this. I know it's the models kicking out. But if we're getting good icing or good sleeting on the ground, that'll help keep temperatures down a little bit. It could potentially, a couple degrees. The models sometimes will miss this. Now, once this goes by, look what happens as we head toward dawn. Again, it drops, by the time we get past midnight, it drops off like a rock. And by the time we get to tomorrow morning, it's 16 in Blairsville, 22 over here in Gainesville, 19 over there, 18 in Canton, 19 over in Cartersville. Rome's at 19 over in Chattanooga. You're 21 down in Peachtree City, 20 in Atlanta. So everybody's very cold. 25 out here west of town. Everybody well below freezing. So my concern tomorrow morning still is valid based off, especially what I'm seeing outside my door. I don't think we're going to have enough time, despite the winds coming up tonight, to dry up everything and not have black ice in the morning. We're going to have I think we're going to have widespread black ice, to be honest with you. And then on top of that, we got to deal with these very, very cold wind chills in the morning. 1, 5, 9, 6, 8, 9. Like I said, the winds will be up, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to prevent the temperatures from freezing what precipitation's left behind, especially on those bridges and overpasses. So black ice will be a major problem for tomorrow. And then we stay cold the whole day. I mean, I'm going to take you up to your basically what we typically is our high temperature in the afternoon, the 4 o'clock temp. This is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 29, 30, 21, 28, 30, 33, a little milder here to the east, but pretty much all North Georgia, for the most part, is below freezing. And then we're in store for a very cold night going into Tuesday morning. As you see, very cold temperatures. Here's 10, 15, a lot of teens in here, a very cold night. Would not shock me if it's a little colder potentially. There's a snowpack to our north. It's very cold air, Arctic front. The only thing that may keep it up if the winds stay up. That's the only thing. And if the winds stay up, which is showing here a wind chill a little bit, bringing us down, the wind chill is down below 0. That's what that gray is there. And temperatures down to 4. But it looks like the winds are not overly bad. So these could be a little bit colder. Again, it really kind of depends on the conditions to the north. Now, Tennessee is melting off a little bit of their snow because of that warm up there. That'll help. But it's going to be pretty nippy no matter what. Whoa, gee, what's the big difference between 5 degrees and 15? I don't know. It's still cold to me. Just a big mess there. So that's what we're expecting there. But right now we continue with the icing that's going on. Now, interesting to see that it's come up to 31 up near Cornelia. So again, some of that mixing coming down a little bit with some of that precipitation, which I kind of figured I knew would happen a little bit. It did bring Atlanta up a degree or two. They were sitting at 32, brought them up to 34. So, but the wedge here is stronger, should hold in place, and temperatures should stay below freezing. But again, might be just a slight window for us to come above freezing for a little bit tonight as this goes by. The wind should begin to die down sometime later tonight. Briefly, it will die down a little bit here once right now what it's showing, the winds will die down a little bit once the precipitation ends and moves out. Then once that Arctic front comes up, the winds are going to come right back up, and tomorrow is going to be pretty breezy. You're probably looking at about 15, 25 mile per winds blowing tomorrow. I was just sharing something with Jonathan. All right, they're canceling away some of that tornado watch stuff down to the south. Let me see something real quick. It's amazing. We got severe weather in South Georgia, and we got an ice storm in North Georgia going on at the exact same time. How about that? Pull back out here. Look at this. Yep. So ice storm. Let me pull back a little bit more. You got ice storm in this part of the state, and you got severe weather in this part of the state. We got two seasons going on in one state at the same time. That's pretty cool. Only a weather geek like me would think that's cool, but I do. I think that's a little cool. Yeah, this is definitely the main event. And again, I'm going to say it again. If y'all see anything on anybody posting about a winter storm for next weekend, there is no winter storm next weekend. Just want to make sure I'm clear on that. No winter storm next weekend. Mary Carolyn is saying her dog doesn't like the sleet. I don't doubt that. So tomorrow's winds right now, I'm just kind of looking at some data here. Looks like the gusts will be 25 to 30. So that's going to have a real bite to the air. And, we'll see. I think there'll be parts of North Georgia that don't get above freezing tomorrow. Closer to Atlanta, maybe you're getting down to the mid 30s. Well, it's going to be very nippy tomorrow. And then lows here, just kind of looking at some stuff here. Yeah, the warmest temperature I see this week, I'm just kind of looking at what we call a mediogram. The warmest temperature I see this week is Wednesday in the low 40s. Every other temperature going like into Friday and Saturday, highs only in the 30s. And lows, teens and 20s the whole week. So, it's a cold week ahead, man. So, get ready for that heat wave on Wednesday when we hit the lower 40s. Crazy stuff. I have not checked the power in a while. That's a good question. Thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah, big jump. Yeah, thank you. Big jump in the power drop. There we go. Let's see if my prediction comes true. I think we're gonna run at it. So I said what I thought. I said we're gonna have over 100,000 watt power. We're up to 89,000 right now. So that's 1.7% of the grid. Let's see. Trying to see if any of these other counties lit up here. Lumpkin's got 4,400 without power. Hamersham's got 4,500. White County's got up to 11,000 now. They have more icing up that way. But not seeing these other ones. A.M. Cerniglia? Welcome aboard. Thank you. That was an interesting name. But right now, 89,000 totally without power. I think we'll get up to 100,000 here. What'll be interesting to see is if any of these counties, like Hall County, Banks County, and somebody made a good point about the sleet. If we get more sleet, less frozen rain, that's a plus. That's a very big thing. That's a very good thing. More sleet, less icing on the power lines. That's a very good point. I suspect that probably have gone over just to plain old rain here now. Let me go back over to my other model here. Hold on a second. And let me zoom back in there. There's our low, our culprit down there. And I think the GFS had it right as far as that low track. Yeah, let me see if it's still. I'm gonna see if it's still sleeting outside. Hold on. Still showing a solid sleet out there. Now, that's good news. We're going to take that as good news. An event like this, you really don't know for sure exactly what the temperature profile in the atmosphere really is until it really starts. The fact that we got temperatures in the upper 20s tells us that we had enough freezing at the lower level for that rain to refreeze. It's, starts to snow aloft, falls of rain, and there's enough thickness of that cold air. It's thick enough for it to refreeze as sleet. Now, there's a trade-off on this. Okay? The more sleet we got, the more icing on the roads we're going to get. But at least you're not going to lose your power. So the roads will be icy as all get out. I think tomorrow morning we're going to have really bad black ice all over the place, especially the areas that are getting the sleet right now. And then we're going to have to deal with but we won't get the icing on the power lines. That's a very substantial big deal here. My daughter is driving from Florida Flyer Branch. She's going through Tifton now. When do you think expect things bad for her? Well, she's in Tifton. That's the thunderstorms down that way. She's at 60 degrees. There's a tornado warning down in South Georgia right now and in the Florida Panhandle. She's going to run into some pretty hefty thunderstorms pretty soon, some pretty heavy rains. If she's down in Tifton going north, definitely would recommend, maybe taking a stop in here soon enough. But she's going to run into some pretty hefty rains up that way. I think she's going to stay ahead of the severe weather, though. Cummington's came up to 32. That's not a surprise there. But we got a lot of icing going on here. Quite a bit. Getting reports of heavy sleet in Lawrenceville, too. Thank you for sharing that. Just kind of double checking something here. Hold on a second. Doing all my stuff here all at once. Anyway. All right. I do want to thank everybody for being part of this and helping us grow the channel and being followers and doing all that good stuff out there. I've been doing this pretty regularly every 30 minutes or so because I know we get audience turnover. So once again, I'm going to post over here in the YouTube chat. I'm posting the Facebook posting. If you're ever on YouTube, please go over to my Facebook page.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And make sure that you, if you're on the Facebook side, I'm going to go ahead and post in here the YouTube link. If you like to watch our live coverage on your YouTube channel, which, by the way, is where the 24-hour channel is going to fall anyway. So it's probably not a bad idea to go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel so that when we get our 24-hour channel going, you can go right to it. So I'm going to put that over there for you. Thanks, Ken. I appreciate it. It's been a long 2 days, and I'm looking forward to the cold, quiet weather this week. And I'm going to crash so bad tonight after I update my 7-day forecast. I think I'm gonna watch a little football on delay. Go through that real quick, and just go to sleep really good tonight. I definitely need a little sleep, to say the least. Wife and I are gonna take a little. We're gonna take a little trip to Knoxville in Tennessee coming February. I'm gonna go check out another digital meteorologist operations. I want to see how he's set up there, and we're just going to go for a weekend, get away, leave out here on a Thursday, take a Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, just get out of town. I'm going to, not do all my main weather postings for a few days and just take it easy a little bit. You keep hearing cracks and pops. Where are you at? You hearing that sleet falling down? It's pretty good sleet falling. Yeah. Candace, if you think your weekend's been exhausting, you can come join me. I've been very tired here. I tell you that right now. We're getting heavy sleet there in Flowery Branch. The Weather Service is saying 1/3 to a 1/2 inch of sleet possibly there. Of course, sleet doesn't accumulate as much as if it was snow. If it was snow, it would have been a lot more. But sleet, it's very fine. Thank you there, Joyce Beverly. Just joined us there on the YouTube side. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you very much. I'll tell you, it's kind of interesting on to show you the guys' numbers. Our average watch time over on YouTube has been about 11 minutes. We've had 16,000 followers today who've watched the channel on YouTube. That's this broadcast. That doesn't include what we did last night. I don't even know what the total number was last night. On the Facebook side, let's see what the inside on this one is. We've had about 15,000 followers or watchers on that side. So between the two channels, we've had 31,000 followers between the two. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Thank you for that new subscriber. I'm sorry I missed who that was. So, very good. Eventually, this will get up to where they're pulling in, 100,000 followers. That's going to be a big, substantial jump. But we'll get there. I'm driving up from Florida to Georgia, 70 miles from Atlanta. What's it looking like? If you're just going to Atlanta, I would say you're okay. But if you're planning on going anywhere like northeast of Atlanta, no, not good. Those roads are getting pretty bad. I'm pretty sure. In fact, let's talk about the road conditions. We ain't talked about that in a hot minute. Let's take a look at some of these temperatures out there on these roads. Which, with all that sleet falling, I can only imagine what that's looking like. So here's over near the Athens area, near Lawrenceville. Road temperature there at 32 degrees. Athens, let's see what that one, also looking at 32 degrees there. Getting down toward Atlanta. That stick's not working. I forgot that one's not working. Roswell, that one shot up. So that's good news there. That one shot up. That's good there. Forsyth, that one also is shooting up. It's still below 32 degrees. So that's the rain kind of warming it there. Gainesville, holding right at 32 degrees. That's above freezing there. That's below freezing over there. This is getting over toward Banks County. That one's shooting up too. So the precipitation seems to be warming up the ground. That's good. That's a good thing. That's still holding at 32, heading out towards South Carolina. That's probably going to stay there. That's below 32 as well. So that's what's going on out there. Let's take a look at the DOT cameras. And let's take a look at these. These are up 85. Thank you, Bisbay. Thank you. You see the sleet there coming in here. Let's take a look here. That's 85 for State Road 324 in Gainesville. You see the sleet there coming on the roads a little bit. Hamilton Mill Road. Yikes, that's ice. Look at the HOV lanes. They've iced up pretty good. That's what I'm saying. I'm worried about icing in the morning. We're going to get a little bit of melt, but I don't know if it'll be enough. I still wish we had better cameras. This is up to Hamilton Mill, up Gwinnett County. There's the Mall of Georgia exit, or Hamilton Mill. Thank you, Lance O'Donnell. Thank you, Lance. There's Gwinnett. Again, you see these roads there's not a lot of traffic on them. That's a good thing. People are mostly staying off. There's Barrow County. I can't even see a car in that shot. So we're getting some good people staying the heck off the roads. Looks like the power's out again in Helen. It's down again. Lake Chattooga, they're warm 46 for right now. Sky Valley's at 32. Let's see what Lake Lanier's looking like here. Looks like it stopped precipitating there. It's cleared out a little bit there, Lake Lanier. I bet Athens is probably getting some sleet now. Yeah, it's just moved in there. Looks like it's precipitating there, sleeting there in Athens right now. Yeah, how about Dahlonega? Dahlonaga's iced up. I can't see them anyway. So there's that severe weather going on there in South Georgia. There's that tornado watch down here. We got tornado watch box, and then we got ice box up here. I'm going to be honest with you. I cannot recall, at least in my recent memory, of having, if I was going to track severe weather and an ice storm at the exact same time. That is so mind-boggling to see. You basically got spring and winter battling it out over our state right now. Just a lot. Okay, I'm going to put this back on the radar. I got to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And we'll keep it going. Let me set this up real quick. Pull back out just a little bit more. There we go. We'll see what this thing does on the backside. Thank you for that star donation. I didn't see who that was. Hold on, let me look. Who was that? Jeff. Hey, Jeff. Appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff Sloan. Appreciate the star donation. Thank you. Alrighty, back on here again. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. That's a little bathroom there. Alrighty. Well, here we are. We're at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Looks like I'm getting a little break in the precipitation out there right now. So I'm gonna go back over to Radar Omega here. A little gap in the precip there. So yeah, little hole. That little hole just got a brief break in the action, but there's still more coming back to the west. Pretty good sleet here going in through Athens right now. I'd say freezing rain sleet coming in Athens, Monroe, Watkinsville, and up toward Cornelia. Still 86,900 without power. That was as of about 15 minutes ago. We're still waiting to see if that's going to crack higher than that or not. So the good news on what we've seen so far is the freezing rain element was diminished, thankfully, to some very nice, little thicker, colder air that allowed it to fall as sleet and not freezing rain. Very great news. That means the risk of more widespread, we're going to get more power outages. I think we'll get a few more, maybe get up to 100,000, but it's not going to be as significant as it could have been because of sleet. Said that way back here on the beginning. I said, look, if it ain't going to snow, at least let it be sleet or just be plain rain, because we don't want the freezing rain. So the sleet element of this thing has been a nice thing to see. That's what the GFS was kind of hitting at first, although it did back off significantly on the sleet part of it the last couple of runs. And European was going with that. So some positive news there. The bad news on the roads is all that sleet gets on the roads. It's going to be really, I think, nasty icing going on here, tonight, especially when the temperatures drop off here. Let me look and see if the new let me see what the new high res is doing here real quick. Stand by for a second. Yeah, I'm not going to show the high res because I think it's underestimating the temperature. The NAM, I think, has got it right. Yeah, I'm going to stay with the NAM on this one. I think the higher resolution model is a little bit too warm. You got to do a split between the two of them. But I think we're going to see teens in the north and lower mid-20s for everybody else here across the area. So it doesn't matter. We're going to be well below 32 degrees. We're going to see some pretty good freezing there going in for tomorrow morning. Severe thunderstorm warning down there in southwest Georgia. That's amazing. We got 3 tornado warnings and 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. At the same time, we got an ice storm going on. That's amazing. Now, this warning system you guys see for severe thunderstorm with the warnings and the stuff at the bottom, that will be active, obviously, when we get into severe weather season for us. So y'all are kind of seeing, confirmed tornado warning in Early County. Wow. Wow, confirmed tornado there in southwest Georgia. Let's take a look at that real quick. I mean, I know it's not in our area, but that's very, very interesting here. I'll switch over to the right radar here. Not sure I got the warnings turned off. That's right. I turned them off for the weather. I forgot I turned these off. No, they should be on. I wonder why I'm not seeing the postings. Anyway, we see the velocity. I want to see if I can see the. I can't see it from that radar. That's too far away. Huh. Not sure. Can't see that. Can't see it on that one. That's what happens. You get too far away from a radar. I'll go back up to Atlanta. Let me switch over to the. Oh, it's down here. Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm just reading the statement here. Northern Early County tornado producing storm was located near Blakely, moving east at 50. So that's down there in southwest Georgia, if y'all are familiar with that part of the state, just over the line from Alabama. And let's go to. What's reflectivity? Where's our velocity? I don't know. I don't usually use this other system, so hold on a second. That's interesting. Let's see what that does here. That's right there. There's a skit right there. Huh, that's interesting. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I was just kind of watching this tornado down in southwest Georgia. It's way, way south. Not a big deal for us. Not going to watch that. Well, you got a lot of flood warnings across northern Alabama. Wow. On top of the cold weather advisories they got. A mess. All right. And we got another power jump for you. We're up to 92,790. Come on, I only need a 7,000 more to get my 100,000 prediction right. Boy, look at that radar, boy. This is very, very snowy looking. If it was colder at the bottom. So we're probably gonna get some more sleet in here. Let me go back over to the weather tap here. All right, so we're getting warm. You see that warming coming out as that precipitation has brought some warmer air aloft down, eating that wedge away a little bit. It's 3 o'clock. This is a little ahead of schedule, but not by much. I see it's 32 there in Gainesville now, 32 in Lawrenceville, 30 in Winder, 30 there in Monroe, 28 in Athens. So Athens come up a couple degrees, probably getting a good sleet there. 26 over there heading toward the Carolina border, 27 in Elberton. So what we're getting is the temperature in Atlanta is coming up to 34, 35. So remember the way this map is looking. I mean, it's very convoluted. You got a little warm sector between this cold air back behind here. You got the wedge. It's a very complex setup. So again, you got a wedge in here. You got a wedge coming down in here, right? You got a little briefly warm zone kind of in between, and then you got the cold air. You can almost draw a cold front back here if you wanted to. So we're getting a brief warm up. That's because of the proximity of the low pressure system down here. So as this thing goes by, we'll have a brief warm up because we're going to clear out the wedge, and then we're going to see the cold air come in behind there. So kind of a weird thing. Seeing temperatures that held in the 20s all day till the main precipitation line held, brought down a little warming down to the ground, and the 20s gave a lot of sleet outside. We're going to see temperatures briefly warm up, probably in the middle 30s into that area that is been in the wedge all day. And then we're going to see temperatures drop off into the 20s going into the night. And that's going to bring in the black ice problems for tomorrow.
A new observed tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see what that observed tornado warning is. And this is the same alert stuff you guys will hear for our severe weather coverage here on the channel when we get that. I just want to see what the statement says, if it's been it's also going to read it here. This was just issued. Yep. I was just seeing if it was observed. Like if somebody could, it says radar confirmed tornado. So not sure why that. Usually when they see confirmed tornado, it's usually somebody's got eyes on it, saw it, reported it, came through there. But you get those tornadoes across southwest Georgia. You're getting that down there because, I mean, it's 78 degrees. It's dropping off into the 30s back here in Mississippi. So you clearly got the big clash of these air masses. You've got this upper level disturbance where the winds are just, kind of coming all around and, getting all through there. So yeah, it's a real mess. Amazing. Tornado warnings in southwest Georgia, ice storm warnings in northeast Georgia. Just one of those things. What is this world coming to? So as this thing's starting to pull out off, and here's what I'm thinking, guys. Thinking 4 o'clock. I think at 4 o'clock I'll be ready to kind of shut things down at that point. We're going to stay on until 4 o'clock, and we'll go from there. So but I do want to thank everybody's being with us here as we kind of watching this and see how it goes. It's great that this thing came in. We got sleet. I was like, thank you. I do not want to lose power. Please don't lose my power. So this is to you guys. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for all the stars. Like Ashley just sent 10 stars. Thank you, Ashley. And thank you for all the contributions we've had the last 2 days in the channel. Believe me, it is very, very, very appreciated. And we're going to do some good things with it. Trust me. It's going to be a whole lot better. And I'm really hoping by next year, or sometime this year, when it comes to a big weather event like this, that I've got a freelance meteorologist on speed dial that I can dial into the box, can take turns on stuff. We could cross talk, do stuff. That's what I'm hoping to be able to do. And it would be nice to have a little help. It's tough to be solo doing all this. But you got to do what you got to do.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And what's interesting about the broadcast is that, the posting of material on Facebook is where you get your best bang for your buck. The broadcasts like this don't really make you a lot of money. But if you got a good set of advertisers and sponsors, that's where you make the money when you're doing these events. So that's where you make the money there. So because Facebook puts a lot of the stuff over there. I'm not exactly sure how YouTube is going to work. I think we'll get better earnings on YouTube once we get monetized on this platform. And again, the one thing I've learned about trying to do this business is it's very important to try to establish different paths or strokes of money to come in to support what you're trying to operate. So you're not trying, I could not operate this project and say, well, I'm just going to fund it all with Facebook monetization and that's it. You're setting yourself up for failure. You can't do that. That's why you have the subscriber service. That's why you have YouTube. That's why you have advertisers. That's why you have a big sponsor. You got to spread the love out and make sure you have different sources of revenue to try to support a business when you're trying to do, especially social media. You got to spread the love a little bit. I'll eventually try to crack the Instagram and TikTok nut. I got to go into that. I got some ideas on trying to get that going, but that's something I will take care of later in the year. So Sharon is saying she lost power for the second time, went out in Alpharetta. So the power's gone out in Alpharetta again. And it's 92,000 there. Unfortunately, the county's not lighting up. So, there's Fulton. Actually, there it is. Fulton did light up. So we'll go back to power here. It did light up.
A new observed tornado warning has been issued.
Well, they're getting several down there. Let's go here to Radar Omega. So Fulton County right now is reporting 20,193 people without power. 20,000 customers without power in Fulton County. So that's interesting to see. Let's see anybody else in here. Georgia now. There it goes. We just did it. There it goes. I just said it. Prediction came true. 100,000 people without power here in Georgia. Which in the grand scheme of things is not bad. That's only about 2%, roughly 2% of the customer base. That's great. It could have been a lot worse. I tell you, if that sleet had fallen as just straight old rain, we're talking a different ball game, folks. Quite a bit. Yeah, it looks like I should be seeing sleet moving back in. We still got precipitation here for a little while. But the big thing is the temperatures have come up a little bit. So those who've been watching on and off know what we've been tracking. You see these temperatures that have come up 32, 32, 32, 30, 30, 28, 26, 27, 32. Everything's starting to cut. This rain is mixing enough of the milder air aloft and bringing it down to the surface. I know my buddy down in Panama City, I guarantee you, he is on air to all over this. Let's see what he's doing. I want to see what he's doing here. Somebody said there was a tree down somewhere. Let's see, Panhandle weather. Let's see if he's doing that. I figured, yeah, he's doing live coverage. So I'm going to show you all this. I'll try to show you all this. I'm going to use this as a sample. You see that little interactive TV? This is Panhandle weather down in Panama and Florida. And what he's doing there with the workstation, you see the severe state going on there. That is what we will have. So you have that little crawl alert system on the bottom. You got he's using a severe weather element there. That's what we're looking to build toward. And we'll have something similar to that going into later the year. We'll have the Baron system, we'll have Viper, we'll have the whole gambit. So it's really going to bring our game up to the next level. And to give you an idea of his success down there, he used to be the chief meteorologist down there at Channel 7 in Panama City, Florida. And once the station found out what he was trying to do, instead of talking with him, they fired him on the spot. Big mistake. Big mistake. They just had that little winter event last weekend, and he drew more viewers than the TV station did. How about that? So, like I said, these legacy TV stations, they don't have the power anymore. The technology is changing, and they better learn to, if they got a brand or somebody that's been an established brand in their market, like say like a Glenn Burns, David Chanley type, like James Spann did in Florida, they worked with him. They let him do what he wanted, but kept him so they've got that brand in their back pocket, and don't just see him as, well, you're fired, get out of here. Not a smart move. There's a guy down in South Florida, been there 15 years, I think in Fort Myers. He got fired, and now he's getting ready to start his own channel. So they're gonna, like I said, these corporate, big, huge entity stations have better learn. Just like Great Communication, who came after me and blew up one of my little Facebook pages. We own First Alert. You can't say it. So here you go. Cease and desist. Here's a lawyer form. Sign away your rights to this name. Just this real asinine stuff. Childish, to be honest with you. But that's what do you expect from some of these corporations out there. Not all of them are bad. Some of them are good. But some of them are going to be real bastards. So, what you got to do? We're at 3:20 here this afternoon. So, like I said, we're going to be here for another 40 minutes. And at that point, after 8 hours of coverage today and 11 hours of coverage yesterday with about a 4.5 hour nap, I'll be ready to call it a day. So, but I would love for every single one of you guys on YouTube, before I go in the next 40 minutes, I would like to get that counter up there to 4,800. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's have you guys over on YouTube. Let's have you guys show your appreciation for my long day and hit that subscribe button. Now, like I've always said, make sure you hit that notification bell too. Very important to do that so you get my updates. We do a weekday update. I usually put them in by 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You get your regular forecast. So it'll be in your update. You'll see it on your YouTube feed. You can see what's going on the next day. And we'll continue to do these simulcasts for both Facebook and YouTube. Very important to do that. So again, I appreciate you guys being part of that. It's been really good today is that the average viewing time on YouTube's been very solid. I would call that solid. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. That's what we've been averaging view time over there. I cannot see the same view time for the Facebook channel. The one thing I have not figured out with Facebook is you'll start an issue, it'll peak, it'll start falling off, and then there's no way to kind of bring it back up here for tonight once you lose it. The only way you can bring it back is if you stop and start it back up again, which I think stinks. But it looks like I might need to learn to I'll still simulcast on both, but I need to figure out YouTube may become my main one there. Alpharetta, you guys are pretty much done with it. You're gonna have rain here for the rest of the evening. You're gonna worry about black ice in the morning. We need to just check on road conditions in your area. I know some school districts are gonna be closed. Some are going to be not, just to kind of see what happens in the morning. I think you're going to have some icing problems all over the place tomorrow. It should lessen up for Tuesday because we're going to have a lot of sunshine on Monday. It'll be cold, but it'll be sunny. It'll be breezy. And hopefully we get a little bit of that, evaporation. We'll get things to dry up a little bit better. But I really am concerned about black ice all across North Georgia here going at it. Get that thing going. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the 47.52, 48 more to go. Let's get that thing, keep that thing rolling. It's like, let's do it like an odometer. I saw the kid, Max Velocity Kid. He was doing a live update, and his audience was really big because he was growing and stuff. But he was getting like ready to pee himself. His like button up there, or subscriber button there, was like, it was literally rolling like an odometer. He had so many people on there. It was just rolling up, and he was just getting so excited. It was kind of cute to watch to see that thing kind of go. So for me, it's kind of weird. It literally took me 1 full year on my Weather Nerds channel, a year and a little change, like a week, to get 5,000 subscribers. It took me 1 year. We're going to get close to doing that in a little over a week. I had 378 or so subscribers on this channel. Thank you, Jeff. Just last Monday. It was 378. That was it. That has all come up in the last week. So I am very grateful to have an audience here of YouTube folks in North Georgia that say, you know what? I like to have a local YouTube channel talking about me and not just what Metro Atlanta's seeing. So I do appreciate that. Watkinsville, sleeting in Watkinsville. That's a big plus. Kelby's asking to see the power outage map. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. I will do this for you first. I'm going to go ahead and turn the radar off the area so you can kind of see what's going on here. So let's go take a look at that. I just turned the radar off here. So let's go through these. Let's go through Clayton. We got 11,796 without power up in Rabun County. We got 743 in Stevens County. That's not too bad there. 7,087 up in Habersham. White County has been one of the worst. 82% of White County is out without power. Wow, they got hit hard. Lumpkin County, 4,007 and 3. Dawson County, 1,300. We got some in near the Atlanta area. DeKalb County's got 13,000 or 8,349. 20,000 in Fulton County. 3,000 in Clayton County. Rockdale's got 896. Butts has got 231 and 817 up there. So that's about it. All up in there. Again, it could have been a whole lot worse, folks. Look at Mississippi. Look at Louisiana. Look at Tennessee. I will count ourselves lucky that we had that sleet come in there, that the air was just thick enough to bring us the magical sleet and not the freezing rain thing. That was a true blessing. I will definitely take that. I am so glad to not have to worry about a bunch of dang ice. The only reason why we didn't get a half inch of freezing rain icing on everything, and also that is the fact that thickness of that Arctic air was just thick enough to make it cold and be sleet. Thank God for that. So right now, we did drop down a little bit. It was just over 100,000. Now it's down to 98,866 there in Georgia. So I think we're probably peaking out right about now. I was saying 100,000. I said that before we got started. So it looks like we're in the ballpark there. Only got to get 41 more. Go, YouTube. Come on. Let's get that thing going. I want to sign off here in 34 minutes. And I want to have 4,800 subscribers. Yes. I'm being greedy. I'm talking to you out there. Come on. Just go ahead and hit that subscribe button, get that thing going. Facebook, you guys are doing great. Y'all are doing really good on Facebook. And Facebook, we're looking at, I think we're getting close to 61,000 over there. Let's see what we're looking at here. Yeah, we're 60,877. So we'll get that. We will get that 61,000 tonight, most likely. So we're getting there. So man, I still see I gotta stop punching out so quick. I keep seeing these bogus snow stories for North Georgia for next week. Thank you there, Jay Still. All right, thank you, Jay. Ooh. Just kind of see. I'm trying to. Is this? This was 3 days ago. Yeah. So these idiots were showing. Yeah. This was the BS that they kept these clickbaiters were kept posting online. See that? Showing all that heavy snow and all this stuff. That's what drives us weather guys nuts. Especially when we know it's crap. Doo-doo. 11 hours yesterday for me and 8 hours today. Ooh, I'll have to check out and see what my numbers were tomorrow. 38 more. Yes. 38. All right, let's go back to the radar. I get so excited. And we're also getting ready to pass 17,000 views on YouTube for this broadcast. What was our broadcast yesterday? I didn't even look at what the numbers yesterday were. So let's see here. I want to look at the the analytics here. Oops, sorry. Ah, come on, Booger, get over here. So let's see here. Yeah, yesterday was 23,000, and today is 17,000. So between the two broadcasts on YouTube, we had 40,000 followers, 40,000 views on YouTube. And then on Facebook, let's look at Facebook here. Going back here, let's see. So far today on this one, we've had 15,000 on this one. And then, of course, I dumped out of that one earlier. 32,000 was a reach on that one. And then the one yesterday was 27,000 on that one. So, I mean, just really off the wall numbers. I mean, these are great stats to show any potential sponsor.
Warning has been updated.
Radar indicated tornado. 37 more to go. Man. 37 more subscribers to go. I tell you what I will do. I'll do this for, I know we're losing our Facebook audience here a little bit, but I will put this out here. You guys are on Facebook. If you haven't subscribed over to the YouTube channel, I'm going to give this to you guys. And I've been doing this regularly, by the way. This is nothing new. I've been doing this all night because the audiences are different. And then you guys over on YouTube, I give you the Facebook number. So here's the Facebook page. You guys look at that and y'all can follow that a little bit. I appreciate you guys. It's been fun. It's fun. It's been good to do this. It's our first major event really since this channel's come into existence. I've learned some things, the things I need to change a little bit. We'll put it into good practice. So when we get severe weather, like we're getting Southwest Georgia, we'll do that. It's a little bit different when you're tracking severe weather. Obviously, your analytics a little bit different there. So we'll be ready to go for severe weather season. We'll be ready to get some good stuff for y'all, and we'll be want to put all that to good use here. Got a star there. Thank you, Diane. Good to see you're still here. How are you? So, yep, I'm going to stay on for another 28 minutes, but I am going to have to go run to the restroom again because I've been staying hydrated a little bit. So, hold on one second. I'll be right back.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Y'all pushed that to 4770. That's awesome. Way to go, guys. All right, let's look at these temperatures here. Again, we're still getting sleet here across probably Winder up toward Jefferson. I'm probably going over to rain in Gainesville now. Everything's kind of switching over to rain, cold rain. Athens is probably still getting sleet there at 28. Alberton, 27 sleet there, 28 over there. These temperatures are still holding in the 20s. We're getting sleet there now. So we got a regular rain coming on here. It's raining at Ball Ground. It's still at 32 degrees. So Atlanta warmed up back in the mid 30s. As we got this little pocket of warm air in between here. As we're watching the load go by. Thank you, Jesse Kangas. Jesse Kangas, thank you for being a subscriber. Like I said, we didn't quite make it up to 5,000 today, but we made a good run at it today. Very proud of you guys over on YouTube. Very proud. Very nice. But the rest of what I'm going to do here at when I get off here at 4 o'clock, as it looks like we're not going to lose power. Thank God for that. Probably make me a little food. I'm going to watch a little football. And Chester Crowder Hill, I'm going to get a very good night's sleep tonight. Try to get back in a routine for the week. And the wife and I are going to have to do something fun next weekend. I don't know what we're going to do. We deserve. Wife was helping me out today, but we're going to go out and do something fun. Spend a day just doing something. I don't know. We'll go up to Helen, go up to, actually, I want to go to Talking Rock. Yeah, that's what I want to do. With a caboose and stuff. I want to go over there. I've never been there. There's a segment I want to do on Facebook. It's Where's Greg? I kind of did this, but I haven't really had a chance to do one of those segments in a while, where I kind of highlight an area in Georgia, a different region. So I think I want to go see Talking Rock. It's a neat little area. We drove through it. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. I want to check this out. So maybe go over there and check that out for a day. So looking for you guys over in Talking Rock. Jesse Fowler, thank you for coming on board here. We only got to get 26 more. Mega Elegance is reporting sleet in Colbert. Over at Athens, temperature 28 degrees. Well, thank you, Chris. You just came over from Facebook to subscribe over on YouTube. Thank you. Like I said, I know it's a preference thing. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if you guys know this on both. I know we don't have we're kind of, people kind of seeing things settling down here a little bit. The audience breakdown for Facebook and YouTube are exact opposite of each other. Men favor YouTube, women favor Facebook. That's 2 2/3 ratio for both. So my ratio over on Facebook is 68% female, 32% men. My ratio on my other YouTube channel, I'm not sure about this one, but I'm sure it's going to be very similar, is 68% men, 32% female. And it's the nature of the beast. So it's important for me from an advertiser standpoint to grow the YouTube page so that I can say I've got both demographics covered. I got the males over on YouTube. I got the females over on Facebook. You know, it's all about the demographics. So very important to get in there. But one thing I will say for tomorrow morning, you guys check your areas and check your road conditions,
A new radar
especially
indicates tornado
of those
warning
areas
association.
in the northeast areas that have got the sleet and the ice stuff. You're going to have black ice around tomorrow. How prevalent remains to be seen on the wind and the drying action before the temperatures get below freezing tonight. Areas that got the ponding on the roadways, ice. If you see anything that looks like black ice tomorrow or wet road, treat it as black ice. All right, which means you need to slow it down a little bit. You'll feel. I've driven over it on my little, Toyota RAV4, and it's got that little traction device. You can feel it'll slip on you real quick, but just be careful. Just go over it slowly and don't get in a big hurry. The problem with it tomorrow is that, like I said, most of the day looks like we're going to stay pretty much near freezing or below freezing for a lot. David Cobb, welcome aboard, David. Appreciate you coming on board here. And so we're tomorrow's going to be one of those things you just need to be careful. Georgia Girl 412. Thank you, Georgia Girl. Only got to do 22 more. I got 22 more in 22 minutes. Can we get 22 more in 22 minutes? I don't know. We'll see. I'm not. If you want to do it, it's up to y'all. It's good idea. Just make sure you guys, like Georgia Girl 482, when y'all come, just make sure hit that notification bell. I had no idea that if you got people to subscribe without hitting that notification bell, YouTube, they don't do anything. I mean, you really got to hit that notification bell. Subscribers don't mean squat without you hitting that dang that bell. That's why my other page was never been successful, because they were never alerted on my stuff. Only a handful of people were. So for this new page, lesson learned from my part is to make sure if you're going to subscribe, you're going to take the time to subscribe, hit the notification bell. So at least get your forecast. And I don't think it's too big a deal. It won't impact you that bad. Usually my normal forecast during the weekday, usually 5-6 minutes, quick little hit run. You get your forecast updated for the next day and you're ready to go. How will you fare up there in Gordon County? Just cold. You You guys are going to be cold. Y'all going to be lucky. Y'all be lucky to get above freezing tomorrow up there. I really going to tell you, y'all might stay in the 20s, 20s to low 30s at best. It's going to be cold. The whole week's going to be cold. It's going to be a real mess around here. Oh, got to get 20, 19. He's only got to get 19 more. Yeah, it's going to be cold up there in Gordon County. You guys watch out for that. So I tell you that that heavy sleet up there at the Greenville area, I think they're really going to get buried in some pretty good sleet up there. They're closer to that wedge, and I think it's a thicker there. I think they're going to get really buried with some sleet up there toward the Greenville area.
A new severe thunderstorm.
Albany,
warning
Georgia
has
getting
been
slammed right now with the severe thunderstorms over there. That was my first job. My first job out of college was working there. Sammy just subscribed. Well, thank you, Sammy. We appreciate you. I appreciate all of y'all. Really do. And there goes Vicky G. Vicky G just joined us. All right, we got 17 more, and I got 20 minutes. Can we get 17 more in 20 minutes? I don't know. Like I said, we'll see what happens. We got sleeting at Hartwell now, being reported by Dewey Seymour. Reporting that. That was about 20 minutes ago. Let's go down here. Barley. It's raining in Buford now. So it's good that that's leaning. So the mixing's coming down. We're going to go over to rain, which is good. And it's going to be a little wet for a little while. But then we got to watch out for black ice in the morning. So thank God for the sleep. Man, I'm so grateful. Oh, my Lord. I know we had power outages. I know we got some people without power. But this is not nearly as bad as it could have been. Now, with that being said, I can't say if I was living in White County, I'd be a little ticked off right now because White County, 82% of White County is without power. 82%. And Raven County is the second worst. They're at about 69.2% there without power up there. Now, Gwinnett is reporting 19,000 without power there. About 5% of Gwinnett County is now without power. So we're still hovering right around 100,000 subscribers, 100,000 people without power here in Georgia. Already to that winter weather. Alabama's got a lot of power outages just from the severe weather. They got a lot of power outages because of the severe weather movement through there. And then the power crew is going to be very busy in Mississippi, Tennessee, Louisiana. A lot of stuff to put in there. So we're in store for a very cold week. No winter storm next weekend. Thank you. No imminent winter storm coming next week. It's going to be very dry. The drought conditions will continue. The lake levels will continue. Let me see if this is updated. It's not quite 4. Let me see if this is updated here. Just want to see if this is updated here. That is as of today. Yep, that's the new one. All right, so there's the new one. So this is the new climate outlook for you guys. I want to show you this real quick since it just came in. So below normal temperatures here from the 31st to the 4th. And still below normal temperatures expected from the 2nd to the 8th. So we're looking below normal for going into the first week of February. This is the big story here. I hate seeing this because, we're getting rain. We got stuff from this event, but it's been 2 weeks since our last event. And then stays dry right through the 8th. We got no precipitation coming as of any significance coming the next 2 weeks. So we got all that nice cold air, but there's nothing to give us any snow. So that's not going to happen. But again, I'm really concerned about the drought conditions. If we don't start getting some decent rains here, getting close to the end of winter, going into spring, we're going to really be fighting some pretty bad drought conditions going into potentially going into the late spring and summer. Because you're kind of in that transition mode where you're not getting your air mass thunderstorms yet for summer, and you're kind of not getting the storm track to bring you rains once you get out of spring. So we really need to start seeing some rain across here, or we're going to be dealing with water restrictions and things like that. Y'all remember 2007? Something like that. I really has me a little concerned looking ahead. 14 more to go. Thank you to Rahel Barber. Thank you. Rahel Barber came on. So we got 16 more minutes and 14 more subscribers to go. I think we're probably maxed out, but that's okay. We'll get the 4,800 here in the next, either late today or going into this upcoming week. So I really can't not be upset about it. I mean, good Lord, how many people on YouTube, when they been doing something, end up getting, 4,300, 4,400 new subscribers in less than a week? Only the bigger channels really get, especially when they've been, it was basically started from nothing. You can't complain. That's very, very good. And so now I got an established audience where you guys will get daily forecasts. I will get much better view rates than anything I ever did on the Weather Nerds channel. So very grateful for that. We're doing, very good that we're kind of getting there. Let's go back over to the radar here real quick. So look at the big satellite picture. Yeah, look at this dry air coming in here now. Yeah, you see this? See the dry air coming in here? That's what that yellow is. There's the last of the precipitation moving on out here. And you got the cold air coming down in here. Got all of this up here across the northeast. Still getting all that up in there. But really, really cold. Go back here. I want to show the bigger picture once again. Any travel plans y'all got, check with the carrier, man. There's a lot of problems out there. Been a lot of problems. So let's look at the got about that stuff. So still got that wedge holding on to the Carolinas. Whew. I'm just pulling this out real quick. Hard to believe it's sitting in the 20s back over Mississippi in the middle of the afternoon. That's just unreal. There you go. Only got to get 10 more to go. So got this little disturbance back here. I wonder if that's, I've seen little disturbances. I wonder how far east that gets before it falls apart. Because this wasn't showing up on the model. I was just wondering what this little disturbance is going to do. How far east that gets before it goes bye-bye. But look at the Northeast, man. Single digits, snow in New York City at 18, 12 in Pennsylvania, there near Philadelphia. Just very cold. This very, whatever the hell, this convoluted little warm slot that kind of warmed up in here. You kind of see that little warm slot right there. But cold everywhere else. Buy high, sell low. That's a good motto. I love that name, though. Buy high, sell low. That's very cute, very nice. So if you guys got any travel plans, make sure y'all check in with your carriers. And let's go look at the, let's see if the 18Z NAM is in now. Yes, it's in. Okay, let's look at the NAM. I'm gonna look at the NAM model here. What time is it now? It is now 4 o'clock right there. All right, so let's look at this. We're going to look at the temperatures here going into tomorrow. I want to show you this. We only got about 13 more minutes here. Let's see here. All right. Close that down. Oops. So looking at the temperatures here. Again, you see it kind of coming up toward midnight. We get near 36, but you see that cold air seeping on in here. It is coming on in. So it's coming on into the area. And as we go toward tomorrow morning, so let's go to 7 o'clock. 16 up in, showing 16 in Blairsville, 19 in Lawrenceville, 20 in Atlanta, 21 in up there in Gainesville, 24 over in Athens. So very, very frigid cold start. And look what the temperatures are doing here for the day. Take it up to about 4 o'clock. That's usually the peak reading. Hey, man, we're warming up to 30. 21 up in Blairsville, 27 up in Dalton, 29 there in Rome. Very cold, frigid day all across North Georgia there. Very, very cold. And then we get ready for, and then on top of that for tonight, I want to show the apparent temperature. These are wind chills. Again, going in toward tomorrow morning. See how that gray? That is below zero temperatures. 1, 4, 7, 5, 5. This is still looking very brittly cold here in the morning. And then during the day, you're still saying single digits. And low teens. So it's going to be very cold tomorrow. Make sure you got the hats and scarves. If you have to work tomorrow, if there's stuff going on, just make sure you dress appropriately for this. This is pretty cold. All right, then going into Tuesday morning, which was always the morning I was tracking as the potentially coldest. Showing 9 up here in Blairsville, 16, 15, and it could be a little bit colder. We'll see what how it looks over. I think that's probably, it's backed off that because I don't think we're going to have as much snow up there in Tennessee because that warm slot kind of melted it all down. Thank you, Cassie Freeman. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cassie Freeman on board. We only got to get 8 more here in the next 10 minutes. Can we get 8 more subscribers in 10 minutes? That's going to be that's the $1 million question. All right, so as we go into Tuesday afternoon, so a little bit better. At least we're above freezing, but we're still in the 30s. So it's going to be a very, very cold next few days. And then we're still back at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, we're back in the 20s again. This is the intermediate model here looking. Now, as far as the Europeans concerned, if we're going in toward Wednesday, this will take you out for the rest of the week. Teens, 20s. Wednesday looked like it was going to be the warmest day. And we're seeing some 40s down here, 30s. It looks like that'll be the warmest day. Then we got another cold shot supposed to come down. Teens and 20s. Thursday afternoon's highs, mostly 30s to around 40. Friday morning, 20s. You see a theme here. The whole week's just really cold. Upper 20s in North Georgia, 40s. Yeah, here comes Saturday. Yeah, here's that cold shot Saturday. Look at this. Wow. That's something I'll be watching all week. Check that out. These are air temperatures, guys. This is only 5 days out. Well, just 6 days out, 144 hours. So 5, 3, 9, 13. Got any wind chills with this? Let's see here. Oh, let's see. There's your wind chills. Below 0 wind chills. That's for next Saturday. So we may not get that winter storm, but we're going to get some very cold air instead of that winter storm. And then our high temperatures on next Saturday, not getting above freezing. But that's something to watch next weekend. That right there. That is some very bitterly cold air. -8 up there in Blairsville. -8 over in Dalton. -5 in Rome. 0 in Canton. 0 to 2 degrees down into Atlanta. Just really real. That's very cold air. Now, one thing, like I said, you do not have to worry about is any real significant snows causing any problem. This is bringing it a little bit with that cold shot. You see maybe a few snow flurries showing up in there. That's about it. But we have no big winter storm next week. But here's the thing. Once this moves out, watch that blue line. You see that blue line over the state? And let me go to the wider perspective here. You see the blue line? That's that blue line down the south. That's the freezing line. And it stays over the state the whole week. It don't go away. It warms up a little bit, fluctuates back down south, and it just stays bloody cold. Hey, Michael Cook, good to see you. We stay bloody cold the whole week. It doesn't warm up above there and it moves out until next Tuesday. So see that? And the red line pulls in there, and then there's a little rain and little snow in there going into Wednesday, the February 4th. And then it looks like we warm back up again. So, but the whole next week, nothing. We are absolutely icebox cold. Man, just get ready for that. We got 7 more minutes, and I need 2 more subscribers. So who are going to be the next 2? I only need 2. Let's get to 4,800. I like a round number. I'm a geek. That's how I am. Sorry. There's Stunned 360. Thanks, Stunned. There we got the 1. $47.99. 1 more. Come on. Let's get that moving. Who's going to do it? Anyway, let's see here. We're back up a little bit. Let me go over to the power here. This is probably going to waffle a little bit here. Showing here in Georgia, 101,664. That's the highest number that I've seen so far. Gwinnett County's got 19,000 without power. 21,000 there in Fulton. Thank you, Ryan Sosby, and thank you for getting us to 4,800. Thank you very much. That's good to know that when I sign off here in a few minutes that we hit that number. So that's very nice of y'all. Thank you very much. Good present. Thank you. I'm honored. White County's got 14,000 without power right now. That's 82% of their office. Habersham's got 7,000 out. Stevens got 1,300. 11,000 in Raven, 70% of that, and that's going into South Carolina. And you got some down here in South. I think it's because of the gusty winds. There were some gusty winds along that boundary. So this all caused some problems down here. Newton's got 2,500 out. Butts got 232. And Rockdale's got 897. So again, this is, I thought we would see a lot more of these colors up here in a lot more counties. But we were saved by sleet. Sleet saved us. So I am very, very happy that I will not have to sleep in the cold. One thing we're going to have to, my wife and I are going to have to do, we have to go get somebody to put together this generator so I actually have it ready next time we have something like this come up, whether it be this or for severe weather. So I can go roll it out the back door, start it up, plug it up, and be ready to go. Of course, I need to get a Starlink too. Thank you, Furling. Thank you for coming on board. I appreciate that. So now we're tracking that number down to 5,000. We're not going to hit it now, and that's fine. We already hit what we needed to do. So we did pretty good there. Let me go back over to the radar. Let's show you the last, before we go everything, I want to look at everything here as far as radar stuff. And look at everything going on here. So hold on one second. Let's go look over here. Got that up. There you go. Let's get a little bit closer. I mean, we're still getting some sleet falling up here across extreme northeast Georgia. Toccoa is probably getting sleet. Their stick is down. Cornelia is probably getting sleet. Commerce is probably still getting a little sleet. Athens has come up to 31, so they're probably getting sleet too. So Albertson's getting sleet at 27. So the wedge is starting to retreat out. We're getting some mixing of some milder air at the upper levels. It's still in the 30s in Atlanta. It's like it warmed up that much, but it does make a difference. It looks like that wedge is trying to fight back a little bit. The sun is also starting to set a little bit. We're starting to get late in the day. Wedges typically tend to move better at night. So I just notice as this is looping that it started to push back out that way again. So getting that going. I'm hearing several trees down and a house on fire. Where's that at, Butterbean? Do you know where that's at? Donna, you sound like you're disappointed that it isn't anything you said it was going to be. It could, you don't know what's going to happen with the atmospheric profile of whether you're going to go to sleet or freezing rain, because the mystical area is like that small. It is so small. I'm grateful. I'm personally grateful that we didn't get that as bad as it could. The roads are going to be very bad tomorrow, and we had 100,000 people without power. So, and folks up there in White County, 80% of that one county is out without power. I'm glad it's just one county and not 15, not 20. So, it's okay. No, not really. I mean, people are people. They're going to adjust to whatever the natural. This is Mike Lexus. Does it concern you that Metro Atlanta, North Georgia had now got spared from Helene 2 years ago? Last year, potential super outbreak in March, and now a major catastrophic ice storm. No, I mean, I know I know what you're thinking, because I mean, Mississippi didn't get spared, Louisiana didn't get spared, Tennessee didn't get spared, the Carolinas are not getting spared. Most of the country, we didn't. Well, it's just the nature of the beast. Weather can be. I think the thing that was really weird with this particular system was this warm vector that kind of worked its way in. Very unusual how that was set up. It had to do with a bit of a squeeze play between two high pressure systems and this little warm up area, a little spike that really kind of caused a little bit of a scratch your head monkey wrench with the forecast. So, appreciate you guys checking us out. Oh, I was in Toccoa. Okay, well, I hate hearing about house fires. Y'all be careful with that. You know, obviously with propane heaters, you're out without power. You set a fire by accident. It happens when we have these cold outbreaks. So I'm glad we didn't get this. Right now, just get ready for a very cold week. And I know you'll be like praying for bring on spring. I'm ready for Braves baseball. I'm ready to go to a baseball game in April. That's where I'm at right now. I'm ready to maybe go to the beach and have some sunshine. I'm ready. I'm done with winter. I'm officially done. I still wouldn't mind a snow event if it happens before in February. I wouldn't mind one. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have a nice, decent. Give me a good 3 to 4 inch snow event. Nothing super bad. Nice little event. Gets out of here and we're warm and it's gone the next day. That's what I'd like. Just one little snow event. I'd be okay with that. So we'll see what happens with that. Anyway, 4 o'clock. That's it, guys. I appreciate you. Love it, Dad. Thank you all the new subscribers on YouTube. Thank you all the new subscribers, all the followers on Facebook. Facebook, we officially are sitting at, oh man, I only got to get 25 more followers on Facebook, and we are going to be at 24 at 61,000. So let's just say we got 61,000 on Facebook on this broadcast, and we got 4,800 on subscribers on the YouTube side. So that's a very good number. So again, God bless you. Thank you. Stay safe out there. Be careful tomorrow. Black ice will be a problem. It will be around. Get ready for a very cold week. And we'll see you on the next time. And look for your forecasts. I do them every day.